Chapters 25 and 26 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. A Child's Instinct. "Madam," Pearle said one day, "the butcher and grocer have presented their bills. Shall I settle them?" A number of other bills had also been sent in, and the aggregate amount began to look quite formidable to the young and inexperienced housekeeper, and she was beginning to feel some anxiety regarding the question of settlement. Madam, since she had found someone to lean upon, had appeared to sink into a kind of apathy from which it was often quite difficult to arouse her, and Pearle really feared that she would fall into a state of utter imbecility. The physician called occasionally, and though he was very kind, and seemed to sympathize with Pearle in her many cares, yet he was quite reticent regarding the condition of his patient, and a feeling of uneasiness for the future took possession of Pearle. "Ah, yes," muttered Madam, when after several repetitions she was made to understand the question. "I forgot to tell you where the money is, I forget. I can't remember your name. It is in that box," indicating one that stood on the table beside the bed, "and the key is there," pointing to a drawer on the left of the dressing-case. Pearle found the key, and opening the box, found it to contain numberless receipted bills and accounts, all neatly labeled and filed according to their dates, and in one corner there was a well-worn wallet. Opening this, she discovered a quantity of bank bills and some silver, amounting in all to nearly £100. The sum was ample to meet all expenses for the past and the ensuing month, and she was satisfied, from their manner of living, that there must be plenty of money somewhere for their future needs. She settled all accounts, paid the servants their wages, and then, seeing that Amy needed clothing for the coming winter, she took the responsibility of providing it without troubling the invalid. And yet all the while there was a vague feeling of unrest in her heart regarding what she should do when her present supply of funds was gone. Where was she to look for more? She kept hoping that Madam would confide in her concerning her income without being questioned upon the subject, for she shrank with exceeding sensitiveness from asking how their future was to be provided for. Several times she was upon the point of putting the important question, but a feeling of aversion stayed the words upon her lips, and so the time slipped by, until at length the day came when she bitterly repented her procrastination. In the meantime something occurred which turned her thoughts in another channel, and led her to fear for her own safety even in this quiet, retired spot. One afternoon, Madam seeming more comfortable than usual, Pearle took Amy and went out for a walk. The day was very fine and mild, and taking a road that followed the river, they came at length to a rustic spot where there was a beautiful fall of water. Amy was delighted with the sight, and clapped her hands and laughed aloud at the music it made as it foamed and tumbled over the rocks, and went splashing into the ravine below. She begged Pearle to turn aside from the road and climb upon some high boulders which looked warm and attractive in the sunlight, and watch it. She complied, and the little one appeared amused for a while, but, like all children soon tiring of inaction and one thing, she finally clambered down from Pearle's side, and busied herself by running about, picking up pebbles and casting them into the stream, watching the eddies and circles they made upon its surface. Left thus to herself, Pearle fell to musing upon the past, upon this last year of her life, so fraught with change and incident, and wondered toward what it all tended and how it would all end. Presently she was conscious of the sound of horses' hoofs clattering over the road, and approaching the spot where she sat. Amy heard them also, and sprang to the wayside to look. Two horsemen came galloping along the road, and something in the appearance of one of them instantly attracted Pearle's attention, and made her heart leap into her throat with a dreadful fear. Involuntarily she drew her veil closer over her face, but the hand that performed the act trembled visibly. She looked wildly around to see if there was any way she could flee, or any place to hide herself and the child from their sight. No, the stream was between her and the woods beyond. If she should take Amy and speed along the road, they would overtake her before she could traverse a dozen rods, and it would be of no use to seek to hide among the rocks, for she knew they must already have seen her sitting there, and to try to conceal herself would only serve to arouse suspicion. "It is he! It is he! Heaven help me to escape him!" she breathed, her strength all forsaking her, as the horsemen on coming nearer drew rein and abated their pace to a walk, their faces turned toward the falls, their glance resting upon the figure sitting so apparently quiet on the sunlit rocks, and upon Amy standing by the roadside. Pearle did not seem to notice them, but they were evidently attracted by the beauty of Amy, who was standing shyly by a small shrub, her large blue eyes fixed wonderingly upon the spirited steeds, her little hands toying with the bare twigs. "What a pretty child!" said one of the gentlemen, calling the attention of the other to her. "Yes," he returned in tones that made Pearl's flesh creep. "I am not remarkably fond of children, but this is an uncommonly pretty one. Little one, what is your name?" And Addison Cheetham, stopping his horse, bent from his saddle to look into the face of the sunny-haired Amy. Pearle sat upon the boulder listening with averted face from which every trace of colour had fled. Would they pass on without noticing her, or would they presume upon her unprotected condition and address her also? With a suspense that was almost intolerable, and every nerve tingling with pain, she awaited Amy's answer. "Tell me your name, pretty one," repeated the man with a smile that he strove to make pleasant and winning, but which was sinister and repulsive nevertheless. He glanced at the same time at the motionless figure upon the rock, but discovered no familiar outlines there, for Pearle was enveloped in a thick grey shawl to protect her from the keen air. "You're a naughty man, and I shan't tell you," the child gravely replied, and with a dignity becoming a much older person, while she stepped back a pace or two, as if to increase the distance between them. Addison Cheetham coloured, but laughed as if amused at the answer, while his companion exclaimed in a railing tone, "Well, well, Cheetham, you know the old proverb regarding children and fools." He flushed more deeply than before. He could not have explained why, but the words of that innocent child nettled him more than he liked to confess even to himself. "Oh no, pretty one, you don't mean that, I'm sure. I like little girls," he said insinuatingly, then added as he pointed to an exquisite little bouquet pinned upon his coat, "Do you like flowers, dear?" She nodded her head slightly, but her little face did not relax its gravity in the least. "Well, little golden hair, tell me your name, and I will give you this." And he proceeded to remove it from its place, determined to gain his point in this, as in all other things. "No," returned Amy, and her small red lips were puckered up in the smallest possible compass, resolute and defiant, while she tossed her head with an independent air that was both amusing and vexatious. Again Addison Cheetham laughed, but there was a ring of anger and impatience in the sound. "I think you should be called Miss Wilful," he said, with a slight frown, then added lightly, "but never mind, you shall have the flowers whether or no, to prove that I am not a naughty man," and he playfully tossed them toward her. They fell at her feet, but without changing her attitude, without even a look or expression of pleasure for the gift, she put forth one dainty little foot and set it exactly upon the flowers, ruthlessly crushing out all their beauty and fragrance. Pearle, beholding her, was transfixed with surprise by the act, and forgot for the moment all her own fear and dread. Amy was usually a most trustful and affectionate child, and passionately fond of flowers. What, therefore, could be the meaning of this scornful rejection of the stranger's gift and its malicious destruction? Did she, simple child though she was, instinctively divine this man's treacherous character and baseness, and involuntarily shrink from both him and his offering? The act cut him to the quick, and he bit his lips with vexation, and to keep back the fierce oath that sprang to them. "How is this, Ryerson?" he said, turning to his companion with a sneer on his face. "Am I so repulsive that a child will not even receive a pure offering like that from me?" Somehow Amy's act made him vividly recall Pearle's aversion to him. "Clearly, Cheetham," was the laughing reply, "whatever may have been your success with the gentler sex of a more advanced age, you do not seem to be regarded in a favourable light by this fair lady. Come, I think you had best reserve your attractions for some more appreciative beauty. Good-bye, little Miss Independence. Tell your mamma up yonder that we think your education is progressing finely." And with a bow and a glance of amusement at the still motionless child, Ryerson rode on. With an ugly frown on his brow, Addison Cheetham gathered up his reins and followed him, without even a backward look, much to Pearle's relief. Amy stood watching them until they were out of sight, then walked gravely and thoughtfully back to where Pearle sat, without deigning even a glance at the scorned and crushed bouquet. Pearle came down from the boulder and gathered the child into her arms with an almost convulsive embrace. And Amy, feeling her tremble, looked inquiringly into her pale face and asked, "What is the matter, Auntie?" She had taken a notion to call her Auntie because Pearle had told her that she had a dear little girl at home who called her that. "Were you afraid of him, too?" "Afraid of whom?" asked Pearle. "Of the bad, naughty man." "What makes you think he is bad?" she asked inquisitively. "I feel it in here," said the child, laying her hand upon her breast. And he looked at me so. You didn't like him either, did you, Auntie?" "Why wouldn't you take the pretty flowers?" Pearle asked, evading the question and wishing to turn her attention from herself. "He wanted to make me tell, and I wouldn't," she replied, with the same defiant pucker about her lips that she had assumed when refusing to tell Addison Cheetham her name. "But he said never mind, you could have the flowers anyway." "Amy didn't want the ugly man's flowers," the child returned, making a gesture of disgust with her little hands, and Pearle marveled at the keen perceptive faculties of her charge. They would have done credit to a much older person. As soon as she could control her trembling nerves and gather strength to walk, for the shock she had received rendered her almost powerless to move, she hastened homeward, anxious to hide herself within the walls of the retired little house that was at present her home, lest those two horsemen should return and discover her identity. But she only hurried into fresh trouble, for upon arriving at Madame Renaud's, she found Eliza and the cook nearly distracted with fear, because they could not arouse the invalid from a stupor into which she had fallen soon after Pearle went out. The maid had gone up to her room to give her drops at the regular hour, but finding her insensible she had called the cook, and both had put forth every effort to arouse her, though without avail. With a sinking heart Pearle sought the invalid's chamber, and one glance was sufficient to convince her that Madame Renaud was dead. She lay upon the bed looking very peaceful, and but for the cold grey pallor which had settled upon her face, almost as if she were sleeping. But life had evidently been extinct for some time. "Poor little Amy! What will become of her?" was Pearle's first thought, for aside from the interest which she herself had in the child, she was now apparently without a friend or a relative in the world. 26. You are not married? Strange, sad experiences were these for one so sensitive and delicate as Pearle. To find herself the sole dependence of that frightened household, with the care of the dead devolving upon her, and not a friend to whom to turn in her extremity, were trials which at first she scarce knew how to meet. Her first act, of course, was to send for the physician who had attended Madame during all her illness. He said that her death had, without doubt, been painless, and it was far better that her life should terminate thus; for her mind had been rapidly failing of late, and she would ere long have sunk into a state of idiocy, caused by the shock she had experienced at her daughter's mysterious disappearance, and the serious illness that had followed. To Pearle's plea for advice as to what she ought to do in this emergency, he did not seem to know at first what to say. "Have they no friends anywhere?" he asked thoughtfully. "None that I know of. Madame never mentioned any relative. Amy never speaks of anyone, and the servants say no one ever came to visit them." "They seem to be people of means," the doctor said, glancing around the richly furnished room. "Have they no lawyer or man of business?" "The servants say not, and Madame always appeared so sad and ill I had not the heart to question her regarding the matter. There is not even a bank book, nor any name or paper by which I can find where their property is invested. I understand that Madame's daughter went every month to London and transacted all the business of the family, and I'm sure I do not know what to do about anything," Pearle said wearily, and thinking with a shudder of that dead body upstairs. "It makes it very hard for you, Miss Melford," the doctor said kindly, and pitying her distress. "But you and I will care for the dead according to the best of our judgment, and then consider what will be advisable regarding the living," he concluded, with a sorrowful glance at Amy, who was playing with her doll at Pearle's feet. And from that moment he assumed all the care regarding the last ceremonies for poor Madame Renaud. They buried her in a quiet spot which Pearle selected in the little village cemetery, and she, with the kind-hearted physician, the friendless Amy, and the 2 servants, were all that followed the aged dead to her lonely grave. When all was over, the next puzzling question was, what to do with the household furniture, pictures, clothing, and many precious mementos which Pearle knew Amy would dearly prize, when she should become old enough to realize their worth as having once belonged to her mother. She knew there was no one to do anything but herself. They could not continue to live as they had been living, for there were no means to support them. The house must be given up, the servants discharged, the furniture disposed of in some way, and she must attend to it all. Night after night since Madame's death, she had lain awake trying to think her way out of all the perplexities which surrounded her, while little Amy slept serenely and unconsciously in her arms, she having taken the child into her own bed from a feeling of loneliness. "Poor little friendless waif," she said, on retiring one night and clasping her fondly to her. "I suppose you are a young heiress in a small way, and yet you appear to be almost as destitute as the worthless beggar who roams the streets. What shall be done with all these things, Dr. Ashley?" she asked him the day after the funeral, and not yet having arrived at any definite conclusion. "My first thought would be what shall be done with the child," he returned gravely, with a pitying look at the little one, who had crept into Pearle's arms, and whose golden head was resting trustfully upon her shoulder. "That is already decided," she returned, with the gentle dignity which became her so well, while she drew the child a little more closely to her. "How so?" questioned the doctor in surprise, and with a keen glance at her. "I shall take care of her until Heaven sends some friend to claim her," she answered quietly. "You?" he ejaculated, more surprised than ever. "Yes. I have grown to love the child very dearly. She is, as you see, peculiarly winning and bright, and clings to me almost as if I were her mother. If I do not care for her, she will doubtless have to be taken to some charitable institution, and under such circumstances her future would be a very uncertain one. But, my dear young lady, I fear you have not thoroughly considered such a project. Think what the responsibility will be. And pardon me, but I supposed you were dependent upon your exertions alone for your own support," Dr. Ashley said, with some embarrassment. He thought it would be too much for a person so delicate as Pearle appeared to be, to have the additional care of this child, yet he admired the spirit which prompted so noble a purpose. "And so I am," she replied. "But my wants are few, and I would willingly deprive myself of a great deal in order that a child of so much promise might be properly reared and educated. But I fear your own health will break down beneath such a responsibility, added to the other duties which in your position must necessarily devolve upon you." "As thy day is, so shall thy strength be," quoted Pearle reverently, and with a trustful smile. "I believe it is intended that I should have the care of this little girl, and I can only rely upon the promises provided for those who strive to do their duty. Amy has called me Auntie," she continued, with a fond look into the little upturned wondering face, "almost ever since I came here. I have decided to adopt her as my little niece, and while God gives me strength, I will care for her as faithfully as if she was really my own." "May He bless you for a noble woman, Miss Melfort," the physician returned admiringly, and with shining eyes. "I had longed," he added, speaking somewhat huskily, "to give her a place in my own home. But I already have 6 little ones, and conscience would not allow me to burden my faithful wife with any additional care." "Thank you, doctor. But I should be very unwilling to part with my little charge, unless those who had the right to do so should claim her. I have only been with her a short time, it is true, but I feel very tenderly toward her, and whatever of good or ill there may be in store for us henceforth, we shall share it together," Pearle said, hugging the sweet child to her, and imprinting a soft kiss upon the golden head. "God grant, then, that it may be good and mixed with ill, for I am sure you richly deserve it," Dr. Ashley said, with evident emotion. "Now, about the furniture," he went on after a moment, "had you thought best to dispose of it?" "My inclination prompts me to keep everything, since I know that this little one, when she is older, will prize what belonged to her mother, more than we can realize at this moment. However, I desire to do whatever is best. It is possible that there may be friends somewhere, and I hesitate, being an entire stranger, to take the liberty of disposing of what I have no right to. The only difficulty in keeping the goods will be in the storing of them where they would be well cared for. Surely Pearle Radcliffe was developing great foresight and care where once she would not have expended a thought even. "That need occasion you no anxiety," said the good doctor, his face lighting genially. "I have a large unfinished room over my stable, which is at this little girl's disposal, if you think best, and I will have a care over her belongings, and promise you they shall come to no harm if I can help it. But pardon me again. I was thinking that you might be in need of friends, with so much on your hands, and the proceeds of a sale would alone give them to you." And he flushed, as if he feared she would think he was meddling with what he had no business. But Pearle knew he was kindness itself, and though she had received nothing for her services beyond her living, since coming to Madame Renaud, yet there was something remaining of the money she had found in that box above, and she still had the handsome sum that Sir Harold Cheswick had insisted was her due on leaving him, so that if she obtained no situation for several months, she and Amy could live very comfortably. "There is no need of anything of the kind, as I have sufficient for our needs for the present," she said simply, adding thoughtfully, "I think, on the whole, it is advisable for me to accept your kind offer, and preserve Amy's possessions, at least for the present." "I believe you are right. It would be a pity to sacrifice all these nice things to the hammer," Dr. Ashley said, glancing around the pretty parlor. "And," he continued, "if there is anything else I can do for you, I hope you will not hesitate to call upon me." "Thank you. I shall avail myself of your considerate offer, since I shall not feel quite so alone and helpless if I know there is someone behind on whom I can lean in case of an emergency," Pearle said, trying to smile cheerfully. But the good doctor knew that the burden she had assumed was no light one, notwithstanding her courage. A week later the cozy home was broken up, the goods all packed and stored over the doctor's stable, and Pearle with her lovely charge settled once more in lodgings in London. Her heart almost failed her at the thought of returning to the city, for she feared that Addison Cheetham was still there seeking for her. Indeed, she had felt almost sure of it, ever since that day when he had passed her as she sat on the rocks by the waterfall. But she knew there was no other place where she would be so likely to find a situation, and so she was forced to run the risk. She had not long to wait, however, for Dr. Ashley had interested himself for her, and one day sent her word that an acquaintance in whose family he was employed wished to obtain a governess for her two younger children, a lad and miss, aged respectively 10 and 12. He had mentioned her, he wrote, and the lady had said she might call. He gave the name and address, adding that the family would only remain in London about a week longer, when they would return to their country home at Dunbarton Priory, Lady Fennelcy's country seat. This fact of itself recommended the situation to Pearle. She longed to get into the country, to go miles and miles away from the city, where she feared every day she might meet her deadliest foe. She cared not how solitary the place, how quiet or uneventful her life should be, so that she could securely hide from the tyrant who was her husband. The day following her reception of the doctor's note, she called a cab, and proceeded to interview Lady Fennelcy at her palatial residence in the region of Piccadilly. She was somewhat stiffly received by her ladyship, who evidently believed in keeping all dependents at a respectful distance, and who at once proceeded to inspect her from top to toe, with a glance as keen as it was comprehensive. "Altogether too handsome," was her mental comment, as with compressed lips and lowering brow she noted her high-bred, delicate face, her sweet, deep, intelligent eyes, and the willowy figure whose every movement was one of dignity and grace. But Pearle's manner was modest and unassuming, and devoid of any consciousness of her own beauty, and this seemed to please my lady, who questioned her carefully, inspecting with no little interest the references which both Sir Harold and Dr. Ashley had given her. She saw at once that she was a person of no ordinary talent. She listened with delight while she played and sang. She was secretly delighted when informed that she could speak French and German fluently, for her ladyship had two older daughters who had hitherto been under masters to perfect their accent, and this circumstance might save great expense. She saw that her manner and bearing were perfect and ladylike in every particular, and she finally came to the conclusion that the opportunity to secure such a governess was not one to be lost, despite her objectionable beauty. "Should you object to going into the country?" she asked, after reviewing again and again the catalogue of Pearl's accomplishments, and fearing she might not like the retirement of Dunbarton Priory. "No, your ladyship. On the contrary, I prefer the country, as the little one in my care would doubtless thrive better there," Pearle answered, supposing, of course, that Dr. Ashley had conversed with Lady Fennelsey regarding both herself and her charge. "Little one? Have you a child? You are not married?" exclaimed my lady aghast, and looking again at the card Pearle had presented on her entrance. "No, madam, the child is not mine. At least, not by birth," and she smiled in spite of herself, for the woman could not have manifested more consternation had she confessed to have been smitten with some terrible plague. "I supposed," she continued, "that my friend Dr. Ashley had conversed with you concerning me, but since it seems he has not, I will explain that I have the care of a little orphan, a niece from whom I cannot be separated." "And did you expect that I could receive an extra child into my family?" demanded Lady Fennelsey severely. "No, your ladyship, I did not expect that of you, nor of anyone into whose family I might go, but I did hope that I might be able to find a home or board for her near by, so that I could see her every day," Pearle answered very quietly, but as if she had no intention of being turned from her purpose, even if it displeased 100 Lady Fennelseys. "It is exceedingly unfortunate. You say the child is your niece?" questioned her ladyship suspiciously. "My niece. Or I might more properly call her my child by adoption, since I have taken her to rear as my own," said Pearle, not losing an atom of self-possession, although she did not fail to read the cruel thought that for an instant gleamed in the woman's eyes. "Who ever heard of a person with a child applying for a situation as governess?" grumbled Madame discontentedly. "Pardon me, I will not trespass longer upon your time," Pearle said in perfectly ladylike tones, and rising as if to go. But the sparkle in her grey eyes and the colour in her cheek said plainly enough that if her services were not required, there was no reason why she should sit there and be grumbled at. "Stay!" commanded Lady Fennelsey, waving her back. "Did Dr. Ashley know of this encumbrance, when he recommended you to me?" "Certainly, madam. He is acquainted with all the circumstances regarding my adoption of this child," was the quiet reply. "It is very inconvenient," again murmured the woman, with a frowning brow. She coveted the services of this talented woman. She must be talented, and above all reproach, or such men as Sir Harold Cheswick and Dr. Ashley would never have given her the glowing recommendations that they had. But she could not endure the thought of anyone coming into her family, and having a single care upon her mind outside its sacred precincts. "Why could you not put this child into some charitable institution here in the city? She would be well cared for and educated," she said after a thoughtful silence. "Such a proceeding I could not entertain for a moment. Wherever I go my little charge must go also. If not into the family where I am, she must at least be near me, where I can give her some care daily," Pearle replied very decidedly. "And did you think it would be an easy matter to secure a desirable situation thus hampered?" "If you will excuse me for the remark, I do not see how it can interfere with my duties wherever I go. Of course, every governess is expected to have some time to herself, and if I choose to give the hours that are my own to my charge, I do not understand how I shall be hampered in my duties to my employer," Pearle answered coldly, and beginning to feel an aversion to becoming a governess at Dunbarton Priory. "Pray, what do you consider the duties of a governess are, Miss Melfort?" Lady Fennelsey asked, with a tinge of sarcasm in her tones. "The attendance upon the children during their meals, in order to teach them to behave properly at table, and also during their walks, besides the duties of teaching them in the hours allotted to their studies," was the prompt reply. "Very good. I see you have the right idea of your position, Miss Melfort," returned my lady, somewhat mollified by her answer. "But," she added, "I forgot to mention that besides your instruction of Fred and Clara, I shall expect you to spend an hour each day in reading French and German with my eldest daughters, Camilla and Franchita." "That I should not object to doing, provided the exercise occurred during school hours," Miss Melford answered composedly. Lady Fennelcy's heavy eyebrows arched themselves considerably more than was natural at this. She had fully intended that the young ladies should have an extra hour by themselves. But it was very evident that Miss Melford understood her position, and intended to assert and protect her rights, and that if she employed her she could not hope to either browbeat or impose upon her, as she had done with the former governess, who was a meek, dove-eyed woman, with little character or will of her own. She liked her none the less for it, though. She reasoned that she would make all the better teacher for her energy and decided ways, and that her influence would be far better over the children on account of it. The child, however, was a great objection. But after thinking the matter over in all its bearings, she decided to secure Pearl if she could do so at any reasonable price. "I think I shall give you a trial, Miss Melford," she said at last, as if she were conferring a peculiar favor. "But I wish it distinctly understood that your charge must not interfere in the slightest degree with your duties in my family. I think, as you refuse to be separated from her, that we can make arrangements for her to reside at the Porter's Lodge, as they have no children there, and that will give you an opportunity to see her often without taking too much time in going to and from the Priory. The hours between 9 and 4 you will devote exclusively to my children, and aside from accompanying them upon their walks, and being present at their meals, the remainder of the day will be at your own disposal, unless now and then we should have company, and desire you to entertain them for a while with music. Your salary will be £50 a year, payable quarterly, and no charge for the little girl's board at the lodge. If these terms suit you, we will call the matter settled." A feeling of bitterness arose in Pearl's heart at these very meagre terms, and more than all at the overbearing manner of Lady Fennelcy. How different from Sir Harold's courtesy and generosity! Her proud spirit prompted her to flatly refuse to become a member of her family under any circumstances, but her better judgment told her that it would indeed be a more difficult thing than she had imagined to find any desirable position where she could take Amy with her. So, curbing her indignation, she signified her willingness to accede to the terms offered. Lady Fennelcy chuckled inwardly at this, for the salary she offered her was £25 less than she had paid her last governess, to say nothing of the expense she would save by dispensing with masters for the young ladies. To be sure the child's board would be something, but even counting that, there would be a great saving. "We leave London on Monday morning," her ladyship said, and rising to signify that she wished the interview closed. "Can you be ready to accompany us?" "Yes, your ladyship." "Then perhaps it will be better for you to come here on Saturday evening, and that will save confusion about starting Monday. Besides, it will give you a little opportunity to become acquainted with your future pupils, Master Fred and Miss Clara. Ah, one thing more. When we have no guests, we would be glad to have you dine with the family occasionally. At all other times your meals will be served with the children's in the nursery." Lady Fennelcy doubtless thought she was conferring marked distinction upon the proud governess by this concession, but Pearl merely bowed to signify that she understood, mentally resolving that such occasions should be very few and far between, and then took her departure, being gracefully dismissed by a wave of my lady's fat white hand. End of chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. Pearl maintains her dignity. Madam little mistrusts to whom she is speaking, nor to whom she assumes that lofty and overbearing manner, Pearl said to herself with a scornful curl of her lip, as she passed out of the aristocratic mansion and was driven back to her humble, quiet lodgings. "If the young ladies and children copy their mother's example," she continued musingly, "I fear my life will be none of the pleasantest at Dunbarton Priory. But, however, the die is cast, and I will make the best of it, at least until something better presents itself." Saturday evening she with Amy repaired to Lady Fennelcy's, and not few were the curious glances bestowed both upon herself and her little charge by the several members of the family. Amy's exceeding beauty was much commented upon. She was slight and almost fairy-like in her proportions, and the long curling hair that hung like a golden mist over her graceful shoulders showed that great care had always been expended upon it, and Pearle dearly loved to arrange it in the most becoming manner. Her features were delicate and attractive, her skin faultlessly fair, while all her little garments were fashioned with a daintiness and taste that added much to her general appearance. "What a lovely little fairy!" exclaimed Franchita, the second daughter, who was impulsive but really kind-hearted girl of 16, and who had appeared perfectly delighted with the child. Miss Camilla, a showy young lady of nearly 19, sneered at her evident admiration of the strangers. "It seems to me that Miss Muffet, or whatever her name may be, puts on a good many airs for a poor governess with a brat on her hands. The idea of dressing the little thing up in that style! Why, there was real Valenciennes lace on her apron." "Camilla, I am astonished that you should use such language in speaking of any one," reproved Lady Fennelsey severely. "I suppose Miss Melford, that is the governess's name, not Muffet, has a right to dress the child as she chooses, although I must confess I think myself she might make a wiser use of her money," and her ladyship looked exceedingly grave over such evident extravagance. "Perhaps Miss Melford did not have anything to do with the little one's clothing after all," interposed Franchita, who had been instantly prepossessed in Pearl's favor. "It may have been the mother who liked to see her as prettily dressed as other children." "But her mother is dead, and Miss Melford has adopted her, you know," returned her sister with another sneer. "You do not know how long she has been dead, and I'm sure it is very kind in Miss Melford to keep her looking so nicely," persisted Franchita, determined to defend the absent. "I think you have discussed the point sufficiently," said their mother. "It can't be nothing to us if Miss Melford chooses to spend her own money in that way. At all events, she dresses plainly enough herself." "I think you did not show your usual good judgment when you engaged her," Miss Camilla asserted, pouting. "She is too handsome for a governess, and as for that child, you need not think that I am going to believe she is either her niece or an adopted child." And the young lady concluded with an exceedingly suggestive shrug of her shapely shoulders. "Camilla!" exclaimed Lady Fennelsey, aghast. "Surely you do not suppose that such men as Sir Harold Cheswick and Dr. Ashley would recommend her if she was not worthy?" "They may have known nothing whatever of the child," said Miss Fennelsey expressively. "But Miss Melford assured me that Dr. Ashley was acquainted with all the circumstances of her adopting her." "Perhaps he may be. But my way would have been to interview him regarding the matter before engaging her. But leaving the young one entirely out of the question, I warn you that this handsome governess will make mischief for you before you have done with her," concluded the young lady, looking very wise. "How so?" demanded her ladyship, while Franchita asserted that Miss Melford was not to blame for her good looks, and as for her part, she liked some one pleasant to look at when she was reciting her lessons; for Miss Roscoe, their former governess, was so painfully ugly it made her nervous. "You forget that Ambrose will be coming home by and by," pursued Camilla, "and that he may bring friends with him. You know what a penchant all men have for pretty faces, and I, for one, do not wish to be outshone by a governess." "I think you are unnecessarily disturbed," replied her mother. "Miss Melford is very good looking, I admit, but she is very quiet and modest and appears to know her place. However, when we have company, it will be a very easy matter to keep her in the background." Her ladyship strove to speak unconcernedly, but in reality she did experience considerable uneasiness upon this point. Miss Melford looked so much prettier and younger with her bonnet off. Her manners were so polished, and she was so self-possessed and graceful, that Miss Fennelsey was thrown decidedly into the shade beside her. But she could not help it now, and must make the best of a bad bargain, at least for the present. The next week found the family all settled at Dunbarton Priory, a lovely estate that had once belonged to an order of monks, but the buildings having been partially destroyed by fire, the property had been sold to an ancestor of Lord Fennelsey, and had finally descended to him. His lordship had died some 5 years before our story opens, but during his lifetime he had aimed to make his estate one to be proud of. The neglected land had been brought up to a high state of cultivation, the Priory and farmhouses were put in thorough order, and at his death her ladyship found herself the mistress of a handsome town house and this beautiful country home, besides a goodly bank account. It really was quite satisfactory. According to her husband's will, the Priory was to become the property of his eldest son when he became of age; but the young man, the Ambrose referred to by his sister, although now 22 years of age, showed no disposition to settle down to a quiet life, and so matters still went on pretty much as they always had done. The second week after the arrival of the family at the Priory, the real business of Pearl's life began, and she found it no easy one. The two young children were more easily managed than the more wilful young ladies, for they were not long in learning that their governess demanded implicit obedience while in the schoolroom, and always rewarded them for it during their hours of relaxation. She was so patient, and gentle too with them, notwithstanding her firmness, that it was not long before she had completely won their hearts. She had not been a member of the family a month before Lady Fennelsey remarked upon their altered behaviour. "I must say that Fred and Clara are vastly improved," she remarked one day, after having visited the nursery at meal time. "Miss Melford has taught them to be very quiet and civil at table. They are much more respectful to me, and more amicable to each other." "There was chance enough for improvement, and they take to her wonderfully; but one would think that she had once belonged to the Queen's household, from the dignity she puts on," returned Miss Fennelsey, who lost no opportunity to say something unpleasant of Pearl. She cherished a petty spite against her, both on account of her beauty, and because she would not allow herself to be browbeaten or snubbed by the haughty damsel during the hour that she had spent each day reading French and German with the young ladies. "Her dignity is not put on, it is natural to her, and I am glad it is so. If you would try to copy Miss Melford in that respect, Camilla, I should be better pleased," Lady Fennelsey said gravely. "Indeed! I think things have come to a pretty pass, that you should set your governess above your own daughter," was the angry and disrespectful retort. "Miss Melford's deportment is perfect. I have no fault to find with it, which I am grieved to say is not the case with your own, my daughter," replied her mother severely. "Don't forget the old adage regarding a new broom, if you please, mamma. I'll wager my diamond necklace that this paragon of yours can let her temper fly upon occasion, and I'll prove it to you in less than a week," snapped the angry maiden, with an ominous savage glitter in her black eyes. "I shall be exceedingly displeased if you do anything to offend Miss Melford, Camilla," returned Lady Fennelsey uneasily. Miss Camilla deigned no reply, but flounced angrily from the room, resolved that she would be revenged upon the innocent governess, but for what particular offence she could not have told had she been questioned. She had maintained a haughty and defiant manner toward Pearl ever since her advent among them, and made supercilious and unkind remarks upon every occasion, until the much-tired girl began to fear that her stock of patience would not hold out long against such assaults. But thus far, Miss Camilla had not been able to ruffle even the smooth surface of her brow, although inwardly she rebelled at such malice and ill nature. A few days after the above conversation between Lady Fennelsey and her daughter, a scene occurred in the schoolroom which none of Pearl's pupils ever forgot, and which served to establish her position in the family upon a surer foundation than it had hitherto rested. Bitter as her experience had been, and much as she desired to hide herself from the world where she had suffered such shame and mortification, there was still a sense of independence about her, a feeling that there was really no need of her bearing abuse or insolence from any one. She had but to stretch forth her hand, and a full purse was at her command; she had but to apply to her brother, and all her trials in this respect would end. But if she did this, the Earl would insist upon her return to Ashton Manor, and she could not bring her mind to that at present, for Addison Cheetham would surely find her there, and Richard's home was too near for her peace of mind. One morning she always devoted the first school hour to the young ladies, that they might be free for the remainder of the day. Miss Camilla came to her French exercise in an unusually sulky and perverse state of mind. They were that day to begin reading the Life of Victor Hugo in the original; but Miss Fennelsey, who was not extremely well versed in French, recited the rules from her grammar so badly that Pearle felt obliged to reprove her for not having devoted more time to them. An angry red glowed upon the young lady's cheek, and she tossed her head with haughty defiance. "Miss Melford forgets that she is here to serve, not to dictate," she said imprudently. The color deepened in Pearl's cheek also at this, but without betraying her feelings in any other way she calmly replied, "My duty to Lady Fennelsey demands that I shall be thorough in whatever I undertake. You can never learn to read the languages fluently, unless your rules are first correctly committed to memory. You will please commit those I have assigned for to-day, and I will give you an extra half-hour after school this afternoon in which to recite them." Miss Camilla scowled unpleasantly, overlooking entirely the fact that Pearle had kindly offered to devote her own time to her. "I shall do no such thing," she said insolently. "I have an engagement for this afternoon, and once for all, Miss Melford, I wish you to understand that I am not to be dictated to by you, as to when I shall either learn or recite my lessons." "Very well. Then I will excuse you from further readings, in both French and German, until these rules are committed at your leisure," returned Pearle, with imperturbable gravity and politeness, but with unmistakable firmness. Camilla regarded her in undisguised astonishment. "Do you mean that I am not to participate in the readings at all, until I comply with your demand?" she asked. This was putting it rather stronger than Pearle liked, but it was what she meant nevertheless, and so she bowed her head in assent. The girl laughed mockingly, and opened her book with a glance of defiance at the young teacher. "For shame, Camilla," whispered Franchita, with a face crimson with mortification for her sister. "Attend to your own affairs, Miss Impertinence. I shall do exactly as I see fit," was the spirited retort, and she settled back in her chair, raising her book as if to begin her reading. Pearle saw that a tussle was imminent, and she braced herself for the encounter, determined not to yield an inch of her ground. "Miss Franchita, will you read the first 10 lines? Be careful of your pronunciation, your pauses and inflection," she said, ignoring Miss Camilla entirely. There was an ominous glitter in that young lady's eyes. "By the way," she interrupted before her sister could comply with Pearle's request, and looking at the title of the book in her hand, "what made you choose the Life of Victor Hugo for us to read? Do you like his works? Did you ever read his Les Miserables?" Pearle did not dream toward what all these questions tended, and not wishing to seem ill-natured, she overlooked the interruption, and answered, "I chose the work because I thought it would be both instructive and interesting. I like some of Victor Hugo's works, some I do not, and I have read Les Miserables." "Then, of course, you remember all about Fantine?" "Yes," Pearle said unsuspiciously, as she remembered the poor girl so wronged and deserted. "Well," continued the girl, boldly, "she was the mother of Corsette, you remember? And do you know, you remind me of her. There is something wonderfully mysterious about you, and I'd be willing to wager considerable that you have a history equal to hers. Fantine's, I mean." The words had scarcely passed her lips before she regretted having given utterance to them. But they could not be recalled, and she awaited with some curiosity the result. Franchita regarded her sister in horrified astonishment, and feeling as if she would be glad to have the roof fall and hide her from the startled, almost terrified gaze that she saw creeping into Miss Melford's eyes as Camilla's meaning dawned upon her. A vivid scarlet mounted to Pearle's brow as she comprehended this unparalleled insult, then as quickly receded, leaving her as white as a piece of wax. For a full minute she was utterly speechless, her strength almost forsook her, and the conflict within her heart was terrible. But she had long since learned where to look in the midst of trial, and by the time 60 seconds, though to the startled occupants of the schoolroom they seemed like 60 minutes, had ticked themselves off her watch, she had, to all outward appearance at least, regained her self-possession. "Miss Fennelsey, I will excuse you from the schoolroom until you see fit to apologize for the insult you have just offered me," she said, laying her book face down upon her desk, and speaking as calmly as if she had merely asked some simple favor. That young lady looked the surprise she could not speak. She had measured Pearl's nature by her own, and had expected to see her fly into a towering passion at the affront, and say things that would cause her mother to dismiss her on the spot, and she began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable at the turn affairs were taking. But Pearl's request that she would leave the room angered her, and folding her arms defiantly, she retorted, "I believe I am in my own home." The two children had been looking on and listening in open-eyed wonder, and Master Fred now burst forth indignantly, "I say, Cam, Miss Melford is a lady, and you are—" "Silence, you sauce-box!" she interrupted imperatively. "Miss Fennelsey, I must insist upon your withdrawing from the schoolroom, and at once," Pearl now said, in tones there was no mistaking, while her beautiful eyes were fixed gravely and steadily upon that young lady's face. She laughed again mockingly, but it was evidently an effort, and her gaze drooped guiltily, although she did not offer to move from her position. Pearl waited a moment, then rising, continued with a decision that showed she would not retreat from her position. "I shall feel obliged to seek Lady Fennelsey myself, and explain the cause of this disturbance, unless you comply at once with my request." Camilla started. She had not intended carrying matters quite so far as this, and she had not imagined that the governess would have spirit enough to acquaint her mother with the insult she had offered her; but if the story must be told, she preferred to do the telling herself. "Ah, yes, thank you for reminding me," she said superciliously, and rising. "Mamma certainly ought to be informed of your impertinence to me. I will go directly to her." Pearl did not take any notice of the remark, but remained quietly standing, while the discomfited girl beat an ignominious retreat, painfully conscious of the fact that she was leaving the despised governess mistress of the field. 28. No signs of the enemy. Pearl had an unusually quiet time in the schoolroom after the departure of Miss Fennelsey. Her pupils were docile and subdued, but she was nearly ill from the effects of the exciting scene of the morning, and when the last lesson was recited, she retired to her own room with a raging headache and a heart that was heavy and sore. She had scarce settled herself comfortably with a wet bandage around her head, her smelling salts and aromatic vinegar within easy reach, when she received a peremptory summons to attend Lady Fennelsey in her boudoir. With a feeling that the interview would undoubtedly terminate her labours as governess in the family, yet with her dignity not disturbed one whit, and a consciousness that she was justified in the course she had pursued, she went calmly and confidently forth to do battle for herself. She found her ladyship sitting in solemn state, like a judge waiting to pass sentence upon some criminal. There was a grave and troubled expression in her eye, however, as she furtively scanned the governess's beautiful face, and marked her graceful and apparently undisturbed manner. "Miss Melford," she began somewhat haughtily, and without showing her the civility of asking her to be seated, "I have sent for you to learn your version of the disgraceful scene which occurred in the schoolroom this morning. On account of which I am as much grieved as you can possibly be, madam, since my aim has been, during my stay here, to be faithful in the performance of my duties," Pearl answered with gentle gravity. Lady Fennelsey made a gesture of impatience. "Please relate just what occurred without further comment," she said loftily. Pearl's form was a trifle more erect. Her head was lifted just a little with an air of conscious pride at this curt command. But she repeated accurately what Lady Fennelsey had already learned from each of the three younger children, Camilla's version of the affair having been entirely different, and to favour her own cause. "I am exceedingly sorry that anything so unpleasant should have transpired, Miss Melford, and I acquit you of all blame in the matter," my lady said in gracious tones, but at the same time searching the flushed face before her with something of curiosity, not unmixed with anxiety. "But," she added, "I trust your native good sense will prompt you to overlook the matter, and to go on with the lessons as before. I promise you shall never be annoyed in the same way again." Pearl's eyes glowed. Her native good sense did not prompt her to overlook so malicious an insult, at least without some reparation or expression of regret on the part of the offender. Lady Fennelsey thought she had never seen any one half so beautiful as Pearl was at that moment, when, taking a step forward, her slender form drawn to its utmost height, and her head lifted with an air that would have become an empress, she said respectfully, but very decidedly, as she calmly and steadily met the gaze of the proud woman before her: "Your ladyship will pardon me, but I cannot consent to go on with the lessons as before. I cannot receive Miss Fennelsey in the schoolroom again without a suitable apology for the affront of this morning." "Do you not think that you are making too serious a matter out of an impulsive girl's thoughtless speech?" her ladyship asked mildly, willing to be conciliatory, yet taken somewhat aback by Pearl's decided assertion. "Madam, it was not the thoughtless speech of an impulsive girl. It was a bold and premeditated insult, an insinuation so vile that no one with a particle of self-respect would tamely submit to it," the governess replied dauntlessly. Madam flushed. She wondered at herself for allowing any one in her service to speak so independently in her presence. But something in Miss Melfort's manner and bearing had impressed her from the first with the feeling that she was in some way far superior to the common class of governesses, and she had involuntarily yielded her more respect and consideration than she was aware of. Still, Pearl's last remark had aroused her ire. "Do I understand that you will not allow the affair to drop where it is?" she asked stiffly. "Your ladyship, if I cannot have the respectful attention and obedience of my pupils in the schoolroom, it will be useless for me to attempt to teach them." "That is very true," assented her ladyship. "My treatment of your daughter," Pearl continued without heeding the interruption, "has, without exception, been kind and considerate, and I may add, forbearing, for I have overlooked much that was abusive from her. The insult of to-day was entirely unprovoked, and I would, on no account, subject myself to a repetition of it." Lady Fennelsey was a woman possessing more than ordinary intelligence and good sense, although it was somewhat warped by a false sense of pride. She knew that Pearl had the best of the argument, and she was very angry with Camilla for her unpardonable behavior that morning. At the same time, there was an element of pride and arrogance in her nature that led her to treat her dependants as if they were beings of a lower order, and for a moment this feeling now got the better of her judgment, and she was tempted, as her daughter had desired, to dismiss the proud girl on the spot. But prudence whispered that such a proceeding would be very unwise. The children were progressing finely in their studies, were better behaved and more gentle than they had ever been before. Franchita was deeply interested in the languages and improving in her music. There would be no end of trouble in finding any one to fill Miss Melfort's place. City governesses did not like to go into the country in the dead of winter, while the interruption would be of great injury to the children. But she would not yield without a struggle. "Do you not think you assume a good deal for a person in your position, Miss Melfort?" she asked sarcastically. Pearl's delicate lip curled a trifle at this question, but she quietly answered: "Madam, notwithstanding my position, I am a gentlewoman, and whatever I do, wherever I go, I intend to command not only my own self-respect, but the respect of others. That, at least, I will not forfeit under any circumstances." "Really, Miss Melfort, one would infer from your manner that you were some high-born lady of the land, and had been accustomed all your life to the homage of every one with whom you came in contact," Lady Fennelsey remarked with some asperity. Again the girl's fair face flushed, the rich color mounted to the soft waves of hair that lay upon her forehead, while a spasm of pain convulsed her beautiful lips; all of which the keen eyes of her ladyship did not fail to observe. But Pearl made no reply, and the other continued: "I regret that you should take such a stand, as I know it will be useless to try to persuade Camilla to apologize to you. She is very high-spirited, and though she may be conscious that she has wronged you, she will never humble herself sufficiently to say so." She hesitated a moment, as if waiting for Pearl to speak, but she still remained silent, and her beautiful face did not relax a muscle. This did not appear very promising for Madame's cause, but she went on with considerable assurance: "Therefore, I do not see but that you will be obliged to strain a point for once. I am exceedingly anxious that she should go on with her lessons, for she is quite backward in the languages, and as next year we expect to travel upon the continent, I wish her to be well versed in French and German. There are no masters within easy reach of the Priory. And really, Miss Melfort, I desire that you should be amicably disposed toward every member of my family." "I assure you that I am so disposed, and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to be friendly with Miss Fennelsey. But allow me to say that it rests wholly with her to decide whether it shall be so or not. I bear her no ill will, and should she feel inclined to manifest regret for what happened this morning, with a promise to give me her respectful attention in the future, the readings can go on uninterrupted as before." The tone in which this was uttered plainly indicated that Pearle meant every word. Lady Fennelsey bit her lips with vexation. She had never had a governess before, whom a word from her would not subdue into abject submission. But she was also conscious that she had never had one so accomplished, for was she not saving hundreds of pounds that she had hitherto been obliged to pay out to masters for both music and languages? It was exceedingly mortifying, however, that she could not make Miss Melfort yield to her, and to realize that if she wished to retain her services, she would have to be the one to "strain a point." For a moment there was a struggle between pride and policy. But the latter triumphed, as it always does when the pocket is under consideration. "Very well," she said with great dignity. "I think you are quite obstinate, but I will consider the matter a while, and I hope it may be amicably adjusted. I will add in my own behalf, however, that I am deeply displeased with Camilla for her rudeness to you." And Pearle was dismissed, with the usual wave of my lady's fat hand. Miss Camilla could not be induced to offer any apology to the despised governess. "The idea that you should suggest such a thing, mamma!" she said disdainfully, and with an angry toss of her head, when Lady Fennelsey had urged upon her the propriety of doing so. "But you did shameful outrage to her feelings, and I desire you should make proper atonement," replied her mother. "Proper atonement! You mistake me vastly if you imagine I would stoop to apologize to your governess, that proud, haughty upstart. Camilla, I will not allow you to use such language in my presence," said Lady Fennelsey severely. "You can blame yourself for my dislike for her," retorted her dutiful daughter. "I have not liked her from the first, and I do not believe she is what she pretends to be at all." "Whom do you think she is?" "I don't know. But she is altogether too high and mighty to belong to the poor governess class. I should not be surprised if she belonged to some good family, and having fallen into disgrace had taken this way to hide herself," returned Camilla, coming nearer the truth than she dreamed. "I wish you would not be so suspicious of people," said her mother with a sigh. "Time often proves a great deal. Wait and see, if you are bound to keep her, only don't let her come in my way. I shall take no more lessons of her." "Do you intend to give up your French and German?" cried Lady Fennelsey in dismay. "No, I will have a master." "Ah, but that will be such an expense." "It will cost no more than it used to," retorted Camilla disrespectfully. "And if you do not want your handsome governess abused, keep her out of my way, that is all." And the proud heiress swept from the room, slamming the door in no gentle manner after her. Pearle did not regret Miss Fennelsey's decision. She had been a source of annoyance to her from the first, and it was a matter of great relief when she was informed that Miss Camilla would pursue her French and German under masters at the county town, about 3 miles distant. Franchita continued her lessons with Miss Melfort, striving by sedulous attention and respectful demeanor to atone as far as she was able for the cruel outrage Pearle had received from her sister, and all was peace and harmony in the school from that time. Little Amy, who lived with the porter and his kind-hearted wife, proved a source of great comfort to Pearle. Every day she went to her, or had her come to her own room at the Priory, where it was a delight to teach her the simple lessons she could learn. The child grew more beautiful and winning every day, and our sad-hearted heroine often found herself hoping that no friend would ever come to light to claim her; that if she must live out a long and lonely life, she might at least be spared this one little ray of sunshine to cheer her on her way. She never suspected how intimately the friendless waif was connected with her past life, nor how closely their future would be interwoven. She began to feel quite safe as the winter passed and spring began to open, for her life, though quiet and monotonous, was not unpleasant, and no signs of her enemy had come to startle or trouble her, and she began to look upon Dunbarton Priory as a permanent home for herself and little Amy. End of chapters 27 and 28. Chapter 29 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. The Two Friends. Leaving Pearle plodding along in her wearisome duties, we must turn our attention elsewhere for a little while. On that fatal wedding day, when it seemed to Richard Burnholm as if the brightness had all departed from the heavens, and the earth was but a dreary blank, he remained at Ashton Manor only long enough to see his enemy depart, and to become convinced that Pearle had indeed flown from him. Then he too left the place and returned to his desolate home. Desolate in spite of its beauty and luxury, for the bright presence which he had expected to bring to it he believed could never dwell there now. And there was a solemn stillness in every hall and room, as if death had been there and robbed them of all life. He sought his room and shut himself in from the sight of every human eye save that of his valet, and for nearly a week yielded to the misery and pain that almost crushed him. His trust in humanity was well nigh destroyed, for he had had unlimited confidence in the friend of his school days, and now to discover such cold-blooded treachery, such malice and vindictiveness, in one whom he had so trusted, was like removing some strong foundation from his life, while the loss of the fair girl whom he had literally worshipped well nigh dethroned his reason. The whole country was ringing with the scandal of the strange marriage and the flight of the newly made wife, and Richard, when at length he tried to face his desolate condition, felt that it would be impossible for him to remain longer at Linden Grange, where every article in the house had been arranged with some tender thought of his promised bride, and was now a continual reminder of his misery. I must go away somewhere and hide from it all. My Pearle has flown, she is lost to me forever, and I do not care what becomes of me now. Only let me go where I am not known. Where no sound of this dreadful thing can reach me, nor curious eyes gaze upon me with their pitiful stare, he cried one morning with a sort of despairing energy, when it seemed as if his aching heart must break beneath its weight of misery. Acting upon the impulse of the moment, he packed a few articles of wearing apparel in his portmanteau, and, without telling even his valet of his intention, took the first train for London that he could catch. Here for weeks he wandered hither and thither, fluctuating between his club and the hotel, growing more and more restless and unhappy, and more rebellious against the ruthless fate that had blasted all his hopes. At length he decided to go still farther away, and strive to lose himself in the excitement of visiting new scenes. Accordingly he returned to Linden Grange, shut up the house, dismissing all the servants save one to remain with the housekeeper and the gardener, then, turning his back on his beautiful home once more, became a wanderer for many months. But this did not ease his pain. Wherever he went, whatever he did, one fair, beautiful face haunted him continually. One sweet, loved voice forever rang in his ears, torturing him with that last mournful farewell which had nearly broken his heart. My love, for such you will be till I die. Good-bye forever. When he lay down to sleep at night he seemed to hear Pearle's despairing tones repeating it. It haunted his dreams, torturing all his sleeping hours. When he arose in the morning it greeted him like a knell for the dead, until his brain was nearly turned, and he was driven almost to the verge of insanity. He crossed the broad Atlantic and traversed America's strange shores. He wandered through the forests and enchanting regions of Maine, skimmed the Great Lakes and sailed the length of our great Father of Waters. He crossed the wide-stretching prairies, climbed the Rocky Mountains, lost himself among the wonders of the far-famed Yosemite, and lounged among the orange groves of Florida and the far Southwest. But all to no purpose. He could not forget. His aching heart constantly cried out with bitter longing, "Pearle, my fair lost Pearle, where are you? I must go back and find you. Let me break the hated bonds that bind you, and then I shall know something of peace once more." Thus a year passed, and wearied and worn with his restless wanderings, and with the ceaseless pain and struggle within, he at last returned to England, the faint hope animating him that Pearle might ere this have returned to her brother at Ashton Manor, and would, perhaps, now consent to a divorce if one could be obtained. It was a dismal rainy night when he reached London, but notwithstanding something of a comfortable home-like feeling pervaded his heart as he traversed the familiar streets, and realized that he was upon his native soil once more. He turned his face towards St. James's Square, longing to get once more within the friendly shelter of his club-room, and walking with a more elastic tread than had been his since leaving England. On suddenly turning a corner, someone ran against him with great force, which sent him spinning against the wall of a building and hurled the stranger to the ground. A deep groan escaped the latter as he struck the pavement, after which he lay silent and motionless, as if stunned by the force of the fall. Richard Burnholm almost immediately recovered himself, went to the stranger's assistance, and with much difficulty raised him to his feet. "Are you badly hurt?" he asked, as the man leaned heavily against him and groaned again. "My head feels strangely, and I fear my right ankle is either broken or badly sprained," was the reply in tones which sounded wonderfully familiar to Richard. But the fog was so dense, and the street lamp at such a distance, that he could not distinguish the man's features. "I will help you to that flight of steps, and then I will call a cab for you," he said, and supporting him to some steps in front of a house, he seated him there, and then went for a carriage with all possible speed. In less than 10 minutes he returned with a cab, and with the assistance of the driver, succeeded in getting the injured man into it, although every movement seemed to cause him excruciating pain. "If you will allow me, I will see you safely home, since I have been instrumental in causing the accident," Richard said, when he was seated and his leg propped upon the cushions. "Thanks, but I do not like to trouble you, oh," replied the stranger, suppressing a cry of pain. "It will be no trouble. Where shall I tell the man to drive?" Richard said, entering the cab, and determined to help the sufferer home. "Number Hyde Park Corner," was the reply, and Richard knew that this new acquaintance must belong to the higher class or the nobility to live in that quarter of the city. The ride was short, though a very painful one, to the injured man, and when they reached their destination, a couple of servants were called to assist in conveying him to his room. Richard was impressed with the evidences of wealth and luxury on every hand, as they entered the grand house, and when at last the stranger was laid upon his bed, the gas turned on full and strong, and he saw his face for the first time, a startling revelation was made to him. "By Jove, Sir Harold Cheswick! Do I find you here, in the very heart of London, after so many years?" he exclaimed in tones of astonishment and pleasure. Sir Harold smiled in spite of his pain, and opening his eyes, searched the eager surprised face bending over him. "Richard Burnholm!" he said, himself astonished, and holding out his hand cordially. "Surely," he added, "my accident has proved a blessing in disguise, since it has sent you to me. How are you, my boy?" "Not feeling as well as I should if I had not brought such misfortune to you," Richard answered ruefully. "Never mind, you are not to blame. Let me get this troublesome ankle attended to, and then I can take some comfort in looking at you. If you have nothing special on hand, stay with me to-night." Richard was only too glad to do as he was requested. Sir Harold was a dozen years older than himself, but he was nevertheless one of his truest friends. When a young man, and while Richard was in his teens, the baronet had rendered some valuable service to the boy's father, and thus an intimacy was established between the two families. Sir Harold visited at Burnholm Lodge a great deal after that, and notwithstanding the difference in their ages, a strong affection grew up between the two, for Richard was a manly little fellow, and very devoted to the handsome young baronet. It was many years since they had met, and it seemed a singular fate that had thus at last thrown them together again. A physician was called to examine the injured foot, who said that the ankle was dislocated, a matter which he hoped a fortnight or 3 weeks would mend, if nothing happened and he was careful. During this time Richard spent a portion of every day with his newly discovered friend, and their intimacy was thus renewed and strengthened. "What are you doing with yourself nowadays?" Sir Harold asked one day, after they had been talking over old times together. He had noticed the settled sadness about his friend, and wondered at it in one so young and with such bright prospects as he knew were his. "Nothing, save trying to kill time as rapidly as possible," Richard answered moodily. "How is this, Richard?" Sir Harold asked, searching his face. "Young men like you do not naturally become weary of life at your age. What is amiss with you, my friend?" "Everything. Life is a blank to me, and the sooner I live out my days and drop into oblivion, the better I shall be satisfied," was the reckless response. "Oblivion? Do you mean just that, Richard? Do you believe that oblivion comes with the end of life?" the baronet asked very gravely. "Do not you?" Richard returned evasively, and fearing that he had inadvertently touched upon a disagreeable subject. "No," Sir Harold replied, his face assuming an unwonted earnestness, and his eye lighting with some deep inward feeling as he added, "I used to be as skeptical as anyone regarding the future of man. I was willing to believe anything rather than the truth." "What do you mean by the truth?" Richard questioned, feeling some curiosity regarding his friend's religious views. "That God made us all responsible beings. He exacts a loving obedience and loyalty to His every law, for which He will reward every dutiful soul; and will, on the other hand, just as surely chastise disobedience and treason. There is no such thing as oblivion." "And do you believe that punishment will be eternal?" "Why not? If happiness is to be eternal for all who comply with God's requirements, why should not the reverse be true of those who scorn and neglect them? Every one contends that the holy cannot sin after death. How then can we expect the unholy to repent, when they disdained through life the same opportunities which others accepted? If the end of life fixes the state of one class for eternity, what right have we to believe that it will not also fix that of the other, since both have an equal chance to begin with?" "What did you formerly believe?" Richard asked as his friend paused. He had not been in the habit of arguing such close questions as these. He did not feel at all easy at the turn the conversation had taken, and so asked others to save committing himself by a direct reply. "I used to say to myself," Sir Harold continued, "I am not responsible for my birth. God created me arbitrarily. I am not, therefore, responsible for my future. I did not ask to exist. I would prefer not to have existed, to suffer all the trouble and sorrow that has come upon me during my life, but more than all, to be made answerable for the everlasting safety of my soul after it shall leave the body. I rebelled continually at such a tyrannical state of things. I tried to believe in annihilation, but reason revolted against the idea. I then tried to believe the universal doctrine. It is such a comfortable theory, that no matter how any one may live here, he may enjoy every pleasure, lawful or unlawful, commit any sin, take no thought regarding his manner of living, go to any extreme. He will come out all right in the end. He will eventually be saved and allowed to enter heaven and share in all the pleasures of the blessed. Again my reason told me that this would not be just; that those who had led a correct, self-denying, godly life on earth were entitled to a reward. If they had tried to comply with every divine requirement, they alone were fitted to share the bliss of heaven, which is the condition of obedience; while those who were undutiful and skeptical regarding all that is good and holy ought to pay the penalty of their folly. Good and evil are antagonistic principles even in this world, and they must of a necessity be so in the next. The good here have an inward consciousness that they stand acquitted before their Maker. The wicked are always in doubt and in a state of unrest and fear. They know that they are wrong; but they keep hoping that God, whom they should realize cannot change, will make an exception in their favor, and all will somehow be well with them at last. The good shun the wicked shun the good in this world, and so it is natural to expect it will be hereafter. There is a familiar saying that oil and water will not mix, nothing can assimilate them, and so it is with good and evil." "And what has tended to change all your views upon this subject?" asked Richard. "The life, precepts, and example of one of the sweetest and gentlest women on the earth. Shall I tell you how it came about, and something of my history during the past 14 or 16 years?" "If you please. That is, if it will not pain you to speak of it," Richard returned with a doubtful look, as he noted the shadow that had fallen on his friend's face as he mentioned the past. "It is a painful subject in some respects, but I would like you to know something of what my life has been," Sir Harold began reflectively. "You know," he continued, "that after my marriage I lived abroad most of the time. For years we resided in Paris. My wife being of French descent, and her family living there, she preferred to remain there also. She was exceedingly fond of society, and imagined that it had many claims upon her. I would not cast any reflection upon the dead," the baronet said with a heavy sigh, "for I believed my wife loved me, and was faithful to her family, perhaps as it was possible for her to be under the circumstances. But, Richard, if you ever marry, do not choose a fashionable woman, for there can be no true domestic happiness where a wife is absorbed in pleasure and interest outside her own home. A little daughter was given me during the first year of my married life, and I grew to idolize her, and strove in so far as I was able to bring her up according to my ideas of what a woman should be. She was a bright and lovely child until she was 9 years of age, when a dreadful disease fastened upon her. She lay terribly ill for many months, and when she began to recover, she was a hopeless cripple, while her disposition had become so warped and perverted it was perfect torture to live with her. This trial so wore upon my wife that her own health failed, and although every effort was made to save her, consumption did its deadly work, and she died. Thinking that a change might be beneficial to my child, I then returned to London, where I have remained ever since. I longed for my native country, though my many trials and every added year of my life were fast making a misanthrope of me, and tending to make me more and more skeptical regarding an all-wise ruler and the chief end of man. This state of mind continued until about a year ago, when I advertised, for the 40th time, I should think, for a companion for Grace. We could keep no one long, for the child had the temper of a fury, and few were willing to be subject to it, even for the liberal salary that I offered. My advertisement was answered almost immediately by a young lady with the saddest though sweetest face I ever saw in my life. She was a lady, too, in every sense of the word. I saw it at a glance, but with some heart-breaking trial to bear. "Her name, what was her name?" Richard Burnholm demanded suddenly, and interrupting his friend. "A young and lovely lady, one who had some great sorrow to bear, had come there about a year ago. That was about the time of the fatal marriage and Pearl's flight. She was young and lovely and nearly heartbroken. Perhaps he had at last found a clue to her hiding place. Miss Melfort was the name upon the card which she gave me. Margaret Melfort." "But why are you so eager to know?" Sir Harold queried, giving the young man a searching glance. "Never mind. I am deeply interested in your story. Go on," Richard returned, leaning back in his chair with a disappointed sigh, for there was no familiar sound in the name of Melfort, and there were hundreds of Margarets in the world. "Well, this girl came into my household like some angel of mercy. From the first there appeared to be an almost magnetic power about her, that subdued the evil spirit in my child, and before she had been in her presence 24 hours she had completely won her heart, and secured her respectful attention to her wishes. It was something marvelous. Day by day I watched her with anxiety, fearing that such a blessed state of things could not last. But she was ever the same, sweet, gentle, patient, but ruling with a firm, wise hand. Of course I grew deeply interested in her. She won first my gratitude, and then my love, until my heart bowed before her, as it never yet had bowed to a woman. And 6 months after she entered my family, I asked her to become my wife, and a mother to the child she had so transformed. Imagine my astonishment and bitter disappointment when she told me my case was hopeless, that she was already a wife and her husband living." "Already a wife," repeated Richard, with white lips, his very blood seeming to stagnate the words. Something began to impress him that Margaret Melfort might after all be Margaret somebody else. "Yes," pursued Sir Harold, "and the wife of the vilest wretch on earth from whom she had fled, and was hiding." Richard half suppressed a groan at this. "What did you say, Richard?" his friend asked, turning to get a better view of his face, but it was turned toward the window and he could not see its expression. "Nothing. Go on," he said, trying to speak naturally. "There is but little more to tell," the other resumed. "Of course I knew at once that I must relinquish every thought of what I had hoped and desired, though it was one of the greatest trials I had ever had to bear. She wished to go away at once, but that I could not consent to under any circumstances, and I finally persuaded her to remain. Very soon after this Grace sickened again, and the physician told me at once that I must entertain no hope of her recovery. I need not tell you that the world looked very dark before me again, that I was ready to curse God and die also. Much of my time was necessarily spent in the sick room, and there I began to realize for the first time what life meant, and the responsibility resting upon every soul which God has created. The teachings that there fell from the lips of that wonderful woman as she led my child, step by step, from earth to heaven, will never fade from my memory. Her faith, her love, her gentleness and goodness, together with her invariable patience, are like green spots in the desert of my life. Through her I began to believe in a hereafter, and one that must be either all purity and blessedness, or dark and full of remorse. And when at length my Grace fell asleep, knowing that it was the last of earth for her, and believing that she would awake in a world where there would be no more pain or suffering, the veil of skepticism was torn from my eyes forever. I there learned what I owed to the one who had created me, and as I stood over my dead one, I vowed that the future should not be like the sinful, aimless past. I grieved for myself, not for the suffering, crippled child whom God had taken, for I knew it was better for her; and Miss Melford, with a sympathy and gentleness that I can never forget, pointed out a future to me that could not be all darkness, no matter what befell me. Every bright and beautiful thing has been taken from my life, and I have only a broken and almost worthless future to give to a better service," I said, as we stood looking our last upon my little daughter, and she had been urging me to accept the faith in which she had died. "My friend," she said, holding out her fair hand with sisterly frankness, "I know there has been much to apparently blight your life, but did you ever take flowers that were faded and place them in scalding water, first clipping their stems? It would seem," she went on, without waiting for me to reply, "a very harsh, almost fatal way to treat them, but the result is wonderful. They will almost immediately revive, and brighten into nearly their former beauty. So I have come to feel that out of trials that seem as if they must crush us to the earth, we can rise through God's love and help into a purer and better life than we have ever known. Sir Harold," she continued with crimson cheeks and drooping eyes, "my own life was blighted, my heart broken less than a year ago, but I was led to kiss the rod that smote me. And now, even though the future promises to be but an existence of loneliness and toil and isolation from kindred and friends, yet I feel that my life will be better, purer, and more acceptable in the end than it would have been if I had never known a sorrow." She went away almost immediately, but this was the way, Richard, that I was led from rankest skepticism and rebellion against my Creator to accept the truth and become, I hope, an obedient child. "Pearl! Oh, my lost Pearl!" groaned Richard Burnholm with a sob that shook his manly frame to its center. He knew well enough from those last words of his friend, regarding her life of toil and loneliness and isolation from kindred and friends, that he had been speaking of his lost bride, that she had been the angel of mercy who had brought peace to that stricken house. End of chapter 29. Chapters 30 and 31 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 30. A fruitless quest. Of whom are you speaking, Richard? What deep sorrow is preying upon your heart? Sir Harold asked, much surprised at his companion's despairing cry. Richard did not reply, The recital to which he had just listened, the thought that Pearle, his lost darling, had been there, in that very house, perhaps in that very room, brought back all his wretchedness so forcibly that he was nearly unmanned. "Trust an old friend, my boy, and unburden yourself to me," Sir Harold continued kindly. "I have noticed from the first that you were unhappy from some cause or other. Tell me what troubles you." "Where is she now, my Pearle? This sweet woman of whom you have been telling me?" Richard asked brokenly, and turning his haggard face toward his companion. "Your Pearle? I do not understand you," Sir Harold said with some surprise. "Yes, she was mine. She is mine now, at heart. I know well enough that this woman of whom you have been telling me is the same one who was to have been my wife, but was snatched from me at the very moment that I was to crown my happiness. Where is she now? Tell me. I must find her," Richard cried wildly. "Richard, man, you are surely crazy. Whatever your trouble may have been, you must be mistaken in this. Miss Melford could have been nothing to you, for she told me with her own lips that she was already a wife, and had fled from an unworthy husband," Sir Harold said, beginning to think the young man's sorrow had affected his brain. "I know it is all true. But listen, and I will relate to you a tale of such treachery as you have never dreamed of," he replied, sitting suddenly erect and bracing himself for the task. He then told him all the story of his school days, of the friendship he had formed there, of his return to his home, his meeting with Pearle, their engagement, their anticipated marriage, and the treason that had at the last moment robbed him of his bride. He told him all, withholding nothing save the name of the man who had betrayed him, and the face of his friend grew grave and sad with sympathy as he listened. "Do you wonder," he said bitterly in conclusion, "that I am miserable and restless? Do you wonder that life seems a burden, or that I should desire something, anything, to steep my senses in forgetfulness and ease my pain?" "You have indeed been most severely tried," Sir Harold said sympathetically, "and I am amazed at what you have told me. Can it be possible that Margaret Melford, as she called herself, and your Pearle are one and the same? It must be so, for your description of her is exact, except that the brilliant beauty of which you speak has been toned down by sorrow into a pale loveliness that is indescribable." "Do you know where she is now?" Richard asked again. "No. She went to reside with a family a few miles out of town when she left me, and I have neither seen nor heard anything of her since. More than a month ago I sent her some fruit and flowers from my own hothouse, but the man returned with them, saying the house where they had lived was empty, so I suppose the family must have moved to some other place," returned the baronet. "I must find her, I must see her, if only for once more, or I shall go mad with this suspense," Richard cried excitedly. "My dear friend," said his companion pityingly, "I fear you are very unwise in this matter. If you should succeed in finding her, what possible good would it do either of you? Would not such an event be disastrous to her peace of mind, and cause you more suffering than you experience now? Let us look at the facts just as they are. She was legally wedded to that villain, and while he lives she can never be anything to you; for, unless I mistake her character very much, she could never be persuaded to consent to have that contract nullified, even if a petition for such a thing were successful. No, she went to the altar apparently of her own free will, and tacitly assented to those vows, and I do not believe that she would seek her own happiness at the expense of what she feels to be morally right." "There was nothing morally right about it from beginning to end," Richard cried, much excited. "No, not as you look at it, knowing all the circumstances. But the fact exists, notwithstanding. She is his wife, and must remain such while he lives. For I do not believe a divorce would ever be granted upon the conflicting evidence that would be brought to bear upon the case. Take my advice, Richard. Do not seek her. She evidently desires to remain in obscurity, or she would have returned to her brother before this. And believe me, the best balm for her own sore heart will be found in the good that she will surely accomplish wherever she may go. But what can I do? My life is utterly wrecked. If I could but find her, Look once more in her face, hear her speak, and then die at her feet, it would be bliss compared to what I endure every day of my life now," groaned the unhappy lover. "You must go to work, Richard. You must have some object in life. You have spent a whole year in aimless wandering and brooding over your troubles, and it has brought you nothing but misery. Emulate the example of the fair girl whom you profess to love. If she, a frail woman, could rise above her grief, which surely must have been as hard for her to bear as for you, ought you not also strive to conquer a passion so hopeless?" Richard made a gesture of pain and impatience at these words. "Nay, bear with me, my boy," returned his friend gently. Then he added with a shadow on his handsome face, "I know something of what you suffer, for remember that we both have loved the same woman. But I have put that feeling entirely aside. It was one of the 'thou shalt not haves' for me, and so I surrendered that when I surrendered my will to a higher authority. But, Richard, I cannot bear to see you wasting your life in useless repinings. I could not be more sorry for you if you were my own brother; and could I give you happiness, even to the restoring of your lost bride, I would gladly do it. You have said that you have nothing to do but to kill time as rapidly as possible. Now I have a proposal to make to you." Richard sat up and looked at his friend with some interest at this. Sir Harold's calm, common-sense reasoning had done much toward restoring his self-control, while his allusion to his own hopeless attachment for Pearle and his manly surrender of it made Richard ashamed of his own weakness. "I have a mission to perform," the baronet continued, encouraged to see that he had gained his attention. "It is quite a disagreeable one, too, since it is involved in something of mystery, and I am going to ask your assistance in the matter." "I shall be very glad to give it. To help you in any way will give me pleasure, if anything will," Richard returned with a sigh, but his tone was not quite as hopeless as when he had last spoken. "Well, then, I shall take you at your word," the baronet replied, smiling. "I have a long journey before me, and I expect a trying search also. I am going to ask you to accompany me, to help while away the time, and to give me the benefit of your advice. But that you may understand what I have before me, I shall be obliged to relate a little family history to you. As I told you before, my wife was French. She was the only child of one of 3 brothers of the name of Renaud. One of these brothers married and settled upon the homestead near Châlons. Another went to seek his fortune in Australia, while the third, my wife's father, located in Paris, where he was very successful in business, and becoming interested in politics, at length grew to be quite a prominent statesman. When I married his daughter he settled a handsome dowry upon her, which would of course have fallen to Grace had she lived. The last dozen years of his life Monsieur Renaud spent with us, and died only a few months after my wife, for whom he mourned continually. He left a will dividing his property equally between his 2 brothers if they should be living, or among their heirs if they should be dead. He had heard nothing from either of them for a long time, and owing to the state of his health, he was not able to visit the homestead as he longed to do, to ascertain how they were getting on in the world. He made me the executor of his will, and in case no heirs can be found, the property is to revert to me. I do not need it. I do not want it. In fact, I have plenty of my own to look after as it is, and I sincerely hope I may be able to find some one to inherit it. I have been to France once to search for the heirs. I visited the old homestead near Châlons, but it was closed and deserted, and I could find no one who could tell me whither the family had gone. I learned that the master had died a year or so previous, and soon after the long-absent brother had returned from Australia, independently rich, and he also soon afterward died of smallpox. 2 months later the family had disappeared, leaving no clue to their intended destination. I should have pursued my search further, but business of my own and a reluctance to leave Grace long at a time called me home. Since then I have had trouble and anxieties enough to keep me here. I have written several times making inquiries, and advertised in a number of papers for information regarding the missing ones, but all to no purpose. Now, however, having no domestic cares to keep me, I feel it my duty to institute a prolonged search, which I shall not abandon until I discover something definite. I need not tell you that I dread the unpromising task. It will doubtless be a long and weary one." "Will you go with me to break the monotony?" Sir Harold asked somewhat eagerly in conclusion. "Gladly. It will be something to do, something to think about beside myself," Richard returned, considerably animated; while neither gentleman had a suspicion of the strange things which their journey was to reveal to them. At the end of 4 weeks from the time of his accident, Sir Harold's physician said it would be safe for him to travel; and accordingly, accompanied by his friend, he at once proceeded to Chalons, which he had resolved to make his starting point in the search. A week was occupied in reaching the city, where, after resting a day or two, they procured a carriage, and drove out to what had once been a fine estate, but which, evidently for the want of funds, had long been neglected and unimproved. The old manor house was still closed, and it was only after repeated attempts and a prolonged search that the travellers found anyone who knew aught of the family. In a little cottage on the edge of the forest belonging to the estate, they finally stumbled upon an old man living alone, and Sir Harold began to have some hope that at last he might be able to learn something of the family. The man said he had once been a servant in the family, and he appeared to take their fallen fortunes greatly to heart. "Ah, monsieur," he said sadly, "the fates were all against us. A curse is on the race. The land, so beautiful once, has all run out. The last of the Renauds is gone. Ah me, that I should live to see it." "Do you know what has become of Monsieur Renaud's widow, and were there any children?" Sir Harold at last succeeded in asking, after a third attempt to gain the garrulous old man's attention. "No, monsieur. After Master and Monsieur Alec died, no one was left but the mistress and Mademoiselle Alice, and they seemed like to die with grief and the other trouble that had come to them, and one night they went away, and no one ever knew where they went." "And who was Mademoiselle Alice? A daughter?" demanded Sir Harold. "Ay, monsieur." "And what was the other trouble that you referred to?" "Alack! It was such as no man of pride could well bear. She ran away with a strange gallant, and came back after a year with La Petite in her arms," the old man said, shaking his head and wiping away a tear. "Ah!" said Sir Harold, with a grave and troubled face. "Ay, monsieur. And the trouble killed the proud master. He never looked up after it. The neighbors jeered and held aloof, because Mademoiselle had been proud, too, and high-headed, and it seemed a good bone for them to suck, that grief should come to her. The master died before she came back. She did not even get to the funeral, but she stayed with the mistress after that, and the two clung together in their troubles. In a little while, Monsieur Alec came back from Australia. He was rich. He said he would restore the farm. The mistress and Mademoiselle began to look cheerful and take heart once more. But the uncle sickened and died with smallpox. He made a will, and Mademoiselle Alice was an heiress in spite of her shame, and people began to fawn and take notice once more of her. But she scorned them all. She grieved ever, and grew so restless and unhappy living here, that the mistress at last gave up to her, and they went away. They gave me money, but did not tell me they were going. I woke one day and found them gone. I live here alone. I can tell no more," and the old man sighed heavily. "But did they not leave the place in care of some one?" asked his interlocutor. "I cannot tell. Nobody comes here. I see no one. Perhaps the curé may know." This was not much more aside from the revelation of Alice's shame than Sir Harold had learned upon his previous visit, and he began to fear he would never discover anything more satisfactory. He was considerably mortified upon learning the story of wrong and shame connected with the only living heir of the Renauds; and it was with less enthusiasm than he had ever experienced that he sought the curé of the parish to see if any further information could be gained. Sir Harold had not thought of the curé when he was there before, and as he was an old resident he might have considerable to tell, he reasoned. The good man received his visitors courteously, and listened with great apparent interest while Sir Harold made known his errand. There has been deep trouble in that family, and there seems to be something of a mystery connected with it also," he said in reply to the baronet. "It is even as the servant has already told you, and nearly every one in the parish believes in the story of shame. Some 5 or 6 years ago, yes, fully 6 it must be, there came a stranger into this neighborhood. He was out of health, he said, and had come here to spend his vacation and recruit. He was not long in making the acquaintance of the beautiful Alice Renaud, who was accounted the loveliest girl in all the parish, though somewhat haughty and proud. She was often seen walking with this stranger, and people began to fear that all was not right, and warned her against him, for try as they would, they could not discover who he was. Soon after, they both disappeared, and nothing was heard from them for more than a year. Her father took the sad event greatly to heart. He drooped and died in less than 12 months from the time of his daughter's flight. A few months afterward, Alice as suddenly reappeared, bringing a beautiful, fair-haired, blue-eyed babe in her arms. I visited her and tried to comfort her, for she was nearly heartbroken upon learning of her father's death, and that it was her conduct that had killed him. There seemed some deeper sorrow on her mind, too, but she was very reticent regarding her life during her absence, though when I questioned her, she declared that she was a lawful wife, and showed me her wedding ring, although she could produce no certificate of her marriage. She shunned all society, and never appeared to notice the slights and jeers of her former associates. But one day I called at their home. It was deserted. They had gone, and no one knew anything about their departure. This is all that anyone knows of them, and the event seems to be surrounded with mystery. I am told that their circumstances pecuniarily were much improved during the last of their residence here," Sir Harold remarked, when the curé had concluded his story. "Yes, monsieur. The long absent brother of Monsieur Renaud returned just after Miss Alice came back. He had acquired a handsome property, and proposed to do great things for the old place. But he also shortly died, and left all his fortune to the poor girl who had suffered so much, and of whom he appeared to be very fond." "That knowledge is a great relief to my mind," answered Sir Harold, "for wherever the family may be, they doubtless have plenty of means, but I am deeply grieved to learn of the shadow that has fallen upon that young girl." "It is a great misfortune, monsieur, for they were always very much respected before, and their daughter considered one of the brightest ornaments society had, notwithstanding that their means were limited," replied the curé sadly. Sir Harold and Richard took their departure, feeling as if their errand had been almost fruitless, and deeply disappointed that they could learn no more. "My search is cut short sooner than I expected, for I know not which way to turn now," the baronet said to Richard after leaving the curé. "I see nothing for you to do but to give up for the present, and advertise largely, trusting to circumstances to reveal the hiding place of those you seek. It is evident that wherever they are, they do not wish their place of residence to be known," Richard returned. "Do you feel in the mood for travel?" his friend asked, after a thoughtful silence. "Yes. Anything to pass the time," was the indifferent response. "Then what say you to a trip to Strasbourg? We are on the direct route, and we might spend a few days there both profitably and pleasantly." "Very well. Then to Strasbourg we will go." They repaired to the station, purchased their tickets, and were soon flying along the railway toward that ancient and noted city, and the surprising developments awaiting them. Thus helpless man, in ignorance sedate, rolls unconscious down the torrent of his fate. 31. The Marriage Record. They had taken an express train, and hoped to reach Strasbourg some time during the night. All went well until they reached Bar-le-Duc, where they learned that a freight train had run off the track a few miles beyond, and this event would occasion several hours' delay. "This is exceedingly uncomfortable, for if there is one thing I dislike more than any other it is waiting at a railway station," Sir Harold said as he paced impatiently up and down the platform. Not long after, the inward bound express came thundering up to the station, bringing the not very encouraging intelligence that the work on the wreck was progressing but slowly. A few passengers alighted, and then the train moved on again. One of the few who left the cars was a young and fine-looking man, the sight of whom caused Richard Burnholm to start forward with an exclamation of surprise and pleasure. The stranger was of medium height, of a rich dark complexion, and resembled him in both face and figure, and appeared to be near the same age. "Eugene, old fellow, how under the sun did you ever get here?" he demanded, clapping the newcomer upon his shoulder. The young man started and turned quickly. "Richard!" he cried, as greatly astonished as the other, while his white face lighted with pleasure as he shook him heartily by the hand. "How did I get here?" he went on, laughing. "By the Paris express, as you must have seen. But what are you doing in Bar-le-Duc?" "Waiting for the train to go on to Strasbourg. The accident beyond is detaining us. But I thought you were in Rome." "And so I was, a fortnight ago. But I have good news for you, Richie boy. I have received an appointment at home, which will set me up wonderfully, and I shall no longer need to trespass upon your kindness." "Don't mention it, Eugene," Richard interrupted, with an uneasy glance at Sir Harold, who was standing near, and turning he immediately introduced him. After explaining a little more fully the cause of their detention, Eugene Burnholm, for the stranger proved to be a cousin of Richard's, claimed their companionship. "I have a little matter of business to attend to here," he said, "after which we will look about the place. Bar-le-Duc has a number of attractions for pleasure seekers." "When were you over here before?" Richard asked in surprise. "About 4 years ago," the young man returned, his face growing instantly grave, almost sad. "Come," he added, linking his arm familiarly within that of his cousin, "I am now going to a pretty little church that I know you will like to see." Thus those three men turned and walked down the street, never suspecting what great events were hinged upon that apparently accidental meeting of the two cousins. Eugene Burnholm led them toward the town, which is situated upon a hill at some distance from the station. At the foot of this hill there stands an ancient little church, densely overgrown with moss, ivy, and lichens, and seeming like some venerable patriarch beside the more modern dwellings which cluster around it. "This church is very old, and was built long before the newer portion of the town on the hill was thought of," Eugene explained, as they entered its wide open door. He then sought the sexton, and asked permission to look at the church records. It was, of course, granted. The books were brought, and appearing to know just where to look for what he wanted, Eugene turned to a page, and copied into a little book that he had with him, the record of a marriage in which his own name figured. "Ah, I see," Richard said, smiling, as he comprehended what he was about. "Was it in Bar-le-Duc that event occurred?" "Yes, and I promised a certain little woman that when I returned I would bring a copy of the transaction with me. The original, the one that should have been hers, was lost or forgotten or something," Eugene replied, the shadow again on his face. Then drawing his cousin a little one side, he began to ply him with eager questions, while Sir Harold stood by the table listlessly turning the pages of the book he had just left. Strange that he should have turned backward instead of forward. And as he thought of it afterward, all the events of that day were passing strange. That he should have proposed going to Strasbourg; that they should have been detained at Bar-le-Duc; that Eugene Burnholm should have been returning to his native land just at this time, after 3 years of exile, and meeting them there should have led them to that little church at the foot of the hill, it was almost marvelous. But the finger of fate, the hand of Providence rather, led them there, and so he found that strange record as he stood by the table in the vestry, and carelessly turned the leaves of the church books, while the cousins conversed of personal matters a few steps away. Some one coming in at the door arrested his hand, or he would have turned that last leaf also, and never seen those names written there. He glanced up, the leaf slipped from his fingers, His hand dropped upon the page just below the fourth line from the top. It was the curé who came in, and who, with a courteous bow to the strangers, passed on into the church to speak to the sexton. Involuntarily Sir Harold's eyes fell again upon the page, and a shock like that caused by an electric battery shot through every fibre of his being, for there, right before him, written in clear but delicate characters, was the name of Alice Marie Renaud, while just above it, in a bold hand, was the name of another person, a man of whom he had heard, but never seen. A startled cry escaped him, and he bent closer to read the record of a marriage that had occurred 6 years previous. His cry attracted the attention of Richard Burnholm, and he at once approached him. "Have you also found something interesting there?" he asked. For reply the baronet pointed to the record he had just read. Richard's quick eye dropped upon the page. One glance was sufficient. He dropped into a chair standing near, his strength all gone, every vestige of colour forsaking his face and even his lips. "Merciful Heaven!" he cried. "Can it be true? Do you know what it means?" And he shook like a reed. Sir Harold thought his emotion greater than the occasion demanded, but he replied thoughtfully and very gravely, "Yes. Instead of shame and dishonour for the girl whom I have been seeking, it means a name and a place in the world worthy of her father's daughter, and I swear she shall have it, if I can find the man who wrote his name there above hers," he concluded sternly. "Give me the book. Let me look again. I may not have read those names aright. And oh, it would be too cruel to be deceived in this thing," Richard said almost wildly, as he seized the church record and drew it toward him again. Again he read the names that he had seen before, and then dropped his head upon the book, feeling weak as a little child, and nearer a state of unconsciousness than he had ever been in his life before. "What ails you, Richard? Why should that record affect you thus?" demanded Sir Harold, regarding him wonderingly. He put his hand out as if the words had jarred upon him. "Leave me alone for a few minutes, please. I am too completely upset to tell you anything now," he murmured, and respecting his request, but greatly surprised, Sir Harold went to seek the curé to question him about that marriage that had occurred 6 years before. Yes, the good old man remembered the event perfectly. He never forgot a face that he had once seen, and he always noticed particularly those whom he married. "Alice Marie Renaud," he said, "was a delicate-looking girl, with hazel eyes and soft chestnut hair; while the man she had married was light, with cold, glittering eyes of a peculiar colour, and a sinister smile about his thin lips. He was deeply grieved to hear such a sad tale of them, for the young girl had appeared devotedly attached to her lover," the curé resumed, after Sir Harold had related something of the circumstances that had transpired since. "But," he went on, "they had been legally married, and he would give him a writing to certify the fact." This he did, and Sir Harold felt well repaid for the disappointment and annoyance that he had experienced at being detained at Bar-le-Duc by accident. Even should he never find Alice, he would yet have the satisfaction of being instrumental in removing the stigma from her name, and it should be his first duty to write to the curé of the little parish near Chalons, informing him of his discovery, and asking him to right the wrong that had been done the girl in the eyes of the public. He went back to Richard after learning this, and found him also copying the record, but with a hand that trembled so, that one would scarcely recognize his handwriting. A fierce lurid light was gleaming in his eyes, and his lips were so set as with some iron resolution, though his face was still deathly white. "Are you ill, my boy?" his friend asked, startled by his haggard look. "I believe so. I don't know. Let us go home," he said, passing his hand wearily across his brow and staggering to his feet. "What has happened to disturb you so? Why should you talk of going home? I thought we were to go to Strasbourg," Sir Harold said, beginning to feel alarmed at both his looks and words. Eugene came up at this moment, and Richard made a sign to the baronet to say nothing more; but his cousin also exclaimed at seeing him. "Are you ill, Richard?" "Yes, I believe I am, nearly. I feel as if I had been stunned. Let us get out of this place. I cannot breathe here." he returned impatiently, and turning he walked quickly from the place, followed by his two companions. Instead of proceeding up the hill to take a glance at the town, as they had proposed doing, he strode briskly back toward the station, outstripping the others considerably, and when they reached the place they found him purchasing a ticket back to Paris. "What does this mean, Richard? Are you not going to Strasbourg?" Eugene Burnholm asked in surprise. "No, I have changed my mind. I must go back to England once more," he said excitedly, and turning to the agent he asked how soon the train was due. "In 10 minutes," was the welcome response. Sir Harold regarded his young friend in perplexity. Something evidently terrible had upset him, and doubtless he would confide in him when the proper time arrived, so he conducted himself accordingly. "If that is the case," he said, "I think we shall all go together, for of course I care nothing for the trip to Strasbourg alone." And he too purchased a ticket for Paris. 10 minutes later they were speeding back over the way they had but just come. End of chapters 30 and 31. Chapters 32 and 33 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 32. A sudden shock. The 3 months following the disturbance in the schoolroom at Dunbarton Priory passed quietly and even pleasantly. The lines of care and anxiety that had been occasioned by Miss Camilla's insolence and ill-treatment faded out of Pearl's face after that young lady's withdrawal. She had no more headaches or heartaches from that cause, and not unfrequently her sweet clear laugh was heard ringing out at some comical prank of her pupils. The children continued to improve rapidly, and grew to love their beautiful governess more and more. Franchita also was very kind to her, and made such progress in her French and German that she became an object of envy to her sister, who was not nearly as successful under her masters, and this of itself increased her dislike of Pearl. "I hate her," she often said after coming in contact with her, and so allowed no opportunity to pass to show her scorn and ill will. Meantime, Ambrose, the young heir, had returned to his home, and his cautious mother, warned by her suspicious daughter, banished the governess entirely from her drawing-room, and exerted all her powers to prevent her darling son from coming in contact with the strangely beautiful girl. And strangely beautiful she was growing, too. It might have been the result of the quiet, peaceful life she was leading. It might have been the pure country air and living, but a great change was visible in Pearl. She was gaining in flesh, and her form grew plump and beautifully developed. Her cheeks, which at first had been hollow and very pale, became round and full, and tinted with a lovely color. Her eyes were gradually losing their anxious, hunted expression, and beginning to light up with some of their former brilliancy and sparkle. The sad, drooping lines about her mouth were fading out. Her lips were a deep rich scarlet, while smiles were no longer strangers to them. There were sad hours and dark days for her, but despair and rebellion had been driven forever from their throne in her heart, and they were not so frequent as they had been. Her trust in an infinite wisdom was strong and steady. She knew there was some purpose in all this discipline, even though she might be obliged to walk in the dark for years without discovering what it was. Whenever she grew sad and disheartened, she always sought Amy, and the little fairy with her innocent, gleeful prattle would always drive her gloom away. Her love for the child strengthened every day, for she was a winsome, affectionate elf, and clung to her kind protectress with a fondness almost amounting to reverence that was remarkable in one so young. It almost seemed as if she realized that Pearl had saved her from being thrown upon the cold charity of the world, and something of the obligation she owed her. "Dear Auntie, the best auntie that ever was. Amy loves you 1,000 hearts full," she would say in her loving moments, while she caressed Pearl's soft cheek with her fairy fingers, and nestled her bright head against her shoulder. She dearly loved to build air castles and plan the great things she would do when she was grown. "When Amy is a lady," she would preface her stories, spreading out her skirts to their utmost extent, and raising herself upon the tips of her toes, as if to hasten the much-wished-for day, "she will have such a fine, fine house, and Auntie shall have the very biggest and prettiest room in it.
She shall always wear a velvet dress, too, like Lady Fennelcy's, and beautiful shining things in her ears, and on her fingers, and nobody shall ever make her cry or look sorry then."
"How are you going to manage all this?" Pearle would ask, much amused with her plans.
"Oh, it will come, somehow," she answered, wrinkling up her forehead and assuming a reflective look, and Pearle, though she knew it was only childish prattle and nonsense, was nevertheless infinitely comforted and soothed by it. "If I have lost all that once made life so beautiful, I can never be very miserable when I have such a darling to love me," she would say; and, grateful for this morsel, she fulfilled her duties faithfully and patiently, striving to mark each day with some good deed done. The spring melted into summer. The hot days came on, and Lady Fennelsey began to talk of a trip to the cool, breezy hills of Scotland. She owned a small villa among the Pentland Hills, not far from Edinburgh, where the family were in the habit of spending a few weeks of every year. Accordingly, the 1st of July found them settled in the midst of such a scene of enchantment as Pearle had never seen before. Lord Ambrose accompanied them at his mother's request, though previous to this it had not been easy to persuade him; his excuse being that "those quarrelsome children annoyed him so." But in spite of his mother's precautions he had met Pearle several times, and he had secretly resolved to meet her many times more. Lady Fennelsey had been unusually gracious to her governess of late. She could well afford to be gracious to any one who had succeeded in making such models of her heretofore unmanageable children, and she had kindly told her that Amy might make one of their party to the mountains, if she would allow her to share her room. This the devoted girl was only too glad to do, and she grew positively radiant as she watched the child's delight during their journey to the Pentland Hills. While here the children were only required to learn half lessons, and this merely to prevent their being idle and keep them in order. Amy was now admitted to the schoolroom, and she did not show herself the least intelligent of the trio by any means. Miss Franchita, being older and more demure, was excused from duty entirely during this vacation. One morning Lady Fennelsey informed the children that they were to have a holiday and a picnic in a grassy knoll on one of the hills near by, from which there was a beautiful view of Edinburgh and the surrounding country. Miss Melfort and a servant were to accompany them; the former to keep them in order, the latter to convey camp chairs, a hamper of good things, and to protect and wait upon them; while her ladyship partly promised that if she felt equal to the effort, she and the Misses Fennelsey would join them during the afternoon and return with them. Could her ladyship have known that her idolized son contemplated making one of their number also, she would not have settled herself for a quiet day with a new novel with quite so much satisfaction as she did. Lord Ambrose had taken his gun, and, accompanied by his dogs, had set out early in the morning, ostensibly to hunt, but in reality he had a sly project in his head, and was determined to be upon the ground before the picnickers should arrive. The little company were in high spirits, and Pearle, under the influence of the bracing air and the freedom from care and restraint, found herself feeling very light-hearted, and every now and then breaking forth into some sweet carol as she climbed the woodland path. On reaching their destination, the children cried out with delight, for it almost seemed as if some good fairy, aware of their anticipated pleasure, had been there before them, and especially prepared for their coming. In the centre of the knoll there had risen, as if by magic, a spacious booth or arbor made of young saplings cut down, their trunks sharpened and driven into the earth, while their tops were brought together and twined in the centre. Quantities of trailing vines and woodland flowers decorated this picturesque arrangement, while it was literally thatched with the loveliest full-blown Scotch heather. "What a charming arbor!" exclaimed Pearle, participating in the children's delight. "I wonder what good fairy has done this?" The "good fairy" suddenly made his appearance in the form of a broad-shouldered, stalwart young man, with a very red face, and clothing considerably the worse for its rough contact with bushes and briars. "Ambrose! Brother Ambrose!" shouted Fred and Clara simultaneously. Doffing his hat, and revealing a brow covered with perspiration, the young man made a bow to Pearle, while he said with a mixture of amusement and humility, "The fairy was too clumsy to vanish into thin air upon hearing your voices, even if he had not been caught in the thicket, and for the moment unable to release himself. However, I hope my humble efforts will be appreciated." "It is very lovely, really quite artistic, my lord," Pearle said demurely, while he watched the color which his unexpected appearance had occasioned come and go on her cheek. "It is perfectly beautiful, and it will be so delightful to eat our lunch in," said Clara, with a very bright face. "My reward is ample," said her brother, patting her cheek. "And now," with an appealing glance at Pearle, "my agency in this matter having been discovered, and being also one of the children, I do not see but that I may be permitted to claim my share of the holiday sport." "Oh, do, do!" the children cried, dancing about him for joy, and delighted to find that their stately brother could descend from his dignity and feel an interest in their pleasures. But the fair governess looked grave. She knew that Lady Fennelcy would not approve of this arrangement; nay, that she would undoubtedly be very angry if she knew that the heir of Dunbarton Priory was spending the day and making merry with a poor governess. But what could she do under the circumstances? The young man evidently intended to remain, and it would be entirely out of her province to interfere in any way. "I will not fret," she said to herself, after a moment of thought. "I could in no way have either foreseen or prevented such an event. If his lordship desires to give his brother and sister pleasure, there is no reason that I know of why he should not do so. I will cast care to the winds to day, and take the good the gods provide, as if I too were a child once more." With this conclusion arrived at, she resolutely put aside every unpleasant thought, and entered heartily into the children's enjoyment of the day. Lord Ambrose, with the assistance of the servant, arranged the camp chairs within the arbor, and then invited the weary company to be seated, which after their long walk they were glad to do. "Do you approve of my morning's work, Miss Melford?" the young man asked, with a mischievous sparkle in his eye, as he placed her chair opposite the entrance to the arbor, where she could command a delightful view. He had noticed her grave look when he had spoken of remaining with them, and surmised its cause. "I think you are a very successful architect," she returned evasively, and glancing around the tasteful arbor. "This surely is a fitting bower for even Titania herself." "Thanks. Now, pray, imagine yourself the queen of the fairies, and rest here while I bring you a cooling draught from yonder limpid spring." He gave her a laughing glance, and bowing low before her, darted away. He was back again in less than 5 minutes, bearing a silver cup filled to the brim with cool, sparkling water which, bending upon one knee, in mock reverence before her, he presented to her, saying, "It is fitting thus to serve the queen." Pearle made a gesture of disapproval at his position; but after quaffing the cooling drink, she smilingly, though with heightened color, commanded him to serve her retinue in the same manner, which he, obedient to the letter, proceeded to do. A half hour was spent in resting, after which they had games and stories for another hour, and then it was time to begin to think about the good things in the hamper. A spotless damask cloth was spread down in the centre of the arbor, and Pearle proceeded to arrange with dainty care the many delicacies which Lady Fennelcy had ordered to be prepared for them. Lord Ambrose watched her for a few moments, then declaring that such a feast should be decked with Flora's richest offering, he set forth with the children to see what treasures they could find. Before Pearle had quite completed her arrangements they all returned with hands full, and his lordship with his deft fingers fashioned a dainty bouquet to lay before each plate. Never had there been a more delicious lunch, or one partaken of with keener relish; never had the children's faces been brighter, nor their voices merrier, their hearts happier; while Ambrose Fennelcy thought that no fairy queen could be more lovely than Pearle was as she sat opposite him, her face flushed and radiant, her eyes sparkling as they had not done before since the happy days at Ashton Manor, and looking like a floral queen with a wreath of bluebells, which Clara had fondly twined for her, resting upon her rich brown hair, and contrasting beautifully with the pure white of her brow. They lingered long over the tempting viands, making the clear air ring with their merriment, for the heir of Dunbarton Priory made himself very entertaining, and Fred and Clara found themselves wondering why they had not discovered before that their brother was so delightful. After lunch had been disposed of, they begged that they might be allowed to fish for a while on the margin of a small lake at the foot of the hill, and the young man, desirous that the day should be satisfactory in every respect, assented.
Pearle said she would remain in the arbor, as Amy was tired, and she preferred to rest for a while. Besides, the fragments of the feast and dishes must be gathered up, and she would stay to superintend it. So they departed without her, and after assisting the servant to repack the hamper, and bidding him join the fishing party if he liked, she spread a shawl upon a heap of boughs and vines at one side of the arbor, and tempted Amy to lie down for a while. The child, nothing loath, dropped upon the fragrant bed with a sigh of content, and was soon fast asleep. Pearle, glad to be quiet for a little while, sat down upon the ground beside her, and drawing a little volume of poems from her pocket, she made a table of a camp chair, and was soon absorbed in the contents of her book. The solitude of the place, the soft, balmy air, the sweet trilling of the birds in the tops of the trees, the drowsy hum of the bees that had been attracted by the accumulated flowers and the crumbs from the feast, the effort to read after the unusual relaxation and enjoyment of the day gradually overcame Pearle. Her eyelids grew heavy, a delicious sense of peace and rest stole over her, her head drooped slowly, until it rested upon her arm on the camp chair, her eyes closed, and she, too, slept. She made a picture passing fair. No painter upon his canvas ever caught such sweet repose. Quote, "And ne'er did Grecian chisel trace a nymph, a naiad, or a grace of finer form or lovelier face." Sleeping thus, she dreamed a strange, suggestive dream. She thought she was climbing what appeared to be an interminable ladder, and every round that she ascended some evil was overcome, some trouble and sorrow was left behind. Onward and upward she went, without the power to turn back, until she had accomplished what seemed to be miles and miles of the toilsome way. She glanced below into the depths from which she had climbed, and shuddered. What a weary way! How much of ill I have passed through! How dark and dreary and toilsome the ascent, she seemed to say. Then turning her eyes above, she saw that at every step the way grew brighter, until the top of the ladder was lost in a halo of golden glory, while just beyond the misty veil she thought she saw a brilliant crown suspended. "Shall I ever reach it?" she asked. "Can it be for me? Shall I ever rest in such brightness and glory as that?" In her longing and eagerness she seemed to forget where she was. She let go her hold upon the sides of the ladder, reaching up her hands as if to seize upon what she saw. A sudden dizziness overcame her, she lost her footing, and fell down, down into the depths and darkness below. A sudden shock, a thrill of keenest pain, and she was broad awake, to find a strangely familiar face bending over her. A sinister smile curved the cruel lips, a fierce lurid light gleamed in the cold steel-like eyes that were eagerly searching her countenance. A light mocking laugh rang out on the still air as her lids flew open, and the sound made her shiver with a deadly dread. "Aha, my bonny bride! I have found you at last!" were the triumphant words that greeted her ringing ears, in tones of almost diabolical glee, as she lifted her head and stared at him in horrified silence. The face was the face of Addison Cheetham, the voice that of her loathed and hated husband. 33. A cry for help. Astonishment and dismay rendered her utterly speechless. She could only look the loathing and terror that she could not utter. "A pretty chase you have given your devoted husband, madam," Addison Cheetham continued, growing stern, his eyes fastened with a cruel glance upon her blanched but faultlessly beautiful face. "But," he added with a hiss, "I have cornered you at last." At the word husband, Pearle had sprung, as if electrified, to her feet, and now stood haughtily though silently confronting him. "Have you no welcome for the partner of your joys?" he sneered, chafing beneath her scornful glance, yet wildly longing to clasp her in his arms, and rain passionate kisses upon the face that never had looked more lovely to him than now. "Have you no greeting for me, I say?" he went on, flushing angrily. "Is this the way you fulfilled the obligations that you voluntarily took upon yourself more than a year ago? Is this your idea of the duty of a wife toward a husband? By heaven, you try my patience beyond endurance. Will you speak?"
Yes, once for all," Pearle answered in tones so cold and passionless that they made him shiver. "I am no wife to you, save in name. I never took the vows of a wife upon me. I acknowledge no duties toward you. No obligations bind me, no vow of mine requires fulfillment. I am to you as if I were dead. I would I had died before I ever saw you, for by you my life was accursed. I have no bright thing to hope for in the world, no joy this side of the grave. Your vile treachery crushed me, deprived me of all I had, love, home, kindred, and friends. And I fled from you as I would flee from an evil spirit, hoping that I might hide from you until death should kindly release me from my misery." Her words tortured him almost to madness. "Did you think you could evade me long? I vowed I would find you," he said fiercely. Then, suddenly changing his tone, he cried wistfully, "Pearle, my beautiful one, your words are like two-edged daggers to me. I would sell my soul for one word of kindness and love from you." "Do not be profane," she answered, with a gesture of displeasure. "Your soul belongs to your Maker, and will one day be required of you. See to it that you do not lose it eternally." Her reproof awed him for the moment, and he stood looking into her grave, sad eyes, and wishing that he was a better man; wishing that he was worthy of this proud, pure woman's love. But the thought uppermost in his mind reasserted itself. "Pearle," he began, trying to speak calmly, even gently, "do you not see that you are reasoning falsely? You say that you are no wife of mine, that you owe me no duty, no obligation. You cannot truthfully say that, when you stood up in the face and eyes of hundreds, and was legally wedded to me." "Yes," she returned with a curl of her delicate lips. "I suppose, according to the strict letter of the law, in the eyes of the world you would be justified in claiming me as your wife. But you know, and I know, all the base treachery which you employed to bring such an event about. You know that you forced me to the measure you desired; you drove me to sacrifice myself to save the honor of one who was dearer than either my own happiness or life. But, in the sight of heaven, I am no more your wife than Queen Victoria is, and I would not perjure my soul by assuming relations so false and revolting, so hateful to every element of my nature. I would sooner forfeit my life than be obliged to dwell in the same house or eat at the same table with you." A bitter oath burst from the man's lips, which were perfectly livid with pain and passion, as she concluded. Every word that she had uttered had been like a blow from a hot iron upon his heart. For, however hardened and degraded the character of Addison Cheetham might be, in this thing he was sincere. He loved this beautiful woman with a passion amounting to idolatry. He checked the oath ere it was fully uttered, and said in low, intense tones, "Pearle, you drive me to desperation. But you can never dream of one half the love, the wild worship there is in my heart for you." "True love seldom works the destruction of its object," she answered coldly. "I know. I can see now that I was wrong. I was selfish to make you suffer so. But I did not stop to consider that then," he cried, his voice quivering with the intensity of his emotion. "But," he added pleadingly, "the die is cast, the evil has been done, and shall not we make the best of it? Come with me, my darling, and let me, by my devotion to you in the future, prove the love I bear you. I will give up my whole life to your service. I will spare nothing. No effort shall be too great or wearisome that will bring you happiness. I will be your abject slave, only give me the light and encouragement of your presence. Pearle, will you go home with me to Pelham Pines?" "Never," she answered, with flashing eyes and head uplifted with haughty disdain. "It is true," she continued with intense sarcasm, "as you say, that the die is cast, the evil has been done, and I have been trying to make the best of it ever since that fatal day. The best consisted only in my flying from your presence, and hiding myself from every familiar eye, and in filling my life so full of work and care that I would have no time to brood over my miserable folly. But it is useless to prolong this interview. I never could go with you to Pelham Pines nor anywhere else, and the only favor I would ask of you is to leave me in peace. Will nothing move you?" he asked, with flushed face and quivering tones. "Nothing," she returned firmly, but coldly. Her quiet persistence, her calm, proud, and scornful indifference aroused all the demon within him. "You will not!" he cried, his eyes glittering like coals of fire. "I swear that you shall go with me. If I cannot win you to go with me peaceably, I shall forcibly claim you. I have been subjected to mortification and vexation enough on your account. You owe me obedience and submission upon this point, and I demand them from you. When I leave this place, you, madam, will go with me." He had grown very white while he was speaking, and there was a look of desperation and settled purpose on his face that made Pearl's heart beat quickly. He reached out his hand as he concluded and took her hat from the bough where she had tied it and approached her with it. With her slender form almost majestically erect, and her fine gray eyes blazing dangerously, she retreated a pace or two as he advanced. "Do you think that I am a timid child to be frightened into yielding you blind obedience?" she asked with stinging emphasis. "It is the greatest mystery in the world to me how I could have been so duped by you in the beginning, to be led on as I was to my own destruction, and to ruin the happiness and life of the man that I loved. Ah, yes, that was it," she went on excitedly and clasping her hands with a gesture of bitter pain. "I loved blindly, so blindly that I lacked the power to reason, or you never could have cheated me as you did." "The man you loved so blindly? Do you brave me thus? Do you, my wife, dare stand there and taunt me with your illicit affection for Richard Burnholm? I warn you not to tempt me too far. I would see you both dead at my feet before he should ever triumph over me," Addison Cheetham hissed with a chalk-like face. "In that case you would but outwit yourself, since we should the sooner be reunited," Pearle retorted undauntedly, but with exceeding bitterness. This wretch, with his almost diabolical hatred of her lover, stung her into momentary madness, or she would not have allowed herself to take any notice of his extravagant threat. "Curse you! I swear that I will yet break your proud spirit," he cried, trembling with rage and striding toward her. "Stop!" she cried in clear, decisive tones. She did not move, but stood still within the reach of his arm, her eyes fixed full and steadily upon him as she spoke. He could not bear her pure, honest gaze. He stared at her with impotent fury, but he dared not touch her, weak, slender girl though she was. "You may as well rave at the winds, and thus seek to change their course, as to imagine that you could move me in this purpose," she said in low, inflexible tones. "No power on earth can compel me to go with you, you least of all. I do not wish to make my misery public. I have no desire to give the world cause for further scandal, and though, after my wilful folly, I could not feel that I was morally freed from you under any circumstances save death, yet, if you persist in this persecution, I shall seek the protection of the law against your abuse, for, I repeat it, go with you I will not. Live in your hated presence? Never. And now, the sooner you leave me in peace, the better for both of us." He saw that she never would relent, that she loathed and despised him for the wretch that he was, and a feeling of despair began to settle down upon him. Still he was determined he would not yield his point. She was his wife. She was, for the moment, in his power, and he had made up his mind that she should go with him to his home. But some spell seemed to be upon him, as he stood there beneath the firm, steady gleam of her glorious eyes, and for the time he could only stand and gaze silently upon her. "Auntie, auntie, send the bad man away. Amy's afraid." The childish voice, sweet and clear, yet with a note of fear in it, broke the strange silence that had followed Pearle's spirited speech. With a violent start Addison Cheetham turned quickly toward the sound. He had seen that there was a child sleeping within the arbor when he first entered, but all his interest centering in Pearle, he had not bestowed a second thought upon the fact. Amy had been aroused soon after his entrance by the sound of their voices,
and raising herself upon her hands from the fragrant bed, she had been silently and wonderingly watching them, until she saw the man angrily approaching Pearle, and heard her eager defiant words, when she cried out to her to send him away. Something in the little flushed face seemed to rivet his attention, and he bent a startled, searching look upon it. "Whose child is that?" he demanded in repressed tones. Amy, shrinking from his gaze, sprang suddenly to her feet, and darted into Pearle's arms, and, strange to say, both felt a sense of protection at this change of position. His glance followed her with a puzzled expression. "Where have I seen her before?" he muttered. Then, with sudden remembrance, he asked, "Ah! Was that you sitting upon that rock by the river, that day when I talked with her by the roadside?" "Yes, that was I," Pearle answered, and she could not prevent the little curl of triumph that came to her lip at the recollection. Again he swore. That he should have been so near her, and yet she should have escaped him, was humiliating, to say the least. But his eyes, as if drawn by some magnetic influence, again sought the little one's face. "Amy, Amy, she said her name is," he murmured, musingly, while his brow grew dark and lowering, as if he was troubled by some unpleasant thought. "Whose child is she?" he again demanded. "I am Auntie's child," Amy answered pertly, and with a frown and a pout at the intruder. "Auntie? Why does she call you that?" he asked of Pearle. "Because I have taught her to do so," Pearle answered coldly. "What is she to you?" he asked eagerly. "Does she belong in the family where you are teaching?" "No, she is nothing to them. She belongs to me now." "To you? How so? Where did you find her?" And Addison Cheetham drew nearer still, studying the fair little face of the child. Pearle frowned, but quietly returned. "Her mother is dead. She had no father, no friends. She was alone in the world, and I took her." "You adopted her?" he asked, almost breathlessly. "Yes. But what can it matter to you?" Pearle asked wearily, for the excitement of the last few moments was beginning to tell upon her strength. He looked from her to the child she still held tightly clasped in her arms. There was a strange light in his eyes, a strange quiver about his lips, which had grown white again, as if under some intense inward emotion. Then he bent nearer the fair girl, and said in a hoarse, excited whisper, "Come, you must go with me, and the child can go too, if you wish." "I told you I would never go with you," she answered sternly and impatiently. "But you must, my charming wife. And it will be very pleasant to have a little one. Such a beautiful little fairy, too, prattling around the house," and he laughed nervously as he said it. "Go away!" cried Amy, throwing out her little fat white hand at him angrily. Again he laughed, and Pearle wondered at it, it was such a forced, unnatural laugh. "Softly, little one," he said. "Your auntie doesn't teach you very good manners, I'm afraid. You are not very polite when you address gentlemen." He evidently had not forgotten his former interview with her. "But come," he added authoritatively, "I have a carriage at the foot of the hill. I found you out several days ago, and I have been waiting for a favourable moment like this ever since." He laid his hand rudely on Pearle's arm as he spoke. A fierce, defiant light leaped into her eyes, a light that cowed him, in spite of his hardihood. "Release me!" she commanded, speaking under her breath, while Amy, uttering a smothered cry of terror, clung tremblingly to her neck. "Yes, if you will go quietly with me," he answered, avoiding her blazing eyes. "I will not." "Then I shall be obliged to force you to do as I wish," and his grip tightened. "Take the consequences, then," she said, and throwing back her proud head, she called in tones that went ringing over the hills like the sound of a trumpet, "Lord Fennelsey! Help!" End of chapters 32 and 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Lost, a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 34. A Dream Dispelled. Help was near at hand and came swiftly to the rescue. A spring, a bound, a crashing through the leafy boughs behind them, a bold stroke from the shoulder, and Addison Cheetham measured his length upon the ground at Pearl's feet in less time than it takes to tell it; while the fair girl, losing all her strength now that the danger which had menaced her had passed, sank weakly upon a camp chair, trembling in every limb, and vainly trying to hush poor frightened Amy's sobs. "Miss Melford, what is the meaning of this? What has the wretch been saying to you?" Ambrose Fennelsey asked, searching her pale face anxiously. "How you tremble! He must have frightened you terribly," he added, as she could not at that moment find voice to reply. "I was returning for an extra line and hook that I left in my game basket," he went on, to explain how he happened to be there. "I was halfway up the hill when I saw this person talking with you. Then I saw him lay his hand upon your arm, and appear to threaten you, and I hastened forward as quietly as I could in order not to attract his attention. I had nearly reached the arbor when you called for help." "Who is he, and what does he want? Did you ever see him before?" And he cast a look of withering contempt upon the fallen hero. Ere Pearle could reply, Addison Cheetham gathered himself and his scattered senses together, and rose to his feet, somewhat crestfallen to have been so humiliated, but in a towering passion. He drew his card case from an inner pocket, and deliberately producing a card, handed it to his antagonist. "I am at your service, my Lord Fennelsey, and we will settle for this insult in a more satisfactory manner at some future time," he said, with an ugly curl of his lips, while his blazing eyes seemed literally starting from his pallid face. "Addison Cheetham, Pelham Pines, Aylesbury, Bucks County," his lordship read aloud in sarcastic tones, and with a sneer upon his handsome face. "Cheetham," he repeated. "Ugh! A name worthy of the man. I'm afraid I shall settle you rather more satisfactorily to myself, unless you take yourself out of this lady's presence immediately," he concluded sternly. "A little more moderation in your speech, if you please, my lord," Addison Cheetham said, coolly, as he brushed the dust and sticks from his clothing. "Perhaps," he added, with an angry glance at Pearle, "you are not aware who this lady is yourself." "I am perfectly, and I would advise you to make yourself scarce instantly, unless you desire another application of this good right arm of mine," the young man returned loftily, and the tender protecting look he cast upon Pearle told plainly that he was prepared to do battle most valiantly for her. "She is my wife," Addison Cheetham said, with the suddenness of a thunderclap, and paying no heed to the young lord's threat. "Allow me to introduce your lordship to Mrs. Addison Cheetham, of Pelham Pines, Aylesbury, Bucks County." Ambrose Fennelsey looked at him aghast for one instant, then turned a startled, almost despairing look upon the fair woman sitting there with bowed head and pallid face. That one look into her pained, convulsed face convinced him of the truth of what he had heard; but it was altogether too bitter and too sudden to be calmly borne, and before he was aware of what he was saying he cried out, "Good heavens! Margaret, tell me that the villain lies!" He staggered toward her, pale to the lips. A vivid crimson shot over brow, cheek, and neck, and with a low moan of pain Pearle bowed her face upon Amy's golden head, feeling as if wherever she went she was doomed to carry misery with her. "It strikes me that it would be well for you to have a care how you address Mrs. Cheetham in the presence of her husband," the irate man said, a sullen fire in his eye. "Miss Melford, what does he mean by this insolence? I cannot believe, it cannot be true that—" Lord Fennelsey began almost imploringly. "Yes, that is right. Ask her if her name is not Mrs. Addison Cheetham," interrupted the wretch, taking a sullen pleasure in torturing her with the hated sound. "You will have to prove what you say before I shall believe it." "I will not insult her by questioning her upon the subject," the young man answered sternly. "That I shall be most happy to do, my lord," was the mocking retort, and drawing a large wallet from his breast he took a folded paper from it, and handed it to him with a low bow. Almost mechanically he took and unfolded it. It was their marriage certificate, and a dizziness seized him, a mist seemed to cloud his vision as he read the names of Addison Cheetham of Pelham Pines, and Margaret Radcliffe, with the date of their marriage plainly written there. He uttered a cry of astonishment as he comprehended the meaning of it. "Are you Miss Radcliffe?" he asked, turning eagerly to Pearle. She lifted her face, which was white and quivering now.
"Yes," she said brokenly. "I am, or was, Margaret Radcliffe.
I have heard of you. I have heard something of this wretched marriage and the circumstances connected with it. And did you really fly from the miscreant who wronged you so deeply?" he asked, his face full of deepest sympathy for her.
"Yes. And oh, I thought that I had at last succeeded in eluding him. I thought that I had found a pleasant and permanent hiding place. But it is all over now, and I must go," she answered wearily.
"You do not mean that you will go with him?" Lord Ambrose whispered, bending down to her.
"Never,"
she replied firmly, with a proud uplifting of her bright head. "Shall I send him away?"
"Yes, yes, do. I cannot bear much more. Save me from him if you can," she breathed eagerly.
It was enough. He would save her at any cost after that beseeching dependent appeal. He turned resolutely upon the interloper, and handed back the certificate. "You can go," he said curtly, and the look on his face betrayed his purpose. He never should take Pearle with him. Addison Cheetham bowed in derision. "Thank you for the permission," he said, but he did not move from where he stood. "Very well," Lord Fennelsey said indifferently, as he saw he had no intention of going. "It will not make any material difference, whether we or you leave the place. At this lady's request I shall give her my protection. She refuses to accompany you, and I warn you not to molest her, nor repeat the insolence of to-day, unless you court severer chastisement than you have received already." Addison Cheetham advanced toward the dauntless man with a dangerous gleam in his eye, while his right hand stealthily sought his left breast pocket. Lord Fennelsey saw the movement, but no shadow of fear was visible on his noble face. "Gustave!" he called, as he saw the servant approaching, and Addison Cheetham started guiltily. He had not thought that anyone else was near. "Gustave, go and find Master Fred and Miss Clara, and tell them we are ready to return home. We will walk slowly down the south path, and you can follow with them. Miss Melford, here is your hat and shawl. I will attend to Miss Amy." Ignoring entirely the crestfallen man, who stood by watching them in impotent rage, and not knowing what course to pursue, the young lord took the child from Pearl's unresisting arms, pinned the little linen cape over her shoulders, and tied the dainty gypsy hat over her sunny curls. Then, offering his arm to Miss Melford, he led her quietly from the place, without deigning even a glance at his vanquished foe. Addison Cheetham stood still, and watched them pass down the hill out of sight. Then, with bitter imprecations upon both his haughty wife and her valiant protector, he also turned and went away. Pearle allowed her companion to lead her down the rough mountain path until they reached a tiny stream, where at the foot of a tree there was a large boulder. "Please let me rest here until the children come," she said in a weak voice. "You are faint, you are trembling," he said in tones of alarm, as he looked into her colorless face; and he gently seated her upon the rock, then dashed to the brook and filled his mug with water. "Thank you," she said when he came back, and pouring some of it into her hand she bathed her forehead, for she was indeed faint and trembling and fearfully unstrung. "He has frightened you terribly. I ought to have known better than to have left you alone," the young man said in self-reproachful tones. "It must have come sooner or later," Pearle said, beginning to recover herself. "He had found me out. He said he had been waiting his opportunity, and he might have come upon me when there was no one near to come to my help. I thank you very much for your kindness and protection, and since my secret is discovered, there is no longer any use in concealment. I am, as he told you, that man's unfortunate wife. I thought, however, that I had so effectually eluded him that he would give up his search for me, and I had really begun to feel safe and something of content. But it seems he has tracked me even here. You say, my lord, that you knew something of the sad circumstances which forced me into the position I now occupy," she concluded, questioningly, longing to know how he had gained this information and just how much he knew. "Yes, a friend heard an account of the whole affair from a person who was present at the church on the day that it occurred. And my only wonder is why Captain Burnholm did not shoot the treacherous villain on the spot," the young lord said indignantly, then catching sight of her quivering lips he cried remorsefully, Forgive me. I wound you by recalling that sad time. Let me take you home at once, Miss Melford, where you can rest and recover from the shock you have received. The children will do well enough with Gustave." But Pearle shook her head at this kind offer. "No. Lady Fennelsey trusted them with me, and I must not leave them. But how will all this be explained to her ladyship?" And the poor girl looked deeply distressed again. Her companion also looked grave, and did not reply at once. At last he said gently, "Why need it be explained at all, Miss Melford? No one save you and I know anything of this strange meeting, except Amy, and she of course cannot understand it. Gustave," she faltered, "saw nothing, heard nothing. He appeared in sight just in season to show the villain that it would not be safe for him to adopt any extreme measures, as he was contemplating doing. So, if you like, the matter shall remain a profound secret between you and me, and I give you my word never to refer to it again, unless I can in some way be of service to you." How noble he appeared to her, as he tried thus to comfort and reassure her; so different from his haughty, ill-bred sister; and a glow of gratitude pervaded Pearle's heart at his consideration for her. "You are very kind," she said, "but I am afraid I shall be obliged to resign my position as governess in your family, and some explanation will be necessary." "Resign your position? Margaret! No, you must not do that," he cried excitedly. "What would my mother do without you? And I could not bear to have you go away now." He suddenly stopped, and in dismay. He had not been conscious of what he was saying until the vivid scarlet upon his fair companion's face and the haughty uplifting of her small head brought him to himself. "Forgive me," he pleaded humbly, his own face crimson. "I did not realize how I was speaking. I will never offend you again, only do not think of going away; unless, indeed, you intend returning to the protection of your own friends." "I do not intend to do that," she answered with drooping eyes. She could not meet his look. Twice he had called her Margaret, in such tones that there was no mistaking his feelings toward her, and she felt inexpressibly miserable over the knowledge of his love for her. "Then do not think of leaving my mother, nor the children. They are very fond of you, and would grieve bitterly over the thought of a separation. The good that you have done them cannot be estimated, and if you intend still being a governess, I pray you give them the benefit of your services." "But he will persecute me here. Knowing where I am, he will leave no stone unturned to bend me to his will and accomplish his purpose, that I shall go with him to Pelham Pines," Pearle said with a shudder, and a troubled glance over her shoulder, as if she feared her irate husband might even then be pursuing her. "Do not fear. You shall be protected from everything disagreeable. My mother was speaking only yesterday of hastening her departure for the Continent. I shall advise it, and you shall go with her. Thus you will escape what you so much fear. He will not find you there." "But," she began doubtfully. "I know what you are thinking," he interrupted, "that my mother does not contemplate taking the children with her, and—" He hesitated, and colored deeply. "You fear it may not be best for you to go." Her eyes fell again, and once more the crimson tide rushed over her face. How well he read her thoughts! "But you are mistaken," he continued very rapidly, though his lips trembled slightly. "It will be the very wisest course for you to pursue, and my mother does intend to take the children with her, and you also, that she may avail herself of your knowledge of the languages. I alone of all the family am to remain at home, as there are important matters demanding my attention both in London and at the Priory." Pearle was much surprised at this intelligence. She had supposed, until this moment, that he was to accompany the family abroad, and she had shrunk, after the developments of to-day and the betrayal of his own sentiments regarding her, from remaining longer in the family where she would be daily in his presence. She knew that Lady Fennelsey and Miss Camilla would scorn her if they dreamed of the confidence that had to-day been established between herself and the idolized heir of Dunbarton Priory, and that they would be the first to turn the cold shoulder upon her if they should learn of her misfortunes, unless she should acknowledge herself as the unfortunate Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor. And that she could not do. She could not bear to be known and pitied. But if Lord Fennelsey was not intending to accompany his mother abroad, If she could be freed from the fear that he would cherish his hopeless attachment for her and betray it to them, she could see no reason why she should not remain as governess to the children and accompany them, if she could be permitted to take Amy also. "But who will attend Lady Fennelsey and the young ladies upon their travels, if you do not accompany them?" she asked, with a troubled countenance. It had occurred to her that it would not be proper for them to travel unattended. "That is all arranged," he said, smiling, though he coloured again. "Sir William Warner and his wife will join them, and they will make a merry party, I assure you. I shall not be needed, and I have business at home." Pearle did not feel exactly satisfied with this reply. She feared that too much was being yielded in order to make her feel comfortable, but she could not put the thought into words. "I am afraid Lady Fennelsey would be very much displeased with me if she ever discovered that I have kept the occurrence of today a secret from her," she said thoughtfully. The young lord had no doubt about the matter, but he was determined that his mother should not know anything about it if he could help it, and he was just as determined that Pearle should be shielded and protected from the villain who was her husband. "What possible harm can there be in keeping it for the future, more than there has been in the past?" he asked, smiling. "It really is no more of a secret to my mother now than it has been. And as for myself, if your uneasiness is on my account, pray do not let that trouble you any more. For Miss Melford," with a twinkle in his eye, "there are a good many things that a man of my age does not feel it necessary to tell either his mother or his sisters. Your misfortunes do not in the least affect your character, that I know is pure and unblemished. You have been the victim of wrong and treachery, but that does not make you unfit to teach my little brother and sister. You need protection and friends. You could not be safer than you will be if you go abroad with my family. You say you are content to be with us. Then, Miss Melford, I beg that you will not think of leaving us," he concluded earnestly. "I will consider the matter, and you are very kind to plan for my comfort and safety," she answered gratefully. He opened his lips eagerly as if to speak, then closed them resolutely again, and the next moment the children appeared with Gustave. Fred and Clara were disappointed at being obliged to go home so early, but when their brother told them that Miss Melford was ill, and they saw her pale face and heavy eyes, they said no more, but appeared to be perfectly willing to return. To Pearle it seemed, as she wearily retraced her steps to the villa, as if all the newly acquired rest and peace of her life had suddenly departed. She knew that she should live in constant fear as long as they remained among the mountains, and even should she go abroad, she thought it would not be such a difficult thing for Addison Cheetham to track her. Upon young Lord Fennelsey there had fallen a sudden and heavy blow that day. He had been quietly watching this fair, beautiful, gentle woman for weeks. At first he had been attracted by her beauty, then her patience and invariable sweetness had gradually won his heart, and of late he had begun to dream of trying to win her for his wife. He knew that his haughty mother and sister would oppose, that they had high aspirations and lofty plans for the eldest son and heir. But this did not trouble or daunt him, and he knew that he should be happier to spend his life with this beautiful, tender girl than with a princess of the royal blood. But all such dreams had to-day been rudely broken and dispelled. She could never be his. He had no right now to think of winning her. She was the wife of another, and with apparently a life of unhappiness, or at best of only patient endurance, before her. "It is of no use," he sighed, when he left her at the door, and went away by himself to think it all over alone. "I have no right even to look upon her. I must trample all my wishes and desires under my feet. But I swear it is too hard. Curse the wretch! But then, even if she was not his wife, she could not be mine, for there is another she loves. Ah, well, time may soften this wound, but I do not believe I'll ever see another woman whom I can learn to love as easily as I have learned to love Margaret Radcliffe." 35. The Bird Flown. Lady Fennelsey was just about starting to join the picnic party when they returned. Although somewhat surprised that they should come so early, yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw them, for it was more of an effort than she liked to make to climb the hill and go struggling about the woods. But she had promised the children that she would join them, and she did not like to disappoint them. She went to the window as she heard their voices, and her brow grew dark when she saw that her son was not only one of the party, but that he was actually walking with Miss Melford, and to all appearances in confidential conversation with her. Miss Camilla saw them, and observed with a sneer, "Matters are really progressing quite rapidly. I told you, mamma, there would be mischief if you retained your handsome governess. Ambrose admires her exceedingly, and I should not be at all surprised if he has been with her all day." "Don't be foolish, Camilla," returned her mother impatiently. "You do not suppose, I hope, that your brother would lower himself enough to pay any particular attention to a girl in her position?" Miss Camilla smiled skeptically. "You know as well as I, mamma," she said, "that Ambrose would never stop to consider position, if he really liked her, provided at least that the girl was respectable. I would advise you to keep a sharp lookout, for, of course, there is no doubt that Miss Melford would be glad to secure a rich and handsome husband for herself." The object of their remarks now entered the room, thus putting an end to further conversation regarding him. "How happens it that the children return so early, and that you are with them?" demanded Lady Fennelsey, striving to speak playfully, yet betraying her disapprobation and anxiety in spite of herself, much to the amusement of her son. "Why, being one of the children myself, I thought I was also entitled to my share of the holiday sports," he answered mischievously, then added more gravely, "The reason we returned so early was on Miss Melford's account. She was taken suddenly ill." "Ambrose! You do not mean to tell me that you have been in the company of that girl all day long?" cried his mother aghast. "By no means," he answered, laughing heartily at her chagrin, "but I thought I would like to give the children a little surprise, so I went early to the knoll and constructed an arbor for them, and you should have seen their delight. It would have done you good." The young man, notwithstanding his mention of the delight of the children, was thinking more of the pleasure which lighted up Pearl's beautiful face when she beheld the leafy bower which he had made. "I played a few games with them," he resumed, "then we had our lunch, after which I took Fred and Clara down to the lake to fish. I had promised them I would do so some time, and thought this a good opportunity to redeem my pledge." "What was Miss Melford doing all this time?" her ladyship asked suspiciously. The young man's lip curled slightly, but he replied, "I could not say, not being there to watch her. I left her gathering up the fragments and packing the dishes. She declined accompanying us on our fishing expedition on account of the little one, who, she said, needed rest." "What is the matter with her? You said she was ill." "A sudden faintness, or dizziness, I believe. I went back to get an extra hook and line, and found her sitting, pale and trembling, in a chair. I advised her to return at once, and so here we are," was all the explanation he thought it necessary to make. "Humph!" sneered Miss Camilla audibly. "Well, what now?" he demanded, turning sharply upon her. "How very considerate in you to wait upon the pretty governess home. You seem to admire her exceedingly," his sister retorted significantly. "I certainly do," he returned heartily and frankly. "My dear Ambrose, I pray you will not allow your fancy, your admiration for a pretty face, to get the better of your judgment," Lady Fennelsey exclaimed anxiously. She had been considerably reassured by his account of the way the day had been spent, and much gratified that he should have thought of contributing to the children's gratification. But his outspoken admiration of Miss Melford had startled her out of her composure again. "In what way, mother?" he asked bluntly. By betraying your feelings to the governess. I fear she might build hopes upon it that could never be realized, you know. I should regret exceedingly to have you become entangled in any way with a person in her position." Lady Fennelsey spoke rather confusedly when she began, but gaining courage as she proceeded, she closed her remarks with her usual composure and dignity. His lordship bit his lips with anger and impatience, and for the moment was tempted to make some scathing retort. But his regard for Miss Melford, his desire to keep her secret, and that she should remain with his mother, conquered, and he answered with an apparent frankness and indifference that wholly reassured her. "You need have no fears on that score," he said.
I confess I admire Miss Melford, and consider her one of the most perfect ladies in every respect that I have ever met. And notwithstanding her position, I should be proud to regard her as a friend. But as far as any more intimate relations are concerned, if that is what you fear, it is just as impossible as that the sun should cease to shine." It was well for him that his anxious mother could not read the bitterness there was in his heart as he made this last statement. "I am rejoiced to hear you express yourself so decidedly. I should be sorry to have Miss Melford compromised in any way, and your own prospects in life, my son, must not be marred by a mésalliance," her ladyship replied, heaving a sigh of relief. But Miss Camilla's suspicions were not so easily allayed. She had been furtively searching her brother's face, and had discerned the troubled gleam in his eye, and the lines of pain about his mouth that he had not been able to entirely smooth out. "The artful jade is coquetting with him. I will watch her," she said to herself. "Well, mother, that matter being disposed of to your mind, I may as well state what I came in to say. I am tired of staying in this wild place, and intend to go home to the Priory to morrow." This unexpected announcement filled Lady Fennelsey with dismay, while at the same time it served to confirm her belief in his indifference to the governess. "Going home to morrow!" she exclaimed. "That cannot be thought of for a moment. I could never consent to stay here without a protector." Lord Fennelsey very well knew this. He had accordingly laid this innocent little trap for his mother to fall into, and all on Miss Melford's account. He had made up his mind that it would be quite as well for her to leave the place before Addison Cheetham should mature any more plans to kidnap her. "Well, I will leave Gustave if you wish. I can get along without him, but stay here I will not any longer," he replied decidedly. "Gustave, indeed! A mere servant, and with no more courage than a mouse! I did not think of remaining more than a fortnight longer, but it will take a week, at least, to pack up everything and get ready to leave. Can't you possibly stand it for a week longer?" her ladyship asked in perplexity. "No. I shall die of ennui," he answered with a yawn, and feeling Camilla's keen eyes upon him. Lady Fennelsey plumed her feathers contentedly at this. Surely Miss Melford's attractions were not very powerful, if her son was dying of ennui. How foolish she had been to be troubled about anything so absurd! But it was excessively annoying to be obliged to hurry off so; for stay there without Ambrose she would not for a single night. "Well," she said after a long and thoughtful pause, "if it must be, why, it must be. I suppose I can manage to get off with you, if you will not go until evening; and on the whole I do not know but it will be best. The weather is getting cooler, and we shall get started on our trip in better season." Lady Fennelsey was remarkable for one thing. She had a faculty of adapting herself to circumstances that few women possess, and always tried to make a virtue of necessity. Miss Camilla was greatly pleased with this decision, for she had been terribly dull and homesick ever since leaving the Priory; and her heart bounded with pleasure when her brother spoke of returning. She said they could easily be ready to go with him, and promised to assist in all the necessary preparations. So it was decided they should go. The servants were immediately notified, and the work of packing begun at once. Pearle was intensely relieved at the news, and began to breathe freely again, and lent such effectual service in getting things ready for packing, that Lady Fennelsey commended her warmly for her energy and usefulness. Ambrose Fennelsey watched those preparations, chuckling to himself over the success of his scheme, and all the following day he assisted the busy workers, never leaving the villa; for he instinctively feared that Pearle's villainous husband might be prowling around. They left at 6:00, and two of the party felt their hearts grow lighter of their burden as they drove from the place which they believed to be fraught with danger and exposure to one of them. Their fears were not groundless, for an hour later Addison Cheetham drove furiously up to the villa with the intention of seeking an interview with Lady Fennelsey, and demanding that his wife be surrendered to him. Gustave and one other servant had been left behind to attend to a few last duties, and were to follow the family on the morrow; and his lordship had instructed the former what he should say regarding the departure of the family in case any inquiries should be made of him.
The baffled husband ground his teeth and swore lustily when he discovered that his bird had flown; and it was in no pleasant frame of mind that he took his leave without having discovered whether the family had returned to their home or were traveling for a while. Gustave had left him in a most tantalizing state of uncertainty regarding their movements. After pondering the matter a while, he determined to proceed to Dunbarton Priory and ascertain for himself; but upon returning to the hotel where he was staying he found an imperative summons to "return to Pelham Pines" awaiting him, and he was forced to obey and leave his pursuit of Pearle until another time. What the need of his presence was in his own home just now was more than he could imagine, as his business was all in the hands of a trusty agent; but the message was worded in a way to forbid his disregarding it, and he reluctantly turned his face toward the home of his childhood, where he had so fondly hoped to bring Pearle as his wife. Pelham Pines, whatever it may have been in the past, and while under his father's inefficient management, was now a fine and thriving estate. The barren ground had been enriched year after year until it had attained to a high state of cultivation. Little by little it had been reclaimed, and now it might be well looked upon with pride by him who had accomplished so much. Everywhere, as far as the eye could reach, there might be seen in their season broad fields of waving grain, luxuriant meadow and upland, where sleek fat cattle browsed, orchards of choicest fruit, gardens of beauty and fragrance; while the ancestral mansion, solid and sensible in point of architecture, had been thoroughly repaired and much improved, and now testified to the thrift and comfortable circumstances of its enterprising proprietor. "What in thunder do you want of me to hurry me home at this rate?" Addison Cheetham testily demanded of his agent, upon the night of his arrival at Pelham Pines. "I want nothing, sir. But two gentlemen called here a few days since, and desired that you might be sent for, as they had business of great importance with you." "Couldn't they have come to me?" he growled. "I do not know, sir. They said they would wait at the inn until they received word from me of your arrival." "What can they want of me, I wonder? I owe no one," he muttered to himself; then in a loud tone, "Who are they? What are their names?" "I do not know, sir. They did not give them; but were anxious to be notified as soon as you returned," replied the agent. "Well, it's too late to night to transact any business of whatever nature; but you can ride over to morrow morning, and notify them that I am here, and ready to receive them whenever they see fit to honor me with their visit." Having disposed of that matter, the master of Pelham Pines proceeded to question his agent regarding the state of the crops, etc. "There never was so heavy a yield before, sir," he said with a smirk of satisfaction. "The north 20-acre lot has just about doubled on last year. The grapery will net you a handsome profit this season, if we have no early frosts. And the orchards, sir, you never saw such handsome fruit before, I'll warrant." Surely this was encouraging to the master of Pelham Pines, and he settled back in his chair with an air of comfort and satisfaction, not unmixed with a feeling of growing importance. Everything was prospering with him. Nothing that he had turned his hand to in a business way had disappointed him. He bade fair to be a very rich man ere many years should pass, and but for the one prize he coveted, there seemed nothing on earth that he need ask for. "And I will win her yet. I will never yield my point until I conquer," he muttered resolutely, as he retired to his couch, all unconscious of the retribution that was already fast overtaking him for some of the dark deeds of his past. He slept as serenely and refreshingly as though not a sin nor a burden lay upon his conscience, and arose in the morning to look out upon his broad smiling possessions with a feeling of pompous pride and exultation, akin to that which a miser feels when he looks upon his hoarded shining gold. His breakfast was served as daintily as the most fastidious could desire, in the pleasant sunny dining room by an attentive rosy cheeked damsel; and with his appetite satisfied, and in high good humor with himself and all the world, he repaired to his well furnished library to look over his accounts and write some letters, while awaiting the visit of the strangers who were so anxious for his return. He felt considerable curiosity regarding them and the nature of their business, and every now and then glanced impatiently from the window near which he sat. The clock had just struck 10 when he heard the tread of horses' hoofs and the sound of wheels crunching the gravel outside. Again he glanced from the window, hoping to catch a glance of his visitors before they should enter. But they had already alighted, and he could hear their voices in the hall. A moment later a servant threw open the library door, and ushered in two gentlemen. Addison Cheetham arose, and turned to greet them courteously, when some sudden inward shock seemed to stagnate his blood, stopping the very beating of his heart, and transfixing him to the spot. One of his visitors he had never seen before. The other he knew at a glance, and he knew also that he came as an avenger of the wronged and innocent. End of chapters 34 and 35. Chapters 36 and 37 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 36. Providential. For a week after her return to the Priory, Pearle scarce ventured out of the house, so fearful was she that her restless husband might follow her and continue his persecutions. But as there were no signs of any stranger in the neighborhood, this feeling gradually wore away, and she at length resumed her accustomed daily exercise, although she did not venture far from the Priory, and never went out without a companion. She had a faithful guardian, however, in Lord Ambrose, who, without annoying her with his presence, yet managed to keep himself apprised of her whereabouts whenever she left the house. He also felt somewhat uneasy regarding the plans of the villain whom he had encountered in the arbor on the hill. He feared he would employ some stratagem to accomplish his purpose, consequently he was always on the alert, determined to outwit him if possible. He interested himself in all his mother's plans for her projected tour, arranging everything so nicely and wisely that she flattered herself that there was not another such a son in all the kingdom. But when he at length informed her and Camilla of his intention of remaining at home, there was a stormy scene. "Pray, when did you change your mind regarding this matter?" Camilla demanded angrily and suspiciously. She was not sure but that the despised governess was at the bottom of it after all, while his mother remained silent from consternation. "I have other plans in view," he answered evasively. "Such as what, if I may presume to inquire?" she asked with a sneer. She had anticipated much pleasure in being accompanied everywhere by her handsome brother, and she was exceedingly angry and annoyed to have her plans upset in this unexpected manner. "Spare your sneers, Camilla. They do not offend me in the least, although I regret your disappointment," he replied coldly. "I have come to the conclusion that I have sought my own pleasure long enough. I have resolved to settle down to life in good earnest now, and I shall try for a seat in Parliament the coming session." "Ambrose, do you really mean it?" Lady Fennelsey exclaimed, the cloud lifting instantly from her brow, and her whole face flushing with pleasure. She was willing to forego much for such an event as this. "Yes, and I do not need to remind you that there is work to be accomplished before the election; and so you see you will be obliged to dispense with my company abroad. I have, however, arranged so that you will have a pleasant and suitable escort." "Whom?" interrupted Camilla impatiently. "Sir William and Lady Warner have been spending the summer at a noted resort in France. Vannes is the name of the place. Her ladyship's health is much improved, and they are now contemplating a protracted tour, and will be very happy to have you join them." He had known of their plans for some time, Sir William being an intimate friend of his; but he had arranged for the two families uniting into one party since his return from Scotland. His resolution to try for Parliament had been as sudden as his return had been. He must have some excuse for remaining behind, for he knew that Pearle would not feel comfortable about accompanying his mother if he was one of the party, and her interests and safety were more to him just now than anything else. "That will be very pleasant. I admire both Sir William and Lady Helen very much," said Lady Fennelsey. She would not put a straw in the way of her son becoming an MP. "I am glad if my plan meets with your approbation," he replied. "They will remain 2 or 3 weeks longer by the sea, and I propose that you go directly to Vannes, and get a little benefit of the air before starting upon your travels." "The idea strikes me very favorably," said his mother reflectively. "It will spoil the whole trip if you do not go. I never was more disappointed over anything in my life," pouted his sister, intent on her own selfish pleasure. "My dear,"
interposed her ladyship. "We shall do very well. I have not a word to say against your brother's plans, although I too am disappointed to lose his companionship. But if he is really in earnest about settling down to some object in life, I will put no obstacle in his path. If you get your seat, Ambrose, I shall be very proud," she concluded with a fond glance at him. "I do not think there is much doubt about it. Lord Waldron will use his influence for me. He proposed the measure to me last year, but I did not give it much thought." "The next thing I shall look forward to will be to have you well married," Lady Fennelsey said archly. Lord Ambrose frowned. There was but one woman whom he wanted to marry, and her he could not hope to win. "One thing at a time, mother. You will have to wait until the right woman makes her appearance," he answered with a short nervous laugh that made Camilla prick up her ears. "That will not be long," her ladyship answered, laughing. She was sure that any woman would be proud to become my Lady Fennelsey of Dunbarton Priory. At the end of a week after their return from Scotland, the family went to London, and another week found them en route for France, while the Priory was closed excepting a few rooms in the east wing, which were occupied by the housekeeper and the servants. A few evenings after the departure of Lady Fennelsey and her family from the Priory, while William, the chore boy, as he was called, was closing the outside shutters to the kitchen, he was startled by stumbling upon a strange man who was concealed behind a clump of hollyhocks near a window. An exclamation of fear escaped him. He hastily let go of the shutter he was closing, and being something of a coward, turned to fly, when the stranger seized him by the arm and holding him firmly whispered reassuringly, "Hold on, my good fellow. I mean no one any harm, but I particularly wish to speak to you for a minute." Somewhat calmed by this statement, the boy ceased his struggles for freedom and roughly asked, "Who may you be, sir?" "That does not matter just now. I am a relative of Miss Melford, and came to make a friendly call, but I found the front part of the house closed, and so came around here to see if I could arouse someone." "Faith, sir, and you've roused meself in a way not at all to me liking," the boy said, with a shrug of his ungainly shoulders, and trying to get a glimpse of the man's face. "I am sorry if I have frightened you," the stranger returned kindly, and dexterously slipping a piece of money into the boy's hand. "Thank ye, sir," William returned appreciatively, and he immediately became loquacious. "It's Miss Milford, the governess, you're after, is it? Sure it's sorry I am that you'll not find her here, bein' she'd have gone abroad wid her ladyship and the children." "Gone abroad?" echoed Addison Cheetham, for it was indeed he. And it is impossible to describe the astonished, crestfallen tone in which he spoke. "Where have they gone?" "To France, your honour. Leastwise, that's where they've started for." "What part of France?" "Well now, your honour, I do not just now remember the place where they are to stop for a time before they begin their tour. It's near the Say somewhere, I think, his lordship said," returned the boy reflectively. "Near the sea? And they are going to remain there a while, you say?" "Yes, your honour, a couple of weeks or more." "You are sure the governess went with them?" This was asked with some anxiety. "Lawks, your honour, they couldn't do without her, no way. No one can manage the young ones like her. Savin' your presence, and it's no flatterer I am." "Did the little one go with her?" Sure. She sets her eyes by the spalpeen, and would as soon have left one of them behind as her," asserted William. "Do you think you could find out, by to-morrow, the name of the place where they have gone, and let me know if I should come here again in the evening? I am greatly disappointed not to see Miss Melford, as I have come a long distance to visit her," and the crafty villain supplemented his request by pressing another coin into the boy's hand. "Thank'ee, sir. You're a gentleman, sir. I makes no doubt but I'll find out for yez by that time," and the youth jingled his coins merrily. Addison Cheetham told him not to fail, and cautioned him to say nothing of having met him there, as it might perhaps frighten the women. He arranged to meet him at a spot some distance from the house on the following evening, and then quietly departed. William the chore boy had no difficulty in ascertaining Lady Fennelsey's address for the next 3 weeks, which he imparted the following evening with much apparent satisfaction to the "foine gintleman," as he designated Addison Cheetham in his own mind, and from whom he received ample compensation for the service. That same "foine gintleman" lost no time after that in following the party abroad, determined to secure his victim at all hazards. He had resolved upon a bold move. Things had come to such a pass that he must get Pearle into his power at once, or lose her forever. The evening following the one that Addison spent prowling around the Dunbarton Priory, Richard Burnholm and Sir Harold Cheswick were seated in one corner of the public parlour of their club house, engaged in earnest and troubled conversation. "What shall I do? Where shall I go next? I am almost in despair," Richard said to his friend; and surely his anxious eyes and haggard face testified to the truth of his assertion. "It is a hard case, my boy," Sir Harold answered gravely; "but you must trust everything to an even tenderer and wiser protector than yourself. I believe there is One who will see to it that your Pearle comes to no harm, much as you have cause to fear." He had hardly completed his sentence when the door directly opposite them opened, and a fine-looking young man of about Richard's age entered. "Hola!" Sir Harold cried, starting to his feet and advancing toward the stranger with outstretched hand and a look of pleasure on his fine face. "How are you, Fennelsey?" Lord Ambrose heartily shook the proffered hand, and returned his cordial greeting. The baronet then drew him toward Richard, whom he introduced. The young lord started violently as he uttered the name Captain Richard Burnholm, and keenly searched the handsome face of the man whom Margaret Radcliffe loved so well, while at the same time he thought it a little singular that he should happen to meet him just at this time. Notwithstanding his own disappointment, he found his heart going out with sympathy to the unhappy lover, whose sad eyes and haggard face plainly testified to the suffering he was even now enduring. "You are quite a stranger, my young friend," Sir Harold said, to break the awkward pause that had followed the introduction. "I have not seen you in an age." "No, I have been quite a bohemian of late, but I am going to mend my ways now, and settle down to something definite," he answered, wondering what Richard Burnholm would say if he knew what had caused him to make this resolution. "I trust Lady Fennelsey is well," said Sir Harold. "Yes, thank you, in excellent health and spirits. I saw the whole family off for France the first of the week." "Indeed? Her ladyship is very energetic to assume the responsibility of travelling with so many in charge and without an escort. I wonder you did not accompany her." "She has her governess to assist her. They are going to the seaside for a short time, and then Sir William Warner, a friend of ours, will join them and act as escort," explained the young man. "Ah! Who has Lady Fennelsey for a governess to the children? The last time I saw her she was greatly disturbed at not being able to obtain one to her mind," Sir Harold said. His lordship hesitated a moment before replying. He knew that Pearle was anxious to keep her whereabouts a secret from all her friends, and he hesitated to pronounce the name she had assumed, lest they should read the secret in his face. He had never been told that Pearle had formerly been an inmate of Sir Harold's family, and so he was wholly unconscious of the dangerous ground upon which he stood. Still some instinct prompted him to reply evasively. "My mother has succeeded in securing a very efficient young lady, one very highly educated, and to whom the children are deeply attached." "Such governesses are scarce," Sir Harold said, his mind instantly reverting to Pearle. "Where did you find her? What is her name?" The baronet was not usually so inquisitive, but he was an old friend of Lady Fennelsey, and the question came out before he thought. "Our family physician recommended her to us, and her name is Miss Margaret Melfort." "Good heaven!" exclaimed Richard, bounding from his seat, and confronting his new acquaintance with blazing eyes and excited mien, and Ambrose knew at once that the secret was out, the mischief was done. "Margaret Melfort, did you say?" he demanded breathlessly, and as if he feared his ears had deceived him. "Yes, that is the lady's name," returned the young man uneasily, and wishing that the fates had led his steps anywhere rather than there that evening. "Where did you say she had gone? Tell me quickly, if you have any mercy," Richard cried nervously, heedless of how his words might sound to this stranger.
Sir Harold also appeared somewhat excited at what he had heard, but he felt that some explanation was due for the young lover's excitement. "It is providential, my young friend, that you should have stumbled upon us here to night. The lady you have just mentioned, we have every reason to believe is not really Miss Melfort, but Miss Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor, and sister to the Earl of Radcliffe. Her friends are very anxious regarding her, and have been searching diligently for her over a year now. I cannot be too thankful that we have met, and that you have enlightened us upon this very important matter." Lord Ambrose, however, did not participate in that thankfulness. He looked exceedingly grave and troubled, for he feared he had committed an irreparable blunder for which Pearle would censure him. "Had I known that you knew who Miss Melfort is, I should never have mentioned her name in your presence," he said remorsefully, adding, "I know something of the lady's sad history, and also that she is particularly desirous of remaining in obscurity. But I had not a suspicion that any one would recognize her by the name of Melfort, since she told me that it was an assumed one." Richard started at this. It did not please him to know that the woman whom he loved should have confided her sorrowful secrets to this handsome young lord. "Nor should we have recognized her but from the fact that she was a companion for a time to my own little daughter, and a strange combination of circumstances has led to the discovery of who she really is," Sir Harold said. He would have gone on to relate something of her history to prove his point, but Richard interrupted him. "I pray you will relieve my anxiety and tell me whither she has gone," he pleaded excitedly, "and," he added, "it is absolutely necessary that I find her immediately. She, for the present, is at Vannes, in France, but pardon me, I know she would prefer to remain lost to all who knew her in the past. Her heart is still very sad, and she has recently received a shock which has made her very timid and nervous," Lord Fennelcy replied, and then he proceeded to give them an account of Pearl's encounter with Addison Cheetham, and how he had thus learned so much of her painful history. "Sir Harold, I must go to Vannes at once," Richard said with white trembling lips. "If that wretch has discovered that she is with Lady Fennelcy, he will follow her to the ends of the earth. He will leave no stone unturned to triumph over me." "Richard, be calm," began Sir Harold. "Be calm, when my whole future is at stake? Be calm, when so much depends upon immediate action? You ask an impossibility of me," he said impatiently. "I will go and get a time-table, and see what time a train leaves for Dover, and whether I can catch a steamer across the Channel." "My friend," interposed Lord Ambrose, much troubled, for he believed Pearle would be made utterly wretched to have him seek her now, "pray be advised by me. Do not go to Miss Radcliffe." How they all avoided calling her by the hated name she bore! It would cause her bitterest pain; and, forgive me, it can do neither of you any possible good. If you fear that man will seek her, bent upon forcing her to render obedience, I will join my mother at Vannes immediately, and defend her with my life. Perhaps," he continued, coloring deeply, "you may think it presuming for me, a stranger, to speak thus, but Miss Radcliffe assured me that she could on no account return to her own friends." Sir Harold smiled at the young man's evident enthusiasm in the cause of his mother's governess. "We will go immediately to Vannes. Go and get a time-table at once," he said to Richard, who instantly darted away. "My lord, let me speak with you privately a few moments," he added, drawing the young man farther into one corner, for several gentlemen had just entered the room; and there he conversed with him in quiet but earnest tones until Richard returned, his face, which had so lately been anxious and sad, now animated with something of hope. "A train leaves for Dover at midnight, to catch a steamer that leaves early in the morning," he said to Sir Harold. "Then we will go at once," he answered, rising, "for of course I go with you." And shaking hands with the young lord, they quickly left the place. 37. Lady Fennelcy surprised. Lady Fennelcy and her family were most comfortably and pleasantly established in a first-class hotel, which was also partially a medical establishment where many invalids resorted for their health, in the suburbs of Vannes. It was fast becoming a noted place, this little spot of beauty with its health-giving breezes, its charming scenery, and inviting quiet, so near the city and yet upon the very verge of the sea. Lady Fennelsey, Camilla, and Franchita occupied handsome rooms upon the second floor, while Pearle and Amy, with the 2 children and maid, had cheaper, though not less pleasant, apartments directly above. They were all charmed with the place, and found Sir William Warner and his beautiful but delicate wife a very agreeable addition to their party. The hotel was situated upon quite an abrupt eminence, and surrounded by lovely grounds, while at their feet, and not more than 3 or 5 minutes' walk from the door, was the smooth, gleaming beach, where invalids could be wheeled in the smoothly rolling chairs provided for that purpose, and where children and visitors could play and promenade at their pleasure. It had been long since Pearle had had a sight of the sea, and now she seemed actually to revel in the pure bracing air and the beauty which everywhere surrounded her. Every day, accompanied by the children, she strolled upon the beach, spending a couple of hours in the most delightful manner to both herself and her little charges. The place was so quiet, so retired, that her fears that Addison Cheetham would follow her seemed to vanish as if by magic. "He surely will never find me here," she thought, and yet all unconscious that her enemy was following her as fast as the power of steam could convey him. One day they wandered farther than usual from the hotel, and came at length to a charming little grove of pines, where enticing little rows of seats had been scattered in every direction to tempt the weary to rest. It was so shady and inviting here that Pearle sat down to rest, but the children, never weary of playing upon the beach, where they gathered pebbles, shells, and seaweed, begged that they might be allowed to remain there. She gave them permission, and then, feeling delightfully indolent and carefree, leaned back in her chair and looked out over the broad, gleaming waters, and listened to the music of the breeze in the feathery pines overhead. She had not been sitting there long before the sound of wheels attracted her attention. Looking up, she saw a young man wheeling a beautiful lady of perhaps 22 or 3 years of age, in an invalid chair. They were accompanied by an elderly woman of about 50, and from her resemblance to the gentleman, Pearle concluded must be his mother. The face of the invalid, the young man's wife Pearle supposed her to be, was exceedingly beautiful, save for its marble whiteness, and a strangely vacant expression about the eyes which betrayed at once an intellect impaired. Tears involuntarily sprang to the fair girl's own eyes as she looked upon this trio and realized the nature of their trial. "How much of sorrow there is in the world! She cannot be much older than I, and how fearful to lose one's mind and still have to live on indefinitely! I have much to be thankful for, even in my own deep trouble," she thought, with a long-drawn sigh of mingled pity and gratitude. The wind took up that sympathetic sigh and wafted it to the ears of the gentleman wheeling the invalid. He turned toward her, and something in her pitying glance, and the sweet, tremulous expression of her lips, must have impressed him, for he lifted his hat and bowed slightly as he passed by. Pearle colored, not realizing, until this act convinced her of it, how patent her sympathy must have been to him. "I wonder who they can be, and what has caused that terrible misfortune," she said to herself, feeling a deep and sudden interest in them. At the request of the children she went to the grove again the next day, where she met the stranger a second time. Evidently the cool shadow of the fragrant pines was a favorite resort of the invalid as well as of herself and her charges. Again the young man lifted his hat and bowed slightly, and his earnest glance to-day betrayed a feeling of interest on his own part as to who this stately, beautiful girl might be, with her sad gray eyes and high-bred bearing. The next day Amy was not very well, and Pearle was obliged to leave her in the care of the maid while she went out with Master Fred and Miss Clara. Thinking she would avoid meeting the strangers again, lest they might deem her unduly curious regarding them, she took another path leading from the hotel and turned her steps in a different direction. The children started to run down the hill, while she followed more slowly. Halfway down the path there was a beautiful yew tree, and sitting alone in the shade of this was the lovely invalid that Pearle had seen twice before. Instinctively she slackened her steps as she came near, wondering why she should be left alone, when suddenly a gust of wind took the dainty hat from the stranger's head, and sent it flying into a clump of bushes near by. It was but the work of a moment for Pearle to secure it, and going to the invalid's side, she was about to hand it to her, when, with a trusting smile into her face, she bent her head forward to have it replaced. "Shall I tie it on for you?" she asked, returning the smile, as she gently placed it upon the soft clustering hair, and her heart was more deeply stirred than ever by her sad infirmity.
"Yes, please," and the sick one lifted her chin to have the strings tied beneath.
Such a pretty chin it was, too, so fair and round, and such a witching dimple in it. The lips also, how sweet they were! The nose small and straight, with the exception of a little coquettish inclination to turn upward at the end. And the eyes! A thrill shot through Pearle as she met those large dark eyes, fixed so trustfully on hers. Something in them moved her strangely. Where had she seen such eyes before?
"Have you seen Addie?"
she asked in sweet flute-like tones, when Pearle had finished tying the hat ribbons into a pretty bow. Supposing she referred to someone who was attending her, Pearle replied in the negative, and the girl, heaving a deep sigh, said sadly,
"Well, perhaps he will come to-morrow. I must be patient."
The tone, the sigh, and the look of almost heart-broken sadness with which it was said, brought the tears involuntarily to Pearle's eyes.
"Are you alone?" she asked, gently.
The girl seemed not to have heard her, but sat looking absently off upon the water. A step sounded upon the gravel behind her, and turning quickly, Pearle stood face to face with the gentleman whom she had always seen with her before. His hands were full of flowers, which he gently laid in the lap of his charge. Then, lifting his hat, he again bowed to Pearle. "Thank you," he said, glancing from her to the hat she had captured and replaced. "I should not have left her, but she asked for the flowers, and I do not like to refuse her anything."
"She does not know where Addie is. Will he come to-morrow?"
the sick girl asked, fixing her eyes wistfully upon him. "Perhaps he will come to-morrow," he replied gravely, though he sighed as he noted Pearle's pitying look, and then with another bow he passed on with his charge, and she hastened to join the children. It made her very sad to see one so fair and lovely in such a state, and her heart ached for that unhappy husband, as she believed him to be, who was so devoted and tender to her in her helplessness. Whether she was oppressed by this, or whether her anxiety for Amy, who seemed quite unwell, caused it, she could not have explained, but a sense of dreariness, loneliness, and impending evil settled down upon her, and before the day was half over she had grown so nervous that the slightest noise startled her, and made the tears spring unbidden to her eyes. During the afternoon, while she was sitting in Lady Fennelcy's room, reading aloud to her ladyship and Franchita, a servant entered, bearing a card upon a silver tray. Lady Fennelcy took it, and read the name inscribed upon it, and her brow contracted with a look of perplexity. Turning it over, she read a few words penciled upon the back, when she immediately rose and left the room. Going below to the receiving parlor, she found a stranger, a gentleman, awaiting her. He arose as she entered, and bowed low before her. "I crave your ladyship's pardon," he began, in insinuating tones, "for seeking this interview, being an entire stranger to you, and only the sternest necessity would have compelled me to do so." Lady Fennelcy bowed somewhat coldly in reply to this speech, and then invited him to be seated, while she also settled herself comfortably in an easy-chair. "I understand," the stranger continued with a keen glance into her face, "that you have a young lady in your family who calls herself Miss Melford." "Yes, that is my governess's name," Lady Fennelcy replied, bridling, and wondering what possible interest this man who wrote his address, Addison Cheetham, Pelham Pines, Aylesbury Bucks County, could have in her governess. She devoutly hoped he was no aspiring follower, for she did not relish the idea of being obliged to give up Pearle's valuable services, even in the indefinite future. She would be glad to keep her as long as Fred and Clara should need instruction at home. "Ah," Addison Cheetham said, with an accent of satisfaction at her reply, "you will excuse me, I trust, but it is my duty to tell you that Miss Melford is a name that the lady has assumed. It is not her real name." "Not her real name?" repeated the woman, drawing a startled breath, while thoughts of what Camilla had hinted and suspected began to flit through her head. "No, your ladyship," he answered with his sinister smile. "How do you know? What is her name?
Who is she?" she demanded, her usual self-possession somewhat shaken by learning anything so suspicious. "I know from a personal acquaintance with her. Her name is Mrs. Addison Cheetham, and she is my wife." For a moment Lady Fennelsey looked the consternation and astonishment that she could not give utterance to. "This must be some miserable practical joke. There can be no truth in what you affirm," she retorted, frowning, and without considering that she was giving the lie direct to this stranger. Addison Cheetham flushed hotly at the imputation cast upon his veracity. "Madam, you will have the goodness to read this," he said with offended dignity, as he passed her the same paper which he had so recently shown her son. She took it, and read it. "Do you mean to tell me that Margaret Melford and Margaret Radcliffe are one and the same person?" she asked severely, a fiery gleam in her eyes, which plainly said that if Miss Melford had thus deceived her, she should surely suffer for it. "Yes, your ladyship, one and the same. Did she voluntarily marry you?" Addison Cheetham coloured at the blunt question, but he answered, "We were married in church, before hundreds of witnesses, and by the clergyman whose name you read there." "Radcliffe. Radcliffe. That is a good name," said Lady Fennelsey musingly. "Yes, madam. My wife is most respectably connected," Addison Cheetham replied, with a stately manner. Lady Fennelsey flushed. She knew there were people by the name of Radcliffe who stood very high in the world, although she was not personally acquainted with them, and she did not like to think that her governess, whom she had patronized and tried to put down and browbeat on account of her position, was in any way connected with them. It would not be pleasant to remember if at any time in the future she should happen to meet either her or her relatives in the proud circles of the bon ton. "I think you must be mistaken. I cannot believe that Miss Melford is the person whom you believe her to be," she said uneasily. "I think I can prove to you what I have asserted," he answered, with a slight smile as he read her annoyance. "You doubtless remember the holiday and picnic which your children enjoyed with their governess and their brother a few weeks ago?" "Yes," Lady Fennelsey returned, flushing again at the stress he laid upon those two words. It was as if he placed the governess and the young lord of Dunbarton Priory upon equal ground. "I had an interview with my wife upon that occasion," her visitor continued, "during which I begged her to return with me to our home. Did not your son acquaint you with the incidents of that day?" he asked with sarcastic significance. Lady Fennelsey was almost boiling with rage, both at his insolence and the thought that her son, one of the high and mighty ones of earth, should have been in collusion with the governess, her servant and dependent, deceiving her, and thus assisting the girl in her gross deception, if this tale was true. Now she could understand Miss Melford's sudden illness that had necessitated her return from the picnic. Now she could understand why Ambrose had hurried them away from the mountains with such reckless haste. They had been in sympathy with each other. They had dared to have a secret in common, pulling the wool over her eyes, and making her a tool to serve the purpose of an artful, intriguing girl. She could see it all now, but she could not understand why, if Miss Melford had woven such a spell around her son, he should choose to remain at home instead of accompanying them upon their travels, where he could still have enjoyed her society. Perhaps, however, this was also a secret between them. All this flashed through her brain with the rapidity of lightning, and she was terribly angry, though her indomitable pride gave her power to conceal it in a measure, but she resolved that if it was true, the girl should suffer for her audacity in no light degree. "No," she said, with an assumption of indifference, "my son did not mention the fact. He evidently did not consider it of sufficient moment to do so." Addison Cheetham's eyes blazed at her reply, and at the remembrance of the ignominious defeat he had suffered at the hands of this proud woman's son. His lips curled into their customary sinister smile when moved by anger, as he replied, "He did, however, consider the matter of sufficient moment to defend the beautiful governess right valiantly, when she appealed to him for help against my authority over her." If looks could have annihilated her visitor, there would not have been much left of him by the time he was through speaking.
But it was vulgar to give vent to passion in words, and her ladyship replied only by asking a searching question. "If this girl is your wife, as you claim, how is it that she is hiding from you and dependent upon her own exertions for maintenance?" "Madam, she is not dependent. I am a gentleman, and I can give her every luxury." "Why, then, is she hiding from you?" she repeated sternly. "She imagines that she has sustained some wrong at my hands. But she is my wife, her place is in my home, and I cannot, and will not, longer be subjected to the mortification which I have for over a year endured on her account." "What is the nature of the wrong which she imagines has been done her?" "Pardon me, your ladyship, but I do not think it necessary to enter into particulars which can concern no one but ourselves," he replied coolly, and the proud dame realized that she had found her match for sang-froid and impudence. "You will perceive," he continued, "that having found my wife, I cannot, out of respect for myself, allow her to remain a governess longer in your family, nor indeed in any other." Lady Fennelcy bowed, and smiled scornfully, as much as to say that she could have no desire to retain Miss Melford's services under such very questionable circumstances. "She cannot be a connection of those Radcliffes," she thought, "or she would never have conducted herself in such a manner." But this man aroused all the antagonism of her nature, and she could not refrain from saying, with something of malice in her tones, "It may all be as you say, but even then I do not see how you can compel this person to go with you, if she is unwilling to do so." "This person?" Addison Cheetham showed his teeth at the implied disrespect, but he answered with the utmost politeness and unconcern. "If your ladyship will kindly send for Mrs. Cheetham, I think you will not need to remain in doubt much longer regarding the truth of my assertions. As to my wife accompanying me, that is a matter we will settle between ourselves." Lady Fennelcy bowed stiffly, and with a very red face. This man, with his cool impudence and assumption of equality, upset her dignity as nothing had been able to do for many years. With an expression of vindictiveness in her eyes and of stern decision on her countenance, she rang the bell, and desired the servant to request Miss Melford to come immediately to the parlor. A sudden thought seemed to strike Addison Cheetham as she delivered the message, and with an air of humility and regret he said, "My lady, if I have said anything which may have seemed harsh, I pray you will overlook it, for truly my troubles have embittered me sadly. And may I presume to ask your assistance and cooperation in regaining my wife?" Lady Fennelcy regarded him a moment in surprise. Then, considerably mollified, she replied, "If this girl is your wife, it will be no more than my duty to advise her to return to you." End of chapters 36 and 37. Chapters 38 and 39 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 38. Timely Help. Pearle appeared greatly surprised upon receiving Lady Fennelcy's message, and an instinctive fear oppressed her that something was wrong, although her worst surmises did not approach anything so terrible as the ordeal through which she was about to pass. She looked unspeakably lovely in the crisp, delicate blue gown which she wore, with the tiny bands of blue velvet tied around her shining chestnut hair, and the half-opened blush roses which she had fastened in her belt and at her throat. Her eyes were bright, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. And when she entered the parlor, Addison Cheetham caught his breath on beholding the vision of loveliness, and inwardly vowed that he would have her, no matter who or what opposed. Pearle did not see him when she first entered the room, but she saw at once that something had happened to disturb her ladyship's serenity exceedingly. With the color rising in her cheeks, Pearle approached her and asked, "Did you send for me, Lady Fennelcy?" "Yes, I did," she answered with some asperity, for Pearle's loveliness only served to make her more angry and pitiless. "I sent for you that I might ascertain whether you are acquainted with this gentleman or not." And she waved her hand pompously toward the spot where her visitor sat, hungrily devouring with his eyes the beauty of the unconscious girl. With a low exclamation of surprise, not unmixed with fear, Pearle turned and confronted him. The next instant her face was blanched to the whiteness of paper, the old hunted look returned to her eyes, and she sank strengthless upon a chair. "Do you know this gentleman?" Lady Fennelsey asked again, while anger and malice glowed in the eyes fixed so sternly and remorselessly upon the fair, sweet, but horror-stricken face. Pearle was too overcome to reply, and merely bowed her head in token of assent. "I desire to be answered when I ask a question," her ladyship said with tightly compressed lips. "Do you know this man?" She longed to say this person, but something in those peculiar eyes opposite prevented her. "Yes, madam," came weakly from Pearle's pale lips. "Oh, you do you? Won't you please repeat his name to me? I fear I do not know how it should be pronounced," returned the vindictive woman, with a scornful glance at the card she still held in her hand. The poor girl glanced appealingly into her employer's face. She saw that she knew all, but there was no mercy depicted there. "His name," her ladyship repeated peremptorily. "I refuse to utter it," Pearle answered proudly, though she shuddered involuntarily. "That is respectful, surely," was the sarcastic retort. "Allow me to ask what relationship he bears to you?" "Madam, he is nothing to me," and the grey eyes began to glow with a dangerous light, a light something like that which Addison Cheetham had seen in them on the morning of their marriage, after their return from the church. "You may as well own to the truth," Lady Fennelsey said sternly. "Your agitation betrays more than you are aware of, perhaps. This man claims to be your husband, and now I command you to tell me truly whether your name is really Margaret Melford, as you have led me to believe, or Mrs. Addison Cheetham, as he states." Again Pearle shuddered. The name, particularly as her ladyship had hesitatingly and gingerly pronounced it, had the most obnoxious sound to her. She never could, she never would, answer to it. No moral obligation bound her to the man, and she then and there resolved to throw off the yoke that was so galling to her. She knew that he would persecute her as long as he had any legal right to call her his wife, and she determined to appeal at once to the courts for a decree of separation. She knew that the English laws were very strict regarding such matters, and she had no hope of ever being really free, so that happiness could come to her again. Her conscience would not, in fact, allow her to entertain any such hope as that. But she could at least seek protection from further persecution, and she would do it and bear the scandal rather than suffer as she was now suffering. Lady Fennelsey's cold glance marked her drooping lids, her pale face and quivering lips, as she sat thinking this, and what she considered the guilty shrinking of the girl for having been detected in her deception only hardened her the more. "You are detaining me. I await your reply, Mrs. And she stopped, as if she really did not know how to address her. Her sarcastic tones goaded Pearle to the verge of desperation. She arose and confronted the stern-visaged woman. There was no shadow of fear on the lovely face, no sign of shrinking in her manner, but instead, an air of resolution and scorn that made her ladyship wonder at and almost quail before her. "Madam," she began, with something of hauteur, "I repeat, this man is nothing to me morally. Legally, I am bound to confess, he has a hold upon me." "You acknowledge it, then? You are his wife? You do bear his name?" "I am obliged to acknowledge it, but I was duped, cheated, and forced into it in the most monstrous manner," Pearle answered with a shudder. "You were married to him, then?" continued her inquisitor. "Yes, madam." "In the presence of witnesses?" "Certainly." "You went to the altar voluntarily with him, and took upon yourself the vows which bind a wife to her husband?" "No, 1,000 times no!" burst forth Pearle, indignantly, and unable to bear with her patiently. She must justify herself. "I told you I was duped, cheated, and entrapped into this hated marriage. I was to have married a good, true man upon the very morning that I was driven into this union. But he," making a slight gesture to indicate Addison Cheetham, "frightened me with threats,
He cheated me with forged documents which seemed capable of working the ruin of the man I loved, and, to save him, I sacrificed myself. I appeared to submit to the only alternative. I went to the altar with him. I stood before the vicar at this man's side, and was bound to him irrevocably. But I took no vows upon myself. I uttered no word to perjure my lips or my soul. I would not even sign my name as his wife upon the church register. I did this in order to purchase the proofs, as I believed, of my promised husband's dishonor, that I might save him from the consequences. And within an hour from the time the fatal words were spoken that bound me to him, I found that he had basely forged those proofs in order to carry out his nefarious purposes. In my misery, I vowed I would never remain in his presence one single hour. I would never live out the lie with which I had apparently perjured myself, and I fled from him and from all whom I loved. I determined to hide myself from the world where I had hitherto been known, and live out my miserable life alone." Pearle stopped to regain her breath, for she was nearly exhausted with her excitement. "You had no right to do as you have done. If you were so foolish as to allow yourself to be so deceived, you should have been willing to abide by the consequences. You have ruined your character by leaving your husband and living separate from him, when you might have been honored as the wife of a respectable man," said Lady Fennelcy coldly. Pearle made a gesture of disgust. "Madam, I have at least preserved my self-respect by the course I have pursued, whatever the code of honor may be in the circles which you frequent. Every principle of truth and virtue within me revolts against the sentiments you advance," she said in tones of scorn. "Really, Miss Melfort, or whatever I should call you, your manner is extremely insolent for one occupying the position you do in my family. However, under the circumstances, I shall overlook it. But I would advise you, if you value your future reputation, to yield submission and obedience to your husband, who really appears to be very respectably situated, and who says he can give you a good position in the world." Had not Pearle been so utterly wretched, she would have laughed aloud with amusement at this absurdly patronizing speech and the woman's affectation of superiority. Lady Fennelcy's family and pedigree were not more honorable than her own. Her wealth and position were equal to, if indeed they did not exceed, her ladyship's, while her education and accomplishments were far superior. This condescending patronage, this assumed preeminence, not to speak of her hard-hearted, worldly wise advice, was ridiculous, to say the least. Pearle's lips curled disdainfully as she replied, "Lady Fennelcy, it is to be regretted that your advice should be unavailing. But I would rather be houseless, homeless, and as destitute as a beggar in the streets, than to humiliate myself to tolerate this man's presence for one single hour." Addison Cheetham gnashed his teeth audibly at this resolute and spirited speech. Lady Fennelcy, hearing it, turned to him with an expression of horror. "I fear you have taken on to yourself rather a refractory wife," she said. Then turning to Pearle, she resumed with increasing severity, "It is useless for me now to dwell upon the inexcusable deception that you have presumed to practice upon me and my innocent family. Of course, now that I have discovered it, I can no longer consider you a fit companion for my daughters, a suitable governess for my children. Consequently, I could, under no conditions, allow you to remain longer in my service. I trust, however, that you may be led to see your folly and repent of it before the patience of your husband is exhausted. I shall deem it advisable," she concluded, swelling with importance and indignation, "to warn my friends and acquaintances of the deception you have practiced upon me, that they may also avoid becoming the victims of your duplicity." Upon concluding this annihilating speech, Lady Fennelcy arose majestically, as if to leave the room. But Pearle, feeling desperate at the thought of being left alone with that man, and without a friend to protect her from his power and foul designs, placed herself in her path. "Your ladyship," she began pleadingly, "you are a mother. You have daughters, and you ought to feel for one persecuted and wronged as I am and have been. I appeal to your sympathy and to your protection, until I can communicate with my own friends, and then I will relieve you of my presence immediately." In her eagerness and despair she bent toward the stately matron, her flushed face raised beseechingly, her lovely gray eyes fixed upon her immovable features, her hands clasped and outstretched imploringly. Lady Fennelsey drew back haughtily. The exceeding beauty of her despised governess only seemed to harden her already hard heart still more. Not one of her own daughters gave promise of one half the loveliness of this charming girl, and the thought angered her, and strengthened her prejudice and malice. Unfortunate people had no business to be beautiful. That gift should only be bestowed upon the rich and prosperous. "Miss Melfort, you are extremely presuming to suggest any such thing. It is not to be considered for a moment. My daughters must not be contaminated by pernicious influences. Come to me in half an hour, and I will settle with you, and you will please vacate your room immediately." This was uttered in the haughtiest accents, then with a withering look of contempt into the beautiful despairing face, and a cold bow to Addison Cheetham, she swept from the room. The closing of the door after her sounded like the knell of doom to Pearle. For one moment she buried her face in her trembling hands, while her heart was lifted in silent appeal to the mighty one in whom she trusted, and then she too turned as if to leave the room. But Addison Cheetham, who had been watching her intently, sprang before her and barred the way. "I've been made a fool of about long enough," he said through his shut teeth. "You cannot leave this room until you consent to leave it to go home with me as my wife." Pearle raised her head and turned upon him her scornful, defiant eyes, while she moved a step or two out of his way. She had not spoken to him once, she had scarce looked at him. But now she was prepared to fight him upon equal ground, and defy him to the last. But before she could reply to him, the door was suddenly and somewhat violently thrown open, and a kindly though excited face looked in upon them. It was that of the gentleman whom Pearle had encountered during her walks attending the invalid imbecile girl. An expression of surprise swept over his features as he saw the couple within so defiantly facing each other. Then addressing Pearle, he said, "Pardon me, lady, but it is quite important that I have a moment's speech with you." "The lady is engaged, sir," Addison Cheetham began, insolently, and with an angry scowl at the intruder. But Pearle, her heart bounding with thankfulness for this timely interruption, glided quickly to the young man's side, and deliberately taking his arm, said, "Certainly, monsieur." Her hand tightened over his arm almost convulsively, and he could feel that she was trembling in every limb. He hesitated an instant, and seemed somewhat surprised at her act. "Help me," she whispered appealingly; and comprehending at once that she was in some deep trouble, and that this sinister-looking man was the cause of it, he led her without a word from the room, and closed the door upon the discomfited and baffled husband, who cursed in no moderate manner at being thus balked at the moment when he thought the game was all in his own hands. 39. Unraveling the Mystery. While the incidents related in the last chapter were transpiring, another strange scene was being enacted close by. When Pearle went down to read to the ladies in their own room, she left Amy sleeping. She was better to-day. Still Pearle did not feel quite free from anxiety on her account, and had persuaded her to lie down and have a nap. She awoke soon after Pearle went below, and finding herself alone, ran into the adjoining room, where Fred and Clara were studying. The maid, with whom both Pearle and Amy were great favourites, coaxed the little one to allow her to dress her, promising to take her for a little walk afterward. The child, pleased with the prospect, consented, and was soon arrayed in dainty garments of spotless white, with a broad silken sash of blue tied around her waist, and a little hat trimmed with ribbons of the same hue set jauntily upon her golden head. She was as witching a little fairy as ever drew breath, and the maid was vastly more proud of her, a friendless waif though she seemed, than she had ever been of Fred or Clara, as she strolled with her through the grounds, and noted the glance of admiration that everywhere followed her. They walked about for half an hour or so, when, drawing near a rustic arbour, they heard a deep, rich voice singing a popular ballad. Amy, a dear lover of music, stopped to listen. Then, with one chubby finger upon her lips, and her other hand outstretched to the maid to enjoin silence, she stole on tiptoe to the entrance, and stood shyly looking within. A moment she stood thus, and the maid saw a look of mingled recognition, amazement, and terror creep into her large blue eyes. The colour faded from her little face, leaving her as white as a snowflake. Then, with a wild scream, she darted inside the enclosure, and the next instant was sobbing and laughing and talking in the strangest and most unintelligible manner imaginable. The girl hastened after her, but before she could reach the spot, she heard a piercing shriek from someone there, and when at last she stood in the doorway, a strange scene presented itself before her. A pale, beautiful woman was lying back in an invalid chair, wholly unconscious, her white face outlined against the rich dark velvet in striking contrast to it; while Amy, quivering with excitement, was clinging to her in a passion of tears and sobs, and calling out, "Mamma, mamma, you've been gone so long. Please, please kiss Amy." A gentleman had sprung to her side, and was regarding the unconscious woman with great anxiety, while he strove to unclasp Amy's clinging arms from her neck and put her away. But she refused to be moved, only clinging the closer, and begging in the most piteous manner for "mamma to wake up and kiss her." The woman was the one whom Pearle had met so often of late in her rambles, and the gentleman was her attendant. "Take her away," he commanded the maid, and she took Amy by main force into her arms, in spite of her cries and screams, and carried her from the place. The gentleman rolled his unconscious charge back to the steps of the hotel, where, gathering her slight form in his arms, he bore her up to her room, while the maid bore Amy to a distant part of the grounds, trying in vain to hush her cries and sobs. For more than an hour the sick girl lay unconscious. She would partially revive, only to relapse into another and more prolonged fainting turn, while both the young man and the woman whom Pearle had supposed to be his mother, watched and worked over her with increasing anxiety. "I am afraid she will die. What has caused this?" the woman asked of her son, as the invalid relapsed into the fifth swoon. He shook his head, but made no other reply, as he worked over his charge with restoratives, and counted her pulse every other minute. At last his efforts seemed to be rewarded. She gave signs of returning life, and there was a strange eager glance in the man's eyes as, with almost breathless interest, he waited to see what would come next. With a long-drawn sigh, the white lids at length fluttered open, and the dark eyes wandered from face to face inquiringly, and then around the room. There was no look of recognition as she caught the eyes of those bending so anxiously over her. It was as if she had never seen them before, and a puzzled expression seemed to change her whole countenance. "Where am I? Where is she?" she asked at last. "Whom?" queried the young man, bending nearer to her, and searching those dark eyes with almost breathless anxiety. "My baby, my darling, my precious pet," and her sweet lips quivered painfully. The weak voice was plaintively eager and tremulous. The elder woman was about to exclaim and appeared greatly excited, but the young man stopped her with an imperative motion of his hand, as he answered the girl in a matter-of-fact way. "She is here. I will bring her to you. Drink this first, for you have been ill, and must get a little strength." He gently lifted her head from the pillow, and put a glass to her lips, from which she drank thirstily. Whatever the mixture was, it seemed to produce the desired effect, for she seemed to breathe more easily and regularly, and a slight tinge of colour returned to her lips. Still her glance wandered inquiringly around the room, and finally settled upon the young man's face again with the same look. "It's all very strange," she said with a long-drawn sigh. "I wasn't killed. I shall live after all. Are you a physician?" "Yes, I am a physician," he answered, smiling assuringly, "and you will live. But you must be very quiet, for you have been terribly frightened." "Frightened?" she whispered, a wild look creeping into her eyes, and a shudder shaking her slight frame. "Oh, yes. You never can know. It was horrible, horrible. But my baby, I want my child, just to make sure that I am not dreaming," she concluded, and becoming greatly excited again.
The young man's brow contracted with perplexity, and there was an exceedingly anxious look in his face, as if he was pondering some doubtful question. "Go find that little girl that we have noticed so often, and bring her here," he said in a low tone to his mother; and without a word she went to do his bidding. "Who is she?" asked the invalid as her glance followed the retreating form. "My mother," he answered briefly, and then held another potion of medicine to her lips. She took it as if she felt perfect confidence in him, though she seemed to search his face curiously, and then the room, as if it seemed strange to her; while all this time she appeared to be listening intently and starting nervously at the sound of every footfall in the corridor. At length the door softly opened, and Madame entered, leading the little white-robed fairy by the hand and followed by the maid. Amy's eyes were red and tear-swollen, and heart-broken sobs every now and then shook her little form, though she tried to repress them, for she had been told that she must be very quiet if she went in to see the sick lady. As they entered, the invalid raised herself on her elbow, her cheeks flushing a vivid crimson, her eager eyes shining like two stars. There was a moment of intense, painful silence, then her lips parted with a low cry of delight. She held out her wasted hands, and the child sprang to her, and was clasped to her bosom with an almost hysterical sob. "Mamma's pet! Amy darling! My beautiful snowflake!" she murmured fondly as the tears rained over her face, and dropped among the golden curls upon her breast. "God is good," she went on, hugging the little form closer. "He did not tell me to die. He heard me when I prayed that you, my precious, need not be left to the cold charity of the world. Glory be to his holy—" The excitement was too much. The blanching lips could say no more. The feeble hands relaxed their passionate clasp. The flush died out of the fair face, and she lay white and lifeless once more in another swoon. Even then it was almost impossible to persuade Amy to leave her. She clung to her almost frantically, crying, it is my own mamma. I will not go away." They told her that her mamma was sick, that she need not go away, but she must keep very quiet; and it was pitiful to see the grieved, frightened look upon her little face, and her efforts to hush her sobs as she watched them working over the apparently lifeless form. The swoon proved to be nothing serious this time, and a half-hour later, with little Amy's hand clasped in hers, the sick one fell into a quiet and refreshing slumber. Then the young physician drew the child gently away, and told her when her mamma awoke she should come and see her again; and the maid took her back to Pearl's room, having, however, been cautioned by the young man to say nothing of what she had witnessed, until he should see Miss Melford, whom she had told him had care of the child. Then the doctor sought his mother, a strange glad light in his eyes, his whole face, in fact, fairly radiant with gladness. "It is as I thought," he said. "That terrible shock deprived her of her reason, and now a shock as sudden, although of a different nature, has restored it." "My son, you do not mean to say that you think she has regained her reason?" she said in tones of astonishment. "I have every encouragement to believe so. You saw the change in her looks, her tones; and we have never heard her speak as connectedly as she has done during the last hour, since we have had the care of her." "No. And yet her words have only seemed another form of madness or idiocy to me. How very, very strange that she should claim that child as belonging to her." "Not more strange than that the child should appear to recognize its mother in her," quickly replied the young man, then added gravely, "I believe we are on the verge of having a deep mystery explained. I will go at once to seek the young lady who appears to have charge of the child, and relate what has occurred to her. Meantime, I can trust you to watch our patient closely, and if she should arouse, give her another spoonful of that mixture in the tumbler." And this is how it happened that the young physician came to Pearl's aid in the strangely providential manner in which he did. As he was descending the stairs he met Lady Fennelsey, who was returning to her rooms, nearly bursting with indignation at having discovered how she had been duped, and he inquired of her where he could find her governess. "I left her in the reception parlour," she replied with freezing dignity, and passed on, while with quick, eager strides the young man proceeded to the room designated, and opened the door just in season to relieve Pearle from the trying position in which she found herself placed. "Oh, thank you," she breathed when the door was shut and he was leading her toward the stairway, but she was trembling so that he feared he was going to have another patient on his hands. "Have you been frightened? Has anyone dared to offer you an indignity? I am a stranger to you, but I can never see a lady wronged and not seek to defend her," he said, his face flushing, while he half turned back, as if he was ready to go and pummel the offender if she said so. "No, no," she said, eager to get away lest the man from whom she had first fled should come after her. "But I have been excessively annoyed, and I have to thank you for coming to my rescue just as you did." He gave her a searching glance as if wondering what he had rescued her from, and what relation that sinister-looking man bore to her. But remembering that he had other matters of importance to talk about, he said, "I am glad if I have relieved you from anything unpleasant, but I came to ask you if you can spare me half an hour, as I have something of great importance to communicate to you." It was Pearl's turn to look surprised now, but she replied, though with some bitterness, as she remembered that no one had any claim upon her time now. "Yes, an hour if you like. Only please take me away where there will be no danger of my encountering the man we have just left. You will please excuse the liberty I have taken," she added, coloring, as she became conscious that she was still clinging to the arm she had so unceremoniously laid hold upon. "But when you opened the door, I was led involuntarily to feel that I could trust you, and I was sorely in need of help at that moment." He bowed, and then led her upstairs to a little private parlor belonging to the suite he occupied, where he communicated to her the strange events that had occurred during the last few hours. "You amaze me!" she exclaimed. "You say that Amy first recognized your friend?" This with an inquiring glance, for he had not mentioned what relationship he bore to the invalid, "as her mother, and that she, on recovering from her swoon, recognized the child and called her Amy?" "Yes. The recognition was mutual." "I do not understand it at all. Who is this woman?" "I do not know who she is," he returned, looking very grave. "You do not know?" cried Pearle, aghast, and for a moment she was tempted to think that the man also was bereft of sense or reason. "No," he returned sadly. "I do not wonder that you are astonished, and the whole thing is a tantalizing mystery. Fate threw this unfortunate girl, for she does not seem more than that, into my care more than a year ago." "Ah!" exclaimed Pearle, starting violently. "Yes. I will explain it to you soon. But first I would like to ask one or two questions of you. I have been told that this little one who is in your care is an orphan. Is it so?" "Yes. Or I have supposed that she is an orphan, for accident deprived her of her mother just before she fell into my hands, and I was led to believe that her father was not living." "You say that an accident deprived her of her mother. What kind of an accident?" the young physician asked abruptly, scarce waiting for her to complete her sentence; and the beating of the full veins upon his forehead told how anxiously he awaited her reply. "A railway accident," Pearle replied, and she saw him start and his face flush a deep crimson. "Will you tell me when, where, and how it occurred?" he asked in suppressed tones, and feeling strangely moved by his manner, she related all that she knew concerning the sad event that had made Amy motherless. "Was the woman's body reclaimed?" he asked when she had concluded, she not having referred to that repulsive feature of the bereavement. "No, it was not, and that is the saddest part of the whole story. It was never discovered who took it from the morgue in London, and it remains a mystery even now." And she went on to explain how Madame Renaud, by being prostrated by the fatal news of her daughter's death, had been unable to go to identify the body until several days after the accident, and had then found that it had been claimed and taken away. The young man had grown very pale and excited during her recital, and did not seem to know how to break the silence for several seconds after she had finished. At last he said, and his voice was almost hoarse with emotion, "Strange things happen in this world of ours. I claimed that body, and took it from the morgue." "You?" cried Pearle in a whisper of horror. Then some thought seemed to startle her, and she continued, And she is—" She could not go on.
She half arose from her chair, bending eagerly toward him, her beautiful face white as snow, her voice shaking with emotion. "Yes, I claimed it," he went on, as though she had not interrupted. "Although I am of no kin to her, although I had never even seen her until I saw her lying dead, killed, as everybody supposed, by that express train, as it thundered on its way to London. Sit down, my dear young lady. You are excited, you are trembling. But be calm, and I will tell you all about it." Pearle sank back into her chair, trembling indeed, and almost faint at this startling intelligence, while her mind went sadly back to that forlorn household in the suburbs of London, into which she had gone and where she had closed the eyes of that stricken, sorrowing mother in her last sleep, and then found herself, as she had supposed, the only guardian of a helpless orphan. And this man who had claimed this body, who was he? Madame Renaud had said there was only one person in the world who would have a right to do such a thing. Could this man be the one? No, it could not be, for only a moment ago he said he did not know who she was. It was all passing strange, and she was very much excited over it. End of chapters 38 and 39. Chapters 40 and 41 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 40. The Doctor's Story. "Before I begin my story," the young doctor began, "allow me to introduce myself to you. My name is George Murdoch. I am a physician, and my residence is in London, where I have been practicing for the last 5 years. How I happen to be here just at this time, you will soon learn. I suppose, according to the laws of our country, I have been guilty of a very wrong thing. And yet, in doing what I have done, I was actuated only by the most humane feelings. It has been my practice during my residence in London to visit the morgue whenever I heard of an unusual accident, hoping to increase my stock of information thereby and benefit other sufferers. Hearing of the railway casualty which occurred more than a year ago, and to which you have referred, I visited the morgue early the following morning, and found the body of the girl who had been the only victim. I cannot describe to you my feelings as I looked upon the lovely unfortunate. A strange thrill went tingling through all my nerves, and a feeling of bitter rebellion arose in my heart against the sad fate that had slain her and sent her to that place to be gazed upon by the idle and curious. It was early, as I said. I was the first one who had come there that morning, for which I have always been thankful, for I fear I should never have had the nerve to do what I did in the presence of a prying throng. I went alone into the room where she lay, so white and still, and so delicately beautiful, and stood gazing upon her, wondering who she could be, and if the news of her untimely end would reach her friends and they come to claim her, before she should begin to grow hideous and repulsive. She lay as if asleep. Her abundant hair had become loosened, and rippled over her shoulders and bosom in great luxuriant waves, and was as smooth and glossy as satin. Her face was rounded and full, and very, very fair to look upon, excepting a bruise far up on one side of the forehead. Her lips were slightly parted, showing the even rows of white teeth between, and one hand rested upon her breast. The other lay by her side, and I noticed upon the third finger of this a broad band of gold. "She has been married," I said to myself; and then I observed that she was clad in black. Her dress and mantle and her bonnet and veil which lay beside her were all black. A young widow, perhaps, I thought, though there was no crape to indicate deep mourning. And then the feeling impressed me that perhaps she had no friends, perhaps she was alone in the world. She might even be one of those unfortunate ones who, discouraged with life and rendered desperate by its troubles, had sought her own death. I involuntarily took in mine one of the soft white hands which seemed like wax outlined against the deep black of her dress. And it was a beautifully shaped hand. To my surprise, it was not rigid, as I had expected to find it, but soft and pliable almost as my own. And as I looked, a thrill like the piercing of a knife shot through me. One of the slender fingers twitched. "It is but the result of my imagination," I said, chiding myself for becoming so unduly excited.
But even as I said it, my own fingers sought her pulse. My heart bounded into my throat, and a terrible trembling seized me as I felt it feebly vibrate beneath my touch. "She is not dead," I whispered, feeling my own face blanch, and a cold perspiration starting out all over me. No, she was not dead, for still holding that wrist I could feel the faint pulsations that had startled me so. But I knew she would die unless she had immediate and vigorous treatment. My first impulse was to notify the authorities and have her taken to the hospital. But the hospital was a long distance from the morgue, the officials would have no interest in the case, and there might be a long delay that would be fatal to the faint promise of life in that almost lifeless form. No one had come to claim the body. Indeed, her friends might be living a long distance from London, if she had any. If I left her there and said nothing, I should go away feeling guilty of murder. Whatever I did I must do quickly, and it was then, on the impulse of the moment, that I resolved to do a bold thing. I never once stopped to consider what the consequences would be if my act was discovered. I only thought of bringing back life to that beautiful unknown girl, whose face had impressed me as no other had ever done. I went out to the authorities and claimed her as mine, my sister; and I think they never once doubted my word, for my white face and trembling tones had all the appearance of grief and horror over a fate so terrible to a relative. I have often been troubled since, when thinking of the distress of the real friends should any come to claim her, but I have never for one moment regretted the step I took. I had her conveyed at once to my own humble home, where, after relating my story to my mother, she joined me heart and hand in my efforts to resuscitate the apparently lifeless girl. We were rewarded after long and arduous labor. Suspended animation was restored. The girl breathed, moved, and swallowed the restoratives we gave her, but showed no signs of consciousness. A tedious brain fever followed this, and many times we despaired of her life. But my mother is an excellent nurse, and to her our patient owes her life. It was a tough struggle, however, between life and death; but she had evidently been in perfect health at the time of the accident, and she had also a strong and vigorous constitution, so that she at last rallied and began to recover physically. But, to my dismay, I found that her reason was wrecked. She was an idiot. I could not account for it at first. The bruise upon her head had not been severe enough to cause either death or idiocy. There were no other injuries that were very severe, and her sickness could not have produced any such fatal results. In only one way, I reasoned, could it have been caused, and that must have been the shock and fright she experienced on perceiving, as she supposed, that she must be killed. She has been very sweet and attractive in her imbecility. There has been nothing repulsive about her condition. She has never been strong since her sickness, and demands constant care and attention; but she has been so sweetly patient, gentle, and lovable, that my mother and I have grown to love her most tenderly. I have had a theory of my own all through her illness, although I have never given expression to it until to-day. I have read of instances where imbecility was caused by some shock or fright, and the recovery was produced in a like manner. A great shock had deprived our charge, may we have called her, of her reason, and I have felt that it was barely possible that something of this kind might restore it again. To-day an event occurred which has led me to hope that such is indeed the case." "Is it possible?" interrupted Pearle with almost breathless interest. "Oh, I hope so. Can it be possible that she is Amy's mother?" "Wait until I tell you the rest of my story, Miss Melford, before you allow yourself to hope too much," the young doctor said, with a kindly smile into her excited face. "I took my fair charge out this afternoon, and we went to a little arbor at the end of the South Walk. She had been nervous all day. She has nervous attacks occasionally which leave her quite weak, and it is often very difficult to quiet her. Sometimes by singing to her we can soothe her very quickly, and so I have grown into the habit of singing to her frequently. To-day I was only half through my song when I was startled by something white darting past me, with a cry that made every nerve in me tingle, and the next moment I saw a little golden-haired child spring into the lap of my patient and fall sobbing and crying upon her bosom. May uttered a piercing shriek and fainted dead away.
But the little one, seeming to be nearly wild, continued kissing her lips, patting her pale cheeks, and calling, "Mamma! Mamma!" "Amy," murmured Pearle, feeling faint herself, as she began to realize toward what all this tended. "Yes, it was the little girl whom I have often seen with you. But I could not stop to inquire into the cause of her grief and strange actions then. I gave her into the care of the maid, who just then came for her, and brought May directly back to the hotel. She had received a fearful shock, for she kept relapsing into fainting fits for more than an hour, and I was beginning to fear for the result, when she revived, and I was instantly startled by remarking a strange look in her eyes. It was not the look of confidence and trust that she usually regarded me with, but a curious puzzled expression, as though she did not know me, and almost immediately she began glancing anxiously about the room, and asked for her baby, her Amy, her precious pet. I was almost as much agitated at this as I was when in the morgue I first saw her finger twitch and knew that she was not dead. I realized that my theory was correct. This shock, I believe, has restored the reason which I had feared must be forever clouded. At first I hardly knew what to do. I could not believe that this child was really hers. I thought it might be a singular coincidence of resemblance, and I almost feared to send for her again, at her request, lest a disappointment should produce a relapse into her former state. I expressed no surprise at her questions regarding the little one, and when I thought her strong enough to bear it, I sent for her. I was not left in doubt long, for the moment the door opened, little Amy bounded to the bedside, and the mother and child again recognized each other. "I cannot tell you how this strange occurrence has affected me," Dr. Murdoch continued with emotion. "I am deeply grateful for this change in my patient; grateful, too, that she will be restored to the friends who love her, and that the mystery which has so long enveloped her will now be cleared away. And yet she has grown so dear to my mother and to me that it will be very hard for us to part with her." There was a huskiness in George Murdoch's voice as he concluded, and a mist, like unshed tears, in his eyes. "Heaven be thanked!" Pearle ejaculated. "My darling is no longer motherless." And she almost sobbed with joy that the terrible mystery which had so long shrouded beautiful Alice Renault was at last solved. But how strangely solved! "Yes," returned the doctor, "it is certainly a matter to be deeply grateful for. As soon as I deemed it safe to leave my charge I came to seek you, hoping that you would be able to throw some light on the subject. Do you know anything of her past history beyond what you have already told me?" he asked with considerable anxiety. "No, nothing of any moment," Pearle answered; and then she told him how she happened to go to Madame Renault, of her sojourn there, of the old lady's death, and her subsequent adoption of little Amy. "You have done a noble deed, Miss Melford, in caring for this motherless child," Dr. Murdoch said with a glance of admiration when she concluded. Then, the look of anxiety returning to his face, he asked, "Did you say that that Amy's mother, was a widow?" "No, I learned nothing of her private history. But from the fact of Madame's telling me that the little one was called Amy Renault, I judged that her mother must have been a son's wife, although Madame never spoke of a son, and the servants knew nothing about it. There seemed to be something rather mysterious about the family," Pearle replied. The doctor looked grave, but after a thoughtful silence he said with a sort of regretful smile, "I am afraid you and I will have cause to regret much, as well as to be thankful for much, when we are called to part with our charges." "Yes, indeed," Pearle replied, the tears starting quickly to her eyes again. "I have grown to love Amy as well as if she really belonged to me. In fact, I had come to regard her as mine, as I had despaired of ever finding anyone to whom she belonged." "She is a charming little fairy. I had supposed until a day or two ago that she belonged to the family with whom you are engaged," said the doctor. Pearle's face fell at these words, for they at once brought back to her mind her own precarious situation, which in listening to the physician's tale she had entirely forgotten for the time. George Murdoch noticed her troubled manner, and at once connected it in his mind with her interview with the man whom he had seen in the reception parlor,
But of course he did not wish to appear curious, and so waited for her to break the silence. He knew she wanted to speak of it from the anxious glance she cast at him every now and then. "Would you like to come in and see my fair charge?" he asked, at last, to break the awkward pause. Pearle started, and at once became violently agitated. "Yes," she said, but, Dr. Murdoch, I find myself in a very trying position just at this time. My interview with you has inspired me with confidence in you, and though I know you have care enough on your mind just now, I feel impelled to trespass still further upon your kindness, and throw myself upon your protection, until I can communicate with my friends." He gave her a frank look of sympathy as he replied, "Anything that I can do to serve you, Miss Melford, you may be assured I shall be most happy to do." "Thank you. You are very kind, and I must tell you the truth, for you will doubtless learn it in some other way if I do not. It seems a strange thing that a woman should be obliged to seek protection against her own husband, but such is the fact. The man whom you saw in the parlor with me, I am compelled to acknowledge, stands in that relation to me," Pearle explained, with drooping eyes and crimson cheeks. She did not think it right to allow him to remain in ignorance of this fact, though it was terribly humiliating to her to confess it. "Ah!" he said, with a start of surprise. He had not once thought that she could be a wife. "Yes, and I have been trying to hide from him for a long time." Then, thinking he might wonder why she did not claim the protection of Lady Fennelcy, she continued, "He has followed me here, and has had an interview with Lady Fennelcy, who, upon discovering the fact of which I have just spoken, considers that I am no longer fit for the position which I have hitherto occupied, and she has accordingly dismissed me. I was feeling very miserable and forlorn indeed when you sought me so opportunely." She then proceeded briefly to give him some account of her trouble, and the exceedingly uncomfortable position in which she now found herself. "You need protection, surely," he said, when she concluded, "and you shall have it until you can communicate with your friends, which, pardon me for the suggestion, I should advise you to do at once. You are not fitted to combat single-handed with such villains as the one whom you have described." "Thank you. The world seems very large, but it really is exceedingly small when one wants to hide one's self. If I am to lose Amy, I shall need comfort, and I believe I shall go back to my brother's care, at least for the present," the lonely girl said, with quivering lips and tear-laden eyes. The young doctor felt for her deeply. She was so beautiful, and he had never dreamed of her having so tragic a history. "Shall I demand an interview with that man, and acquaint him with the fact that I have taken you under the shadow of my wing, and warn him of the consequences if he attempts to molest you?" he asked, trying to speak lightly. "I do not believe that will be necessary," she answered. "I only wish to feel that I may appeal to you in case he should seek to compel me to accompany him from this place." "Very well. Then consider yourself one of my family until your friends come for you. And now, will you come and see Amy's mother?" Pearle assented, and he led the way into another room, where they met Mrs. Murdoch, whose motherly face had attracted Pearle from the first. The doctor introduced them, and asked after his charge. "She is very comfortable," was the reply, "but in a state of curiosity regarding both herself and the little one, who she declares has grown half since she saw her. And," his mother added, smiling, "she does not know what to make of either you or me." "We will soon explain all to her," her son returned; and drawing Pearle's arm within his, he drew her in a chamber beyond, where the fair invalid lay, very pale and wan, but looking nevertheless a perfect picture of happiness and beauty, as she hugged to her bosom her newly recovered treasure, and looked down with the light of reason and recognition once more in her beautiful brown eyes, into the deep blue orbs of this her child, who, with her little arms twined lovingly around her neck, would not consent to be taken from her mother. 41. Dr. Murdoch's Love for Alice. As the door opened and Pearle entered the room with the doctor, Amy cried out joyously, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes dancing with happiness. "Auntie, auntie! Mamma, my own pretty mamma has come back!" Pearle with difficulty restrained her tears at the words, for they told her but too surely that ere long she and her bright little comforter must part company. But she withdrew her arm from that of her escort, and going directly to the bedside, she knelt down so that she could look into those deep brown eyes which were now fixed so earnestly and questioningly upon her. "Are you Alice Renaud?" she asked gently, but an intense earnestness quivered in her tones.
"Yes, that is my name,"
the fair stranger answered, but she looked greatly surprised at the question, and put her hand to her head in a puzzled way, as if trying to recall something, while a vivid crimson stained her cheek as she met the eager look bent upon her.
"And are you sure that Amy, this little one, is your child?" Pearle continued. "Yes, my very, very own," returned the young mother in trembling tones, as she clasped the little form closer to her. Then, becoming excited by the vivid memories that seemed to come crowding upon her, she cried, with blanching cheeks, and a look of horror leaping to her eyes, "Oh, that dreadful engine! Those shrill, piercing whistles! Those thundering noises! That terrible shock and fright that held me spellbound to meet my death! I could not move. I could not speak nor cry out. I could only stand and look and wait while that shrieking monster came nearer and nearer, until it sent me down into the blackness of darkness. Ah, it was dreadful, it was maddening, but I could not move, I was frozen, paralyzed. My baby, who will care for my darling, was the one thought that burst my heart and seared my brain when, as I believed, I was dropping into eternity."
Her voice died away into a hoarse whisper, while, exhausted with excitement and the fearful remembrance, she lay sobbing and wringing her hands wildly, and then clasping Amy to her convulsively, again kissing her shining head and murmuring fond wild words over her. George Murdoch regarded her with an anxious look on his face. He went to her with an air of resolution, and unclasping her clinging arms, put Amy into Pearle's lap, she having seated herself in a chair by the bed when she saw the invalid becoming so excited. "Alice," he said in gentle yet authoritative tones, and using her name for the first time, "you must be quiet. You must not think of what is past, for it excites you so. You must be calm, or I shall be obliged to send Amy and every one else from the room." His manner seemed to reassure her, and she grew quieter almost immediately, though deep sobs still shook her slight frame. Dr. Murdoch mixed something in a spoon and held it to her lips. She took it obediently, and then looking up into his manly face with a puzzled expression, she asked, simply, "Who are you? I have never seen you before, and yet it seems as if I have dreamed of you very often." A look of pain shot into his eyes at this. He had watched and tended her so long. He had studied night and day that he might know how to treat her case. He had devoted every spare moment to her, and she had clung to him with almost childish dependence during the months of her mental weakness. And now, when what he had always desired was accomplished, she did not even recognize him. He knew that he had no right to expect anything different, that the May, whom his voice alone could soothe in her nervous hours, and the Alice of the present moment, were entirely different beings. And yet the knowledge brought with it a pang that he had never looked for. "I am your physician," he said in reply to her question, "and I cannot allow you to talk any more, unless you are very quiet. This lady beside you is Miss Melford, and she has had the care of Amy during your illness; for you have been sick for a long time." "Is that why my head feels so strangely? Why I cannot think of all I wish?" she asked, putting both her trembling hands to her temples. "Yes, and you will not be able to think at all unless you heed what I say. I thought you would like to be assured that Amy had been well cared for, and if you will promise not to become excited again, I will allow Miss Melford to talk to you a while," the young doctor said, watching her closely all the time he was speaking. "What is your name? Were you called when I was hurt? Dr. Ashley was my mother's physician." She stopped suddenly, while a look of remembrance and anxiety settled over her face. She was about to go on, but Dr. Murdoch, seeing the look, interrupted. "My name is George Murdoch. I found you after you were hurt, and that is how you happened to be under my care." But he could not check the tide of memories that came rushing back to her, now that the natural vigor of her brain was beginning to be restored. "My mother! Where is my mother?" she cried, starting up and resting upon her elbow, and without appearing to heed what he had said, as she recalled another of the cares that had been hers before the great darkness came upon her. Pearle grew pale, and cast an appealing glance at the young physician. He answered it with a warning look, and then quietly replied: "It is well with Madam your mother, and everything that has occurred during your illness shall be explained to you, if you will have a little patience." "I will be patient," she answered submissively; then holding out her arms again, she added with a hysterical sob that was half a laugh: "But give me back my pet. Amy, come to mamma, and let me hold you close, or I cannot believe that I am not dead. Dead! Oh, it was so horrible!" She began weeping nervously again, and the physician looked exceedingly anxious. "She must not talk any more to day," he said decidedly, and he motioned to his mother and Pearle to leave the room. He then laid Amy upon the bed beside her mother, bidding her be very quiet, and after a half hour of utter silence, during which he sat by the bedside, making gentle passes over the brow of his patient, he had the satisfaction of seeing both mother and child fall into a peaceful slumber. Meantime, Pearle related all that she knew of their history to Mrs. Murdoch, and afterwards something of her own sad story, and the persecution and trouble that had that day overtaken her; and the matron's kind heart went out to the fair girl in tenderest sympathy. "You shall be one of us, dear," she said, kissing her flushed and tearful cheek. "That bad man shall not annoy you. We will protect you until your own friends come to care for you." Pearle felt greatly comforted by this promise of care, and made up her mind to write at once for her brother to come for her. The thought of giving up Amy, who had been such a comfort to her, nearly broke her heart, and the idea of going into another family as governess to receive the slights and insults which she had experienced during her residence with Lady Fennelsey, with no one to love or cheer her, was so repulsive to her that she decided she could not bear it. So long a time had elapsed since the day that had ruined her life, that she felt assured that the scandal consequent upon it must have died away before this; and she resolved that she would go back now to Ashton Manor, where she could live as secluded as she chose. "I will go home," she said to herself while considering the matter, "and devote myself to my brother's children. I can do much toward making them happy. I can direct their education and help form their characters; and besides, there are many poor people in whom I can interest myself, and thus fill my life with usefulness. I will petition for a decree of separation. I will be free from all further annoyance from that tyrant, and under Allstone's protection I may perhaps be able to learn something of content." After leaving Madame Murdoch she had an interview with the clerk of the hotel, with the intention of changing her room, as Lady Fennelsey had directed, and taking one near Dr. Murdoch's suite; but there was none to be obtained just then, and she was therefore obliged to remain where she was for the present. She was inexpressibly sad and lonely upon retiring that night. Amy was still with her mother, who would not allow her to go from her sight, and Pearle missed the little form that had heretofore nestled so contentedly in her arms, and been so much company for her. The next day Alice Renault appeared much better and stronger. She was much more composed, and her mind worked more quietly and rationally. When Pearle was admitted to her she received her very affectionately, drawing her down to her and kissing her gratefully. "I have been asking Amy a great many questions this morning, Miss Melford, and I know how kind you must have been to her to have gained her love so completely. She tells me, too," she went on, the tears rolling quietly over her cheeks, "that my mother is gone. I begin to realize that a long time has elapsed since my accident, but the most that I can think of just now is your tender care for my child." "It has been a very sweet care, a great comfort, too, to me," Pearle answered, drawing Amy into her arms and kissing her tenderly. "Indeed," she added, tears springing to her own eyes, "I find it very hard to be reconciled to the thought of giving her up, even to her own mother." "Will you begin at the very beginning, and tell me all?" Alice asked gravely, and trying not to betray how very anxious she was to learn all about the past, which had been so dark to her. Pearle complied, beginning with what she had learned of her own disappearance before she went to live with Madame Renaud. She passed over as lightly as she could all the difficulties which had beset her path while she had the care of that forlorn household, giving as good an account as she truthfully could of Madame's sickness and death, mentioning gratefully Dr. Ashley's kindness and assistance, and speaking last of her own affection for Amy, her aversion of giving her up to the care of strangers, and her final resolve to adopt her. "I shall love you as long as I live," the young mother said, reaching out her hands and drawing Pearle to her again, her face quivering with gratitude. "Your patience, your charity, your tenderness have been almost divine, and in my thankfulness I could almost serve as your bondwoman all my life. To think that you should have had all that care of my mother, and that after that you should have actually toiled for my child's daily bread." "Do not speak of it, please," Pearle interrupted. "I must speak of it. Do you think that I, her mother, would let it pass, and not tell you how I love and honor you for it?" she asked, with brimming eyes and quivering lips. "But," she added, with a little smile into Amy's wonderful face, "my pet here is really quite an heiress, in spite of her apparently destitute condition, and she shall make it all up to her kind friend fourfold. Miss Melford," she went on, her face brightening with a sudden thought, "you have said that you cannot bear to give Amy up, and since you have had to work for her and yourself, you surely cannot have much to bind you elsewhere. Won't you come and live with us? We shall be all alone now, in some quiet place that we shall choose when I am a little stronger." Pearle smiled slightly to think that she should be regarded as destitute. She was nevertheless deeply touched by this kind thought for her, and answered with thanks that she would have duties that would now call her another way; but she would always feel that a common bond united them, and she would gladly spend a portion of every year with them if she desired. "I do desire it," Alice Renaud said eagerly, "and I shall always cling to you as a dear friend. I am very much alone in the world. Only Amy and I are left of all my family, and aside from the pleasure I shall take in rearing my little daughter, the future holds but very little to tempt me." Ah, her husband is dead, then. She was once a wife, thought Pearle, glancing sorrowfully at the delicate woman who seemed to be so friendless. "But," Alice resumed, heaving a deep sigh, as if she was crushing some burden back into her heart, "I suppose I must talk business with you a little. It is necessary for me to understand where to begin life again. You say that Dr. Ashley allowed you to store my household goods over his table?" "Yes, he was very kind in many ways. He said he would care for them, and very generously refused to accept any remuneration for any of his services." Alice coloured at this. "He shall not go unrewarded, however," she said a little proudly; then asked, somewhat anxiously, "Miss Melford, did you, among other things, notice a little foreign-looking chest or trunk?" "Yes, I noticed it particularly, on account of its peculiar appearance." "Did you notice its contents?" "I merely opened it, the key was in the lock, to see that it was in proper order to put away. I took possession of the key as I did of all of them, and have them in my trunk at this moment. And," she added with a smile, "I am very, very happy to have found their owner." "You found in that chest packages of letters, old account books, and bundles of papers?" Alice asked, not seeming to heed her last remark. "Yes. I noticed that it contained old books and papers. I did not examine them. I did not like to do anything," she said with heightened colour, "which savoured of curiosity. The position in which I found myself was, to say the least, peculiar, and I felt that I, a stranger, had no right to pry into family matters which, perhaps, it were better for both Amy and myself that I should know nothing about." "You were very considerate, Miss Melford," Alice said, with a grateful glance; then added sadly, "You would have learned something of my history had you done so, and it could have done no real harm. Still, there are some things in our lives which we would prefer to keep locked within our own hearts. But what I was thinking of particularly was this. That chest belonged to an uncle of mine who came from Australia a few years ago.
It has a false bottom which contains documents of great value to me, for they represent quite a handsome fortune which is invested in different ways. It is doubtful if you would have discovered this, even if you had examined the contents, but if you had only known of it there would have been no need of your toiling for bread for either yourself or my child. But I am glad to know the box is safe," she concluded with a sigh of satisfaction. "I knew, of course," Pearle returned, "that there must be ample means somewhere. Your style of living proved that. But madam your mother was too ill to give me any information regarding such matters. The servants knew nothing, and so there remained only two things for me to do when all was over. Either to send Amy to some charitable institution, or take charge of her myself. The first I could not do. The second I was glad to do." "Ah! If you had sent her away to such a place, I should never have seen my child again," the young mother exclaimed, drawing Amy to her with a passionate gesture. "Mon Dieu!" she added with a sob, "what a life mine has been!" Pearle looked at her, a great pity shining in her eyes. She saw that some mystery shrouded her life, but of what nature she could not even guess. She was drawn to her more and more. She was gentle, refined, and well educated. She must have been very beautiful when in the bloom of health, for she was lovely now, though pale and wan from illness, and there was an unmistakable air of gentle breeding and good blood about her. She had not referred in the remotest manner to her husband, and once when Mrs. Murdoch, while caressing Amy, asked if she resembled her father, her lips grew white and stern, her gentle eyes almost fierce in their expression, as she answered briefly, "No," and then instantly changed the subject. They saw that it was very painful to her, and they never referred to it again. Dr. Murdoch, although still delicately attentive to her every want and need, had changed very perceptibly in his manner toward her since the restoration of her reason. Before he had been tender and affectionate, treating her more like a beloved and petted child or younger sister than anything else. Now, when in her presence, he assumed a deference and courtesy such as he would have bestowed upon any patient who was a stranger to him; while his fine face had suddenly grown grave and thoughtful, and almost gloomy in expression. His mother noticed all this and wondered at it. Her own manner remained unchanged. Indeed, she seemed to love their beautiful charge, and to watch over her even more tenderly than before. "I suppose we shall not be able to keep Alice, I hardly know what to call her, with us much longer," she said, the same day that the above conversation with Pearle occurred. "I'm afraid not," he answered briefly, and turning his face from the light. Then, with a quickly drawn breath, he asked, "Has she spoken of any plans?" "No, but Miss Melford says she is wealthy, that she has quite a fortune." "Yes," he said with something of sharpness in his tone. "I am sorry, George. I have grown to love her very dearly, and I would be glad to have her with us always," Mrs. Murdoch continued with gentle plaintiveness. George Murdoch made no reply to this, but sat resting his head on his hand in gloomy silence. "Of course," his mother continued, "I do not mean that I am sorry that she has recovered the use of her mental faculties, but I wish she hadn't so much money. I shall be very lonely if she goes away from us. I wish we could persuade her to stay, and I should really love to have the little one chattering about." Still no answer from her companion. He sat like a statue, so ominously still, that she glanced at him with something of surprise, not unmixed with anxiety. But her mind was full of their charge, and she went on. "There is something rather strange about her past life, don't you think so, George? I wonder what kind of a husband she had, if he is dead or if not, what has become of him?" George Murdoch bounded from his chair with a suddenness that startled her. "Mother, I am going out. I have an errand in the city," he said in a strained, unnatural voice. He walked halfway across the room, stopped suddenly, then turning, came and stood behind his mother's chair. "Mother," he began, and, startled by his tone, she looked up at him and saw that he was deathly pale. She was on the point of remarking upon it, but something restrained her. "Mother," he repeated,
I think with you that there is some mystery connected with Alice's life, but on no account would it be best to seek to ascertain the nature of it." "Certainly not, my son. If she chooses to confide in us, well and good. If not, we will respect her silence, and care for her just as tenderly as we have always done, as long as she will stay with us. I know that she intends to make a home for herself somewhere. I heard her tell Miss Melford so, and when it comes to that, if it must, we will help her to find a pleasant one." His hand rested on the back of her chair, and she felt him tremble with the mighty effort that he made to speak calmly, while she saw the great drops of sweat shining on his forehead. "You will miss her as well as I," she said sadly. "Mother, don't!" he cried sharply, and growing white about the mouth. "George!" Her eyes were opened at last, and she scanned his face with sorrowful surprise. Without a word he turned and walked abruptly from the room. Poor boy! I never dreamed that he would learn to care for her like that. She was like a little child in her helplessness, Mrs. Murdoch said, weeping over the discovery she had made. End of chapters 40 and 41. Chapters 42 and 43 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 42. Fire! Help! Pearle remained with Alice and Amy until late in the evening of the day spoken of in the last chapter. Indeed, she had spent most of the time in their room since her interview with Addison Cheetham, for she stood in continual dread of meeting him again, as Dr. Murdoch told her he was still at the hotel, and haunted the halls and public rooms constantly. She had had an interview with Lady Fennelsey, and that worthy and high-minded dame had settled with her, when she had also undertaken to give her good advice. Miss Camilla took no pains to conceal the malicious joy she experienced upon learning that Pearle was to be dismissed, and kept throwing out spiteful hints and insinuations throughout the interview. Pearle paid not the slightest attention to the ill-mannered girl, which only served to irritate her 100-fold. But when Lady Fennelsey remarked in her condescendingly patronizing way that she trusted Mrs. Cheetham would now realize the necessity of redeeming her character, and yield the obedience that it was proper that a respectable wife should yield her husband, the outraged girl could contain herself no longer. "Lady Fennelsey," she said with proud dignity, "I would not forget for a moment that I am a lady, notwithstanding your slurs and innuendos, but I cannot refrain from telling you that your vulgar patronage is disgusting, and I believe you will yet live to realize and regret it." With which parting shot she bowed herself from her ladyship's august presence, leaving both mother and daughter speechless from astonishment for the first time in their lives. But to return to the time that Pearle bade her new friends good night, and retired to her own room. The next day she was to have an apartment adjoining theirs, as some of the guests were to leave then. So she spent an hour or two packing her trunks, to save time on the morrow, for every moment that she could spare with Amy seemed too precious to be lost. Since discovering how she had been "imposed upon," Lady Fennelsey had made a change in her domestic arrangements. It would not do to allow Fred and Clara, in their tender years, to remain longer under her disgraced governess's contaminating influence. Consequently, they had been removed to the room hitherto occupied by Miss Camilla and Franchita, while those young ladies, much to their disgust, were obliged to mount another flight of stairs to occupy their apartment, the door between which and Pearle's room was now kept securely locked. But all this was only adding one more link to the chain that was ere long to strangle forever their disgusting and ostentatious pride of birth and position. Pearle's task of packing completed, she retired, and soon fell into a quiet and peaceful sleep. No weight of care rested upon her now, her heart was freed from its chief burden, since she had determined to shake off, once for all, the galling shackles that bound her, while she felt safe and content in the protection of Dr. Murdoch until her brother could arrive. In another portion of that great building there was, on this night, a restless, impatient watcher. Addison Cheetham, with no desire to sleep, paced back and forth in his room, plotting and puzzling his brain over the knotty problem of how he was to accomplish what he had sworn he would do. Every now and then an oath would leap to his lips, that he should be so balked by a woman, and that, just when victory seemed so near, someone always interfered, or something occurred to frustrate his designs. He had not seen Pearle once since that afternoon when they were interrupted by Dr. Murdoch, though he had, as the young physician had told her, haunted all the halls and public rooms, determined to waylay her if he could get but a glimpse of her. And now he was trying to plan some way to outwit both her and her protectors, and if she would not go with him peaceably he would lure her away by strategy. Hundreds of men, women, and children lay around him asleep. He alone of them all refusing to yield to the influence of the drowsy god, and all alike unconscious of the fell demon so secretly at work around them, and creeping so stealthily inch by inch upon them, like some ambushed enemy bent upon their destruction. A clock somewhere near him struck 1. He took out his watch to see if his time agreed with it. It was 5 minutes of 1, and with a moody brow and a sigh of discontent he began to think it was time for him to be in bed also. Suddenly a cry rent the air somewhere in the distance. It seemed far away and indistinct. He bent his head to listen, his cheeks blanching, his heart beating with great fierce throbs. Again he heard it. "Fire! Help!" It was a blood-curdling sound. There was another moment of utter silence, and then wild cries, shrieks, and groans rose upon the still night air, like the roar and tumult of a sudden storm. Addison Cheetham sprang to the door, unlocked and threw it open, and then bounded down the stairs 2 steps at a time. It had not been 2 minutes since that first indistinct cry reached his ears, but the whole building seemed to be alive with the humanity that so lately had been peaceably asleep. Crowds were rushing aimlessly hither and thither, shouting, shrieking, and begging for mercy and help. A perfect panic seemed to have seized the multitude, and they poured forth from that mammoth building as if they had been expelled by some mechanical agency within. "Where is the fire?" demanded Addison Cheetham of a porter. "In the north wing, 2nd floor," was the reply, as the man hurried on with his buckets toward the scene of the destruction. "Her room is in the north wing, 3rd floor," Addison Cheetham muttered with white lips. He knew well enough just where her room was, for he had not rested until he had ascertained that fact. He bounded on after the porter and found that the fire was working dire mischief in the 2nd story of the building. Brave men were valiantly rescuing helpless women and children from their danger, and everyone from the 2nd floor was safely conducted from the building and out of harm's way in 15 minutes from the time the first alarm was given. But the less unfortunate inhabitants of the 3rd floor seemed to be cut off from every avenue of escape. The fire had broken out near the middle of the corridor, just where the stairs led into the upper story, and the flames went creeping up through the framework. The smoke, dense and suffocating, ascended until it appeared as if there could be no help for those above. The confusion was appalling. The fire was being subdued in the 2nd story, but no one could ascend to the 3rd, and no one could escape from there through that line of flame and smoke upon the stairs. It was dreadful, and brave men felt their hearts quake with terror, their strength and courage forsake them, as they listened to the helpless appeals of those from above for them to come and save them. At last there was a joyful cry from without. A ladder had been raised from the roof of the low building or passage which connected the main structure with the north wing, and all the unfortunate captives in the rooms upon that side of the corridor were soon rescued from their danger. But those on the other side were still in imminent peril, for the corridor was now full of flame and smoke, against which every door had been shut and locked as soon as it had been ascertained that escape in that direction was impossible. Pearle's room was one of these, as was also that of the Misses Fennelsey. Addison Cheetham, on reaching the north wing, had rushed frantically up the 2nd floor, with the determination to run the fiery gantlet beyond at all hazards. "If I can save her life, she will owe it to me, and then I shall win. She cannot, she dare not defy me then," he cried as he dashed recklessly onward. But he was driven back. He could not breathe. No one could live a moment in that dense atmosphere. With a cry of despair he turned and rushed down the stairs again, as if his feet had been shod with wings. He sped out upon the veranda, along the length of it, bounded over the railing, and eagerly scanned the panic-stricken faces looking forth from the windows of that fated upper story. He searched in vain, for not a familiar face did he see, and grew almost frantic with the sickening suspense. "Save my daughter! Save my children!" shrieked someone, clutching him frantically by the arm. He turned and looked to see who it was. It was Lady Fennelsey. A ray of hope shot through his heart. "Which room are they in?" he demanded.
"That one. Oh, there! Be quick! The flames are beginning to burst through the roof. Oh, heavens! In a few moments it will be too late. Save them! Save them! And you shall have any price."
And the distracted woman sank weeping and exhausted upon the ground. Men were now seen on the roof with long stout ropes in their hands. These they let down to the windows, and the inmates of those rooms tied them around their waists and were lifted up in safety to the top of the burning building, and then carefully let down upon the other side by the ladder, where others received them and bore them away to safety. But this took time, and all the while the fire was spreading rapidly. All but 2 rooms had been emptied of their occupants, and here the roof was so hot that the men could not remain upon it a moment. These rooms were the ones occupied by Pearle and the Misses Fennelsey, and at one of the windows there could now be seen 3 white terrified faces looking down upon the anxious crowd below.
"They are lost! They must die!"
was whispered with horror from mouth to mouth. "Give me a ladder!" cried a hoarse, stern voice from the crowd. "The ladders are all in use," someone answered. "A ladder! A ladder! By heaven, I will have a ladder!" And a man darted frantically out of sight. In less than 3 minutes he was back, panting and excited, but with a long, strong ladder across his broad shoulders. Eager hands were ready to place it for him, while he wet a handkerchief and tied it over his mouth and nostrils. Then, with a command to the men to "hold it firm and steady," he sprang up the rounds with the agility of a cat. While he is ascending, we will see how it has fared with our gentle heroine. We have said that sleep, quiet and peaceful, came to her. Pleasant dreams also, dreams of home and friends, and of the bright beautiful days when she was so happy and carefree at Ashton Manor. Nothing of the confusion occasioned by the fire reached her until Miss Camilla and Franchita rushed terror-stricken into her room, calling wildly upon her to save them. They had been awakened by the cries and confusion below, had rushed into the corridor, thinking to escape thus, but were driven back by the flames and smoke, and were only too glad to seek refuge in their own room again. Then they had unfastened the door leading into Pearle's room, to seek company in their misery. "What is the trouble?" she asked, much startled, while springing from her bed she began to put on her clothing.
"We are all afire! The hall is in flames, and there is no way for us to escape!"
exclaimed Franchita, who was the calmer of the 2 sisters, Camilla having sunk down at Pearle's feet, clinging to her in abject terror and shrieking with fright. "Be quiet, Miss Fennelsey," Pearle said authoritatively. "We shall be saved. Do not fear," though as she said it she grew sick at heart, as she heard the sharp crackling of the flames outside the door, and saw the puffs of smoke that came in through the keyhole and over the transom. Then she went to the window and looked out, but all that she could see was a sea of agonized faces and people running wildly about. A feeling of despair took possession of her. The room was growing hot and stifling. A few moments more, and she knew the flames would burst within. Even if help was sent to them, she began to think it very doubtful if they all could be saved. "One of us at least must perish, I fear," she thought, as she counted the chances. She had been trembling and her teeth chattering with excitement. But now, as this terrible thought forced itself upon her, she grew suddenly calm and collected. For one moment she bowed her head in prayer. "God help us," she breathed. "Save these 2 who have home and happiness and friends to love them. And for thy servant, thy will be done." The next moment she turned her attention to the distracted girls clinging to her. She put them forcibly from her, darted into their room and brought their clothing, bidding them dress themselves, while she assisted them with nimble but steady fingers, never once making a false movement. Never in their lives had they been more helpless, but never before had they been more quickly clad. Pearle, on glancing from the window, now saw that a ladder had been placed underneath, and this gave her a faint hope. But just at that moment the transom cracked, the glass tumbled to the floor with a jingling crash, and the flames and smoke poured into the room in volumes. Camilla uttered a piercing shriek, and wound her arms about Pearl's form so that she could not move. "Oh, save me!" she moaned. "I cannot die. I am not fit to die." "Be still," Pearle said sternly as she wrenched her clinging hands apart. "If God wills that you shall be saved, so it will be. If not, do not spend the little time that remains in useless wailing." She gathered together their watches and jewels and put them into their pockets. Her own watch, 2 or 3 costly rings, ear jewels, and brooch, which she had forgotten to remove when she fled so hastily from Ashton Manor, she put into a little box and then gave it to Franchita, who had been silently and wonderingly watching the strangely self-possessed girl as she moved so quietly and swiftly about the rooms. "If you are saved, and I am not, will you see that this little box is sent to the Earl of Radcliffe, of Ashton Manor, Leicester, Leicestershire County, with my love, and the pale beautiful lips quivered slightly. Tell him not to mourn for me, for earth's pain will all be over for me." The girl gazed at her stupidly. "Do you understand me?" Pearle asked, giving her a little shake. "Yes, I understand. Did you say the Earl of Radcliffe?" she asked, astonishment getting the better of her fright for the moment. "Yes, he is my brother." "Your brother?" she repeated so blankly that Pearle smiled slightly in spite of her consciousness of their desperate situation. "Yes, I will tell you now, dear," she said gently. "I am Margaret Radcliffe, and I was obliged to go away from my home on account of trouble for which I was in no way to blame. And they, Mamma and Camilla, have treated you like a slave. Camilla, do you hear? This is Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor," and she shook her sister roughly to make her understand. "Never mind," Pearle interposed, and drawing her toward the window as she saw that help was near. "We have no time to lose. God bless you, my dear girl. You have been very kind to me." She kissed her tenderly, and began to help her out of the window. "I must go first. I am the oldest. I must be saved first," shrieked Camilla, as she saw the act; and springing from the floor she rushed frantically to the window and began to struggle to get out. "No," Pearle answered firmly, and she dragged her back by main strength. "Franchita is the heavier, and whoever comes to our rescue must take the greatest burden first." "Come, I have come to save you," said a voice at the window, and reaching out his arms to Pearle. "No, take her," she answered, pointing to Franchita. "I shall not go until they are both safe." And her firm, undaunted look plainly told that she would not yield. With a smothered oath the man seized Franchita, helped her out upon the ladder, and conducted her down the dizzy height in safety to the ground. She did nobly, silently and quickly obeying his every command, intent on getting down as soon as possible in order that the others might be saved. Then the brave man sprang nimbly back over the steep pathway again. The smoke was pouring out of the window now, the flames were forcing their way into and all about the room, clutching everything within their reach, hurrying in a mad gallop toward those 2 girls at the window, one so grandly calm, the other so abject in her fear. "Come," said the man again as he reached them, and he laid his hand firmly on Pearle's arm this time. "No," she answered steadily, "I will not go until she is safe," and she forced Camilla toward his outstretched hand. Had she recognized him she might have shrunk from going with him under any circumstances. But his hair was disheveled under his slouched hat, his face blackened by smoke and cinders, and with the handkerchief tied over his mouth and nostrils, he was as effectually disguised as if he had worn a mask. "I will not take her," he cried. "You or no one," and his hold tightened upon her arm. "Do not, as you value human life, waste one single moment. I will not leave this room until I see her safe upon the ground," and with a strength that was almost superhuman, she tore herself from his grasp and almost lifted her now fainting companion over the window sill. A look of despair leaped into his eyes, then he grasped his unconscious burden and went slowly and laboriously down the swaying ladder. Pearle was now the only inmate of that burning building. Everyone else had been rescued, and no one now had any hope that she could be saved. The room was enveloped in flames, all but a little circle where she stood. Nearer and nearer they came, rolling out their forked tongues, as if hungry and eager for their prey. The hot red smoke itself almost aflame, and the cinders poured over and around her as they rushed from the window. She stood leaning far out, brave and calm, never faltering, though she knew there was but very little hope, if any, that she could be saved. And there was no trace of fear on her marble face, no look of weakness in her solemn eyes. She was nearly suffocating with the dense atmosphere. She was panting and gasping for breath. Her wash basin and pitcher were near where she stood. She reached out her hand and dipped her handkerchief into the water, but her delicate hand was scorched and blistered and blackened when she drew it out. She bound the wet linen about her face, and leaned still farther from that fiery furnace, seeking for air. Air! Oh, if she could but breathe a little longer! Alas! Her brave rescuer had not yet reached the ground with his other burden. A hush like that of death had fallen upon the multitude without, as, with staring eyes and horror-stricken faces, they watched that slight form above. Still on and on the fire demons danced. They had reached her very feet now. Her garments were singed and smoking, and again her hand was badly burned as she reached down to smother the flame that had caught her skirts. She knew she could not live 5 minutes longer in that heated, strangling air. Already she was gasping for breath, the handkerchief about her face was steaming and drying, and she dare not reach to wet it again. Again she bent far out of the window and looked down. The flame from the window beneath had scorched and blackened the ladder. In a minute more it would ignite. A thought came to her. Dare she step out upon that frail support and begin that perilous descent by herself? The height made her dizzy and faint. She might fall and be dashed in pieces. But she must make the attempt or die where she was. There was not an instant to be lost, or she would be hopelessly enveloped in a sheet of flame. Already her feet and ankles, her hands and arms were badly burned, and the pain nearly drove her wild. One earnest, despairing cry she raised to heaven, then gathering her smoking skirts around her, she crept outside the window, and swinging slowly, carefully around, touched her feet upon the first round of the ladder. A mighty sigh swelled up from the multitude as they saw the daring act of the brave girl, then it was instantly hushed by a great fear. The man with his burden just at that moment stepped to the ground, and the sound of that sigh made him turn and look back. "Oh, God!" he cried. "Water! Give me water!" A bucketful was held before him. He deluged his face, and then turned once more to battle for human life. Every breath was again hushed, every heavy heart-beat was almost held in check, as the throng watched that slender, swaying form slowly descending, and that other springing so wildly to meet it. They could see that her strength was waning, that every time a little foot was put down upon a round its touch was less decided and secure, and a terrible fear began to take possession of each heart that the hero would be too late. No, no! On he went, nerved to greater exertions by what he himself saw and realized. A step more and he was beside her, but not a moment too soon, for her strength failed, her nerveless hands relaxed, just as he put out his arms to receive her. Uttering a wild, hoarse cry, he gathered her close to him with one arm, while with the other he steadied his descending steps. A new danger menaced them now. An angry flame had seized upon the ladder. The little demon had been hiding and smouldering and watching, as it were, in that charred and smoking spot that Pearle had seen from the window above, and now burst into a lively flame, fiercely darting out its fiery tongues, stretching up and wreathing around the slender support, as if maddened by the sight of the escaping captive. Would it bear the double weight as the two passed over it? Faces blanched, lips quivered, knees trembled. But the danger was safely past. But hark! A snap! A crack! The ladder settled a trifle, and every heart stood still. For an instant that resolute man hesitated, and his body seemed to sway dizzily. The next, he seemed to have gathered up his failing forces.
Steadily and surely every step was taken, until at last his foot touched the solid ground once more. A wild, triumphant cheer burst from every grateful throat, eager arms were outstretched to take his unconscious burden, and then, with a deep-drawn sigh of weariness, the hero of the hour dropped exhausted to the earth. 43. Blessed tidings. The fire raged for half an hour longer before it could be got under subjection. Then it steadily subsided, although the upper story of that portion of the building was almost wholly destroyed, and the second story very badly damaged. There had been a south wind all the time, that had blown the flames away from the other portions of the great hotel, and under the ceaseless and judicious efforts of the brave firemen, who arrived from the city just about the time of Pearl's rescue, they were confined entirely to the north wing. 2 hours and a half from the time the fire was discovered, it was quelled and all danger was past. Then, and not till then, the people who had been driven in such fright from their rooms began to count up their injuries and losses. There were burns, bruises, sprains, and scratches, but not a life was lost; and when the brave proprietor, who had worked as if he had possessed the strength of a dozen men, and a charmed life as well, was assured of this, his nervous face forsook him. He sank down exhausted, and actually broke into grateful sobbing. Much that was valuable in the way of clothing, jewelry, and so forth had been destroyed; but nearly every one made light of this fact in their gratitude for their escape from a dreadful death. 2 strangers had reached the spot just about the time the firemen had come to the rescue, and just as Pearl had been borne to the ground in safety. One of these had rushed forward with almost frantic gestures, upon learning who it was that had been in such fearful danger, and it was his arms that were outstretched to receive her, and she was borne quickly from the scene of confusion. "Come this way," said a man, touching him upon the shoulder. It was Dr. Murdoch, and he led the way to the opposite wing where his own rooms were situated. Together they bore the unconscious girl upstairs, and laid her upon the physician's own bed. Mrs. Murdoch, with tender solicitude, assisted in removing her charred and blackened clothing, and the stranger uttered a cry of pain as he saw the great blisters upon one delicate hand and arm. Both feet and ankles were also burned, the right one quite badly, so that the skin adhered to the stocking as it was removed. "A physician! Where can I find a physician?" cried the stranger, shuddering at the shocking sight, and starting wildly toward the door. "I am a physician. I know Miss Melfort. Be calm, my friend, and I will do all that can be done for her," returned Dr. Murdoch, who was making a careful examination of Pearl's condition. "Is she dead? Will she die? Did the smoke suffocate her?" were the next incoherent queries which beset him. But it was something far worse than the effects of the smoke that the doctor feared, as his next words betrayed. "No, she is not dead; and if she has not inhaled the flames, I trust no serious harm has come to her," and he proceeded to apply restoratives; while Mrs. Murdoch, under his directions, bound up the burns upon her feet and hands. "Oh God, if I should lose her after all!" cried Richard Burnholm, for it was he, as he bent over her still unconscious form in agony. Dr. Murdoch glanced at him in surprise. "Are you her brother?" he asked. "No, no. Ah, she moves. She is beginning to breathe. Will she live?" And overcome by the agony of suspense, he threw himself upon his knees by the bedside, where he could watch every motion and every breath. "You will be obliged to be very calm, or I shall not consider it very proper for you to remain here," George Murdoch said with some sternness, while at the same time he searched Richard's pale, handsome face keenly. He began to think it singular that a stranger should show so much emotion; besides, his words were unaccountable. A moan of pain now drew his attention to the bed, and Pearl's white lids slowly unclosed, only to reveal the look of agony that told something of what she was suffering from her injuries. And then unconsciousness mercifully sealed her senses again. "I do not think she is seriously injured, aside from the burns upon her limbs," he said with a sigh of relief. "She breathed all right, and I know she is not hurt otherwise, for I saw her borne down the ladder as carefully as it was possible. Her burns are quite deep, and will be very painful for a while, but 2 or 3 weeks will make them all right." Richard buried his head in the bedclothes with a smothered exclamation of thankfulness at the cheering account.
Then rising, he turned with something of calmness to the physician, saying, "Is there anything that I can do? Do you need remedies from the city? Command me in any way, and I will gladly execute your behests." "There is nothing that you can do, and I have all the remedies that I need. But pardon me, do you know this young lady? Are you a friend?" George Murdoch asked, with a grave, questioning look. He knew he was not the man whom he had seen in the reception parlor with Pearle. He said he was not her brother. Who, then, could he be to evince so much emotion and solicitude, and would his presence then be agreeable to his patient when she should recover from her swoon? Were thoughts that were rather perplexing to the young man. "Do I know her?" Richard repeated with trembling lips, his whole soul in his eyes, as they rested upon the white face on the pillow. "Am I a friend? I am the dearest friend she has in all the world." But Miss Melford has told me that began the doctor, looking extremely confused at this strange announcement. "You cannot comprehend the propriety of my claim, since, as I perceive, she has confided to you that someone has a superior one upon her," Richard interrupted, with a smile, and laying his hand confidentially upon George Murdoch's shoulder. "But, my friend," he added, "this dear girl is more to me than my own life, and there are mysteries connected with her past and mine which I will gladly explain to you when she is sufficiently recovered for you to leave her." The doctor was satisfied. There was no mistaking the look of truth and the honesty of purpose in the frank, manly face looking into his. His brow cleared, and he turned to Pearle, who was beginning to show signs of consciousness once more. "If it is as you say, sit there, where her eyes can rest upon you. Her system has sustained a severe shock, and if there is any way to prevent a relapse of these faintings, we must improve it," and he pointed to a chair close beside the sufferer. Richard obeyed and waited in silence, and with what patience he could summon to his aid, for those dear eyes to unclose once more. He had not long to wait, for the restoratives were doing their work, and the terrible pain from her burns was asserting itself. She stirred restlessly, moaned, and then looked up helplessly and appealingly into the face bending so anxiously over her. A startled look came into her eyes for an instant, then a glad smile irradiated her face in spite of her great suffering. "Richard," she whispered. "Yes, my darling. I have come to take you home." "Was it you that saved me?" she asked with a shudder. "No, dear, I do not know who the brave man was, but I shall bless him for the deed as long as I live," he murmured gratefully, and with his trembling hand he smoothed her tangled hair back from her brow. Neither of them dreamed of the test to which their gratitude would be put when they should discover who had risked his life to save hers. Dr. Murdoch now gave her something to drink, and wet her bandaged limbs with some cooling lotion. "I fear I am badly burned," she said, shivering from the pain, which, as she came more to herself, began to be intolerable. "Yes, you are, my dear young lady," he said pitifully, "and the next few hours will require all your fortitude. But we will do the very best we can for your relief." But the brave girl who had stood unflinchingly in that window, with those flames almost enveloping her, and had calmly faced death, was not one to weakly give up to physical suffering. The pain was well nigh unbearable for the next 6 hours, but though her small hands were clenched with agony, and her usually fair smooth brow contracted, her great grey eyes almost wild in their expression, yet no murmur escaped her lips, no look or gesture of impatience was apparent in her manner. Above and over all her suffering was the consciousness that Richard, her beloved, was there. She knew not why nor wherefore, but it was nevertheless a great comfort. Through all those long hours of pain he never left his post beside her. His tender hands ministered to her. His pitiful eyes looked the sympathy which his great heart experienced, and told her that he would gladly have borne it all for her had it been possible for him to do so. The intense agony was over at last, and weak and exhausted, Pearle dropped into a profound slumber. Richard then stole quietly from the chamber to see if he could contribute in any way to the comfort of others who might be suffering in the same way. But Pearle appeared to be the only one who was injured to any extent, and every one was anxious for the brave girl who had so heroically faced death for the sake of others. It will be remembered that Richard Burnholm and Sir Harold Cheswick left London immediately after learning from Lord Fennelsey that Pearle was governess in his mother's family. They reached Vannes on a late train on the night of the fire, and being "hungry as a pair of wolves," as Sir Harold expressed it, they had ordered a hearty supper, which it of course took some time to prepare. They had scarcely finished their repast when the alarm of fire was given, and great was the consternation upon learning that the great hotel and water cure in the suburbs of the city was in flames. With much of anxiety and fear in their hearts, they hastened with all speed to the place, where they arrived just as Addison Cheetham, for he was the hero who had so gallantly saved their lives, was descending the ladder with his last burden. Almost the first person that Sir Harold had encountered was Lady Fennelsey, who was rejoicing and weeping over her daughters who had just been restored to her. "Are there any more in the building?" Sir Harold asked. "No, she is the last one," she said, pointing to the unconscious form being borne down the ladder. "Who is she?" he demanded with a sinking heart, for his keen eye had been roving around to discover Pearle. "The young lady who was my governess, Miss Melfort," she said, bursting into another fit of weeping. Richard Burnholm waited to hear no more, but darted frantically forward, and thrusting aside every eager outstretched hand, seized his darling in his arms, and bore her away, without a word of explanation as to his right to do so. Now that all danger was past, and no one needed his services, his thoughts naturally turned to the brave man to whom he felt that he owed so much. He sought Sir Harold to ascertain if he had discovered who he was; but he had not, although he had made inquiries to that effect. Even Lady Fennelsey could not tell who had saved her daughters, and no one appeared to have paid any attention to him, or knew anything about him beyond the fact that he had accomplished a heroic act. He had appeared to revive after a few moments, and though apparently much exhausted, had hobbled away from the crowd and disappeared. And so, for the time, Richard was obliged to reserve the expressions of his gratitude. The excitement had now in a great measure subsided, and comparative order had been restored after the confusion. Everybody was very kind and accommodating. People who had suites of rooms shared them with the unfortunate ones who had been so ruthlessly deprived of theirs, and did everything in their power to render the sufferers comfortable. Lady Fennelsey and her children were provided with comfortable rooms, and she hovered tenderly around her daughters, who, although uninjured, were the same as restored from the dead to her. She, with the two younger children, had been among the first to escape from the burning building, and she had been a terribly interested witness of all that had transpired at Pearle's window. She had been the first to discover those three white, scared faces looking forth from it. She had seen Pearle clasp Camilla in her arms, and insist that Franchita should go first, when that brave man had gone to their rescue. This act nearly drove her frantic. Her warped nature could not comprehend the grand thoughts that had actuated her, and the thoughtfulness that had planned so wisely. In her terror and suspense, she had thought that Pearle now intended to be revenged upon her eldest daughter for all the abuse and insult that she had received at her hands. She scarce noticed Franchita when she reached the ground in safety. Her whole heart and mind were concentrated upon what should happen next. She moaned and wrung her hands constantly. "She will perish! She will perish!" she cried helplessly, as she saw the man reach the window, and lay his hand upon Pearle's arm, bidding her come. Then she saw the brave girl raise her own unconscious daughter in her arms, and force her into those outstretched hands, while she drew back and firmly motioned that she would not go until his burden was safe. And when the grateful mother received her daughter unharmed, she was fairly dazed with wonder at an act so entirely above and beyond her comprehension. She could not understand that divine love, that heroism, that could make one thus sacrifice her life for an enemy. After all was over, and Camilla restored to consciousness, she learned all that had transpired from Franchita, who could not say enough to express her gratitude and admiration for Miss Melfort. "If she had left us there," she said with a white face and solemn eyes, "we must have been burned to death, for we were both so crazed with fright that we were perfectly helpless. Why, mamma, she actually dressed us as if we had been children, and when that man told her that he had come to save her, she told him that she should not move from the place until we were both safe. If she had perished, mamma, I should never have known another happy moment. the girl concluded, weeping almost hysterically at the remembrance. Lady Fennelsey was very repentant and remorseful. "I have treated her shamefully. I have wronged her deeply. I wonder if she can ever forgive me," she said, sobbing, and completely unnerved, and for the first time in her life her pride was utterly humbled. Later in the day she went to Dr. Murdoch and begged to see his patient, but he told her that Pearle was sleeping, and would be able to see no one save her own friends for several days. Then she found Sir Harold and relieved her burdened heart to him, confessing her injustice to the beautiful girl, and telling him all that had occurred since they came to Vannes. In this way Richard learned all that had befallen his loved one, and discovered also that, even as he feared, Addison Cheetham had followed her there, and was doubtless even then an inmate of the hotel. "We did not arrive a moment too soon," he said to Sir Harold when he told him what he had learned from Lady Fennelsey, "and I fear if I meet him I shall not be accountable for what may happen to him." "Do not be rash, my boy," Sir Harold answered. "Remember who alone has a right to mete out justice and vengeance. No harm has come to our friend, and of course we shall take everything into our own hands now. I think, on the whole, that it is well we all meet here. All matters can be settled at once, and we shall return with no fear of any further disturbance or trouble." End of chapters 42 and 43. Chapter 44 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 44. Face to Face. Several days went by, and many of those who had been deprived of their rooms by the fire returned to their homes, while others sought board in the cottages near by, and some went into the city to remain for the present. Pearle was gaining rapidly. Although she suffered much from the soreness of her burns, she was otherwise uninjured, and after a few days of rest and quiet she felt quite like herself again. "I'm as good as new, except for being a little crippled," she said one day with a very bright face, as Richard entered and inquired regarding her condition. He had haunted the doctor's rooms ever since the fire, and would have waited upon Pearle constantly, but the young physician deemed it more prudent that his charge should have only his mother's care until he was fully assured that she would experience no ill effects from the terrible ordeal through which she had passed. He allowed Captain Bernholm to see her for a few moments every day, but would consent to no protracted conversation or explanations. Pearle, on her part, often found herself wondering what had brought him there. She knew it must be something in connection with herself, but of the nature of his mission she could form no idea, and was too languidly content and happy to have him there, in case of an emergency, to trouble herself about the matter. She wondered, too, if Addison Cheetham was still there. She asked Dr. Murdoch a day or two after the fire, but he had not seen anything of him, and could not tell her. Pearle, however, did not fret or worry over it. Richard had told her that Sir Harold Cheswick was there also, and with two such stanch protectors at hand she felt assured that no harm could come near her. Alice Renault was improving wonderfully every day. She was gaining both in flesh and strength, and a faint beautiful colour was taking the place of the deadly pallor which her face had always worn since her accident. Her eyes grew bright, her mind clearer and stronger, and fond lovely smiles came readily to her sweet lips as she listened to Amy's childish prattle. She no longer occupied her invalid chair. That was given up to Pearle now, while she sat by her side and talked over the past, eager to learn every event that had transpired. She had been greatly astonished upon being told that more than a year had elapsed since that dreadful day, but was forced to believe it when she saw how Amy had grown. Her relations with George Murdoch were strangely changed during this last week. Of course to her he was like a stranger. She had no knowledge or remembrance of him; while to him it seemed as if a mountain-like barrier had suddenly risen between him and the gentle, helpless girl whom he had watched and tended for so long. Whenever she was in his presence his eyes would follow every movement of her graceful figure with a strangely fascinated, half-wondering gaze; and often he would start and heave a deep sigh when aroused to a sense of what he was doing. Many times, on glancing up, Alice would find his dark eyes fixed upon her with such a sad, earnest, almost imploring look, that a vivid colour would mount to her brow, and a feeling of embarrassment would impel her to make some excuse for leaving the room to escape it. One bright morning, the 4th day after the fire, Richard tapped for admittance upon Pearl's door. A sweet, well-known voice bade him enter, and with a glad light in his handsome face he obeyed. With a quick, elastic tread he crossed the room to her side. Pearl's heart always bounded at his coming, and yet a feeling of sadness, a sort of guilty reproachfulness, took possession of her heart while in his presence. What right had the blood to leap more quickly in her veins at the sound of his footstep? Why should the color fly to her cheek and her eyes droop consciously before him? Were questions which she sternly asked herself after every interview with him. Today there was something in his quick, light step that sent the blood tingling through all her frame, and as he reached her chair, the crimson in her cheeks told all too plainly how his presence moved her. She could not look up. She felt guilty, condemned, and yet strangely happy, and before she was aware of his intention, he had stooped, taken her glowing face between his hands, raised it so that he could look full into it, and then kissed her softly, almost reverently, upon her lips. "Richard!" she cried in a startled, almost distressed tone, while the color faded out of her face, leaving it white and full of pain. "Pearl, forgive me," he said, seeming to remember something. "But I could not help it. You looked so exactly like my Pearl of Ashton Manor." She made no reply, but her bright brown head drooped still lower than before. A tremulous sigh welled up from her aching heart, her lips trembled painfully, and the tears stood upon her long lashes. It seemed cruel when she loved him so, when she was weak and could not hide it, that he should come and probe her wound thus. But Richard Burnham's face was strangely luminous. "Look up, my peerless Pearl. Do you think I would come to you and wound you thus if I did not bring you hope, joy? Dearest, look into my eyes. Let me read in yours the light of the olden time, while I tell you some blessed tidings," he said as he knelt upon the footstool before her, and taking both her hands drew her tenderly toward him. Her eyes were lifted now in startled surprise. What tidings that could be blessed tidings could he possibly have for her? He had once suggested the measure of having her marriage annulled. Could it be that he and her brother had succeeded in having it made null and void, and he had come to seek her to tell her of it? Could either of them believe that she would be willing to marry her old lover while Addison Cheetham lived? How strangely they had mistaken her character if they thought so, and Richard had no right to assume his old manner toward her, until he had heard her decision regarding the matter. But he looked so joyous, so handsome, so assured that his blessed tidings would bring her joy also. "Darling," he went on, drawing her nearer, "do not look so troubled, so grave and serious. I must do something to banish that sad reproach from your eyes. Listen." But at that instant there came another knock upon the door. With an expression of annoyance, Richard arose and went to open it. Sir Harold Cheswick stood upon the threshold. "Do I intrude?" he asked as he saw Richard. "Not at all. Come in," he answered, a smile chasing the irritation from his brow. And yet he did wish he had waited a little longer. He so wanted to see Pearl smile one of her old joyous smiles again. But he led him directly to the fair girl sitting by the window. "Pearl," he said, "I bring you an old friend. Sir Harold Cheswick, allow me to introduce to you Miss Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor." Pearl greeted her kind friend most cordially, although the telltale blood in her cheeks betrayed that she had not forgotten a little episode that had occurred during her sojourn in his home. She wondered, too, that Richard should have introduced her by her maiden name. Surely it must mean that they had succeeded in annulling her marriage. But Sir Harold did not give her time to muse over the past. His manner was very friendly and perfectly free from all restraint, and he began chatting in the most cheerful manner. "How are the burns?" he asked, after bantering Richard upon having turned nurse, and such a successful one too, with a glance at her rosy cheeks. "Pretty sore, thank you, but healing nicely, the doctor says," she answered, smiling, though her color deepened. "I never thought to see you alive again. I feared you were suffocated when I saw that man bringing you down that ladder," he said gravely.
"I wonder who it was who braved so much for me," Pearle said, and looking thoughtfully out of the open window where she sat. Almost instantly she drew back, uttering a terrified cry. "What is it, Pearle?" Richard demanded, startled at the death-like paleness that was overspreading her face. "Nothing, nothing," she said, hastily and struggling to regain composure. Then she turned to Sir Harold and began to ask him some questions regarding the amount of damages the fire had done. Richard watched her uneasily. That something had disturbed her greatly he could see, for she was trembling, although she strove to conceal it, while she kept glancing anxiously from the window. The truth was this. On looking out of the window, which was open to admit the pure air, for the day was warm, Pearle had espied Addison Cheetham directly underneath, and he, attracted by the sound of her voice, had raised his eyes at that moment and had seen her. The sight affected her strangely, for she was still weak. She did not fear him. She knew that there were too many friends around her for him to do her any harm, but at the same time his presence excited her, although she tried to go on with her conversation with Sir Harold as if nothing had occurred. "I hear, Miss Radcliffe," he said, appearing not to mind her emotion, "that during your exile you have adopted a witching little fairy. Is she here with you? I should like to see her." "Certainly you shall see her. But I fear I am about to lose her again," Pearle answered sadly. "Ah? How so?" "It is a long story, Sir Harold, and I have not yet been able to relate it, even to Captain Burnholm. I was intending to do so to-day, and you shall both hear it after you have seen Amy." She touched a bell that stood beside her on the table, and Mrs. Murdoch immediately came into the room to see what her charge wanted. Pearle introduced her to Sir Harold, and then asked to have Amy sent to her. 10 minutes later, the beautiful child came dancing into the room, her happy face wreathed in smiles, and her golden hair flying over her plump shoulders, while she was clad in the daintiest and whitest of garments. She went directly to the baronet at Pearle's command, and laying her tiny hand in his, looked up into his face with grave, serious eyes for a moment. It was a way she had with every one who was a stranger to her. The scrutiny seemed to be entirely satisfactory, for when he lifted her upon his knee she settled herself contentedly in his lap, and began to play with the diamond-studded seal attached to his watch-chain. At this moment loud and excited voices were heard in the corridor, then the door of their room was thrown violently open, and Addison Cheetham strode boldly in, followed by Dr. Murdoch with a very red and angry face. Pearle uttered a cry of dismay, while Amy, with a frightened look, jumped from her perch, flew to her side, and clung trembling to her neck. Sir Harold and Richard Burnholm both sprang to their feet and confronted the unceremonious visitor. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" demanded Richard sternly. "Intrusion, indeed!" was the mocking retort. "I should rather think it belonged to me to put that question to you," and he strode fiercely toward Richard, who was standing before Pearle as if to shield her. "I have come for my wife," he continued, with a scowl at the shrinking girl. "I have been trying to discover what room she occupied ever since the fire, and only ascertained a few moments ago by seeing her at the window yonder." Ah, that explained to Richard her emotion when she had looked out. "Your wife," he repeated with peculiar emphasis, and with something like a warning ring in his tones. "Yes, my wife. I claim her in defiance of everything. She is mine, and no power on earth shall wrest her from me now," he answered savagely, and advancing a step or two toward where Pearle sat. Sir Harold here interposed. He placed himself directly in front of the desperate man, and looked him calmly in the eye. "We will settle this matter once and for all. Miss Radcliffe is not your wife. She has never been your wife, and you know it as well as I. Leave this room instantly, or I will cause you to be arrested for bigamy." "Bigamy?" gasped Pearle, white and trembling, and gazing from one to the other, a look of horror in her great eyes. Richard turned, reached down, and clasped her well hand in his, while Sir Harold continued, with a glance of compassion into her colourless face. "Yes, or at least attempted bigamy. Thank heaven that some kind angel prompted you to fly from him as you did, and that you have been protected from evil designs during all these months."
But, my dear friend, let your heart be at rest from this moment, for this man had a wife living at the time he compelled you to go through with that mockery so long ago." Pearle heard him as in a dream. Was it all a dream? Would she soon awake and find it but a vision? No, that strong hand clasping hers, that tender face bending over her, were real. She knew that they were telling her only the truth. But the reaction, the great wild throb of joy at her heart, was almost too much for her, and for a moment it seemed as if her senses were slipping away from her. She was no wife. She had never been a wife. No obligations, either moral or civil, bound her to this man, against whom all her nature revolted. She was free, blessed thought! Free as she had ever been in her happy girlhood days, and all these weary months of toil and suffering had been for naught. For naught, have they? She thought, catching her breath quickly. No, she murmured, bowing her head reverently, her heart growing quiet with a solemn thankfulness. Not one day of my suffering has been for naught, since it has led me to God. Pearle, my Pearle, now and forever, whispered Richard in trembling tones. These were the blessed tidings which I came to tell you. That is why we are both here. We discovered some time ago that this wretch had another wife, and we have been seeking you ever since." A smothered sob of joy and relief was her only answer, but she clung to his hand in a way that thrilled him. It told him that she was his once more, that henceforth she would rest in the shelter of his love and care. "It is false!" Addison Cheetham burst forth passionately, in reply to Sir Harold's statements. "You have tried to frighten me once before with the same story, when you two came down to Pelham Pines and accused me of this crime, thinking, I suppose, that your proofs were indisputable because you had happened to come across a couple of names recorded in a church register. But as you know, I was not so easily alarmed, and when you were gone, I laughed you to scorn, and vowed that I would checkmate you after all." Sir Harold Cheswick and Richard Burnholm were indeed the visitors whom Addison Cheetham had been telegraphed home from Scotland to meet. That record which they had discovered seemingly by accident in the little church at Bar-le-Duc, and which had so startled Sir Harold and so utterly unmanned Richard, was the record of a marriage between Addison Cheetham and Alice Marie Renaud. It was there that the baronet obtained a clue to the man who had so wronged the girl he was seeking, and Richard learned that there was a possibility, indeed a probability, that Pearle was no wife. That she was as free as air, and might have been happy in his love during all these months. The knowledge came like a thunderbolt to him, making him nearly insane for the time with grief and rage, and a wild newborn hope, although his friend tried to curb his excitement, fearing that a second disappointment might prove fatal to him. On talking the matter over more calmly on their way back to Paris, they decided to go at once and confront Addison Cheetham, and charge him with the crime of bigamy. But after the first shock which their unexpected presence had given him, he became so cool and insolent, and was so defiant and indifferent to their charges, and by neither word nor look gave them the least light on the subject, that they began to fear they had deceived themselves, that there might be another Addison Cheetham who was the husband of Alice Renaud; though how that could be when the curé had described him so exactly was more than they could account for. And after a stormy interview on their part, they had left Pelham Pines somewhat discouraged, although Richard had another strong reason for hope, as will hereafter appear. Their next plan was to find Pearle, tell her of their discovery, induce her to return to Ashton Manor, and cheer her with this new hope. It has been related how they discovered where she was, and how they hastened after her, hoping to reach her before Addison Cheetham should find her. They were somewhat dismayed upon learning that he had reached the place 2 days before them, but much relieved to find that no harm had come to Pearle from his scheme, and now they were prepared to fight out the great final battle. But it seems that the villain was as confident of his position and as defiant now as when they had visited him in his own home. But at the same time there was something in his manner, a restless anxious gleam in his eye, that convinced Sir Harold that he was not quite so sure as he appeared. "Cease!" he almost thundered. "You know that more than 6, yes, nearly 7 years ago, You won the love of a pure and lovely girl. You enticed her with false, smooth words to leave her home and go to a distant town where you were married. I have already shown you a copy of the record of your marriage. I have it with me now, however, if you would like to see it again," and he drew the paper from his pocket and held it out for him to take. "Bah! What do I care for that record?" he cried scornfully. "It is true that, fascinated by her beauty, I recklessly married Alice Renault, but—" "Alice Renault! Amy! Oh, Richard!" Pearle cried, hoarsely, as this startling intelligence fell upon her ear. "This man Alice Renault's husband? This man Amy's father?" "Yes, dear, it is true, strange as it appears. But listen, and you shall know all," Richard whispered. "But what?" Sir Harold demanded of Addison Cheetham, as he paused at Pearl's interruption and eyed her keenly. Neither he nor Richard had yet learned anything of either Amy or Alice, beyond the fact that Pearle had adopted a child. "But she died long before I became acquainted with Margaret Radcliffe," he answered, with a malicious leer at Richard. "How do you know that she died? What proof have you of her death?" Sir Harold asked, somewhat eagerly. A sinister smile curved the man's lips as, drawing forth that wallet that we have seen before, he took from it that slip of paper which he had read in his room at the Langham Hotel, and passed it to Sir Harold. "Read that," he said, but his face had grown very white despite his assured manner. The baronet took it and read aloud: "Died at Chalons, April 20th, 1800 of smallpox, Alice Renault, aged 19." A look of perplexity clouded the baronet's face for a moment. The next it cleared, and he said: "There is a mistake about this. Either some carelessness in writing the notice, or a misprint has deceived you. It should read thus: Died at Chalons, April 20th, 1800 of smallpox, Alic Renault, aged 79. Monsieur Renault's brother Alic returned from Australia shortly after Mademoiselle Alice disappeared from her home with you. He brought a large fortune with him, and which, after she came back to her home, heartbroken at your treatment of her, and he was attacked with that terrible disease of which he knew he must die, he willed to her. I am connected with the family. I know that Monsieur Alic Renault died on the 20th of April, 1800 of smallpox, and was 79 years of age. Alic and Alice are so nearly alike that the mistake in the name is easily accounted for, while the upper part of the 7 being obliterated makes the age read 19. "Do you think I am to be cheated by any such sophistry as this?" Addison Cheetham demanded, waxing angry. "Do you think I am such a fool that a cunningly devised tale like this is going to frighten me into yielding up my claim upon my wife yonder?" But his lips and his voice trembled as he said it. "I have no wish to cheat you, as you express it," said Sir Harold, gravely. "As I said before, I am a connection of the family, and I have a fortune in my possession to be made over to this same Mademoiselle Renault, or Mrs. Cheetham, whenever I shall find her. I have visited her home, and have been told by an old servant, and by the curé, that it was her uncle who died, and that she, with her mother and child, left the place very suddenly several months afterward, and I feel as confident that she is alive to day as that I myself am living." Pearle had leaned forward as if to speak, but something in Addison Cheetham's appearance deterred her. He was very white, and he trembled visibly as, leaning towards Sir Harold, he asked: "What if I should tell you that I saw her after she was dead?" "I should say that I do not believe it," he answered quietly. "It is nevertheless true. The last time I looked upon her face she was dead." His voice dropped to a whisper, and he shuddered as he said it. "Impossible!" Sir Harold ejaculated, regarding him searchingly; while Richard grew strangely excited, and Pearle was perfectly colourless as she hugged Amy almost convulsively to her. All had been so deeply interested in the above conversation, that no one had noticed that Mrs. Murdoch had entered the room almost at the beginning of it, and had left the door through which she had entered open. No one noticed now the slight figure in a dainty white wrapper, with face and lips as hueless as the spotless cambric, that glided noiselessly into the room. It was Alice Renault, and no one seemed conscious of her presence until she approached the spot where Sir Harold and Addison Cheetham stood, and confronting the latter, said, in tones which penetrated the farthest corner of that large room, "I am Alice Renault. I am your wife." End of chapter 44. Chapters 45 and 46 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 45. I thought she was dead. A terrible silence pervaded the room for a few moments after those thrilling words. Then everyone became strangely excited. Addison Cheetham uttered a hoarse, affrighted cry, and sank trembling into a chair, looking as if he had seen a spirit from another world. Dr. Murdoch threw out his hands with an appealing gesture, and then reeled where he stood as if someone had struck him a deadly blow. His mother alone saw it, but too well she knew what it meant, and her heart ached for the hopes so ruthlessly blighted. "That story is told," Pearle murmured, and kissing Amy with trembling lips and sad eyes, as if the thought of consigning her to such a father was more than she could bear. Then lifting her face to Richard, a smile broke over it, like a gleam of sunlight through the clouds. "It is all over," she said, leaning her head trustfully against his arm. "What is all over, my darling?" "The misery and pain, the loneliness and exile," she answered, with a sob of joy. "Do you know her? Who is she?" Richard asked, pointing to Alice, and as much surprised at her appearance as anyone. "Yes, she is Amy's mother. Don't you remember I told Sir Harold that I feared I should have to lose the child? It was because we had found the mother." "How was she lost? What had happened to her?" Richard asked eagerly. "She was supposed to be dead, killed in a railway accident." "Ha!" he cried with a start, and bending a peculiar glance upon Addison Cheetham. Sir Harold's face was a perfect blank for the space of a minute, then, with an effort to recover himself, he gently laid his hand upon Alice's shoulder and asked, "My dear, is it possible that you are Alice Renault?" "My name for nearly 7 years has been Alice Cheetham," she said with a scornful curl of her delicate lip. "But," she added sadly, "I was once so happy as to bear that of Alice Renault." "Then I have at last found the one for whom I have been searching," the baronet said, smiling. "Yes, I heard you say something about it while I stood listening in the next room, but I don't quite understand it," she answered with a puzzled expression. "Your father's name was Jean Renault?" "Yes, monsieur." "And he was the brother of Pierre Renault?" "I knew papa had a brother of that name, although I never saw him," Alice answered absently, while her troubled glance wandered to the miserable cowering wretch whom she had so suddenly confronted and claimed as her husband, thus upsetting in an instant all his vile schemes regarding Pearle. "Then," continued Sir Harold, "you are cousin to my wife, who was the only child of Pierre Renault." Alice looked up at him now, something of interest shining in her eyes. "Then you must be Sir Harold Cheswick? I have heard of you," she said. "Yes, I am that individual, and I have been wanting to find you in order to get rid of a fortune which rightly belongs to you," he said, smiling again. "I heard you say so, but I don't understand it," Alice answered with a sigh, as if there were matters that troubled her more just now than the want of a fortune. "I will explain," Sir Harold replied. "My wife died some time before her father, your uncle, and he, knowing that I and my child had plenty of the world's goods, made a will dividing his property equally between his brothers Alec and Jean. Both, however, are dead, and you alone live to inherit all. I have been told that Alec Renault returned from Australia with a handsome property. Is it true?" "Yes. Uncle Alec was quite rich, and he left everything to me," Alice answered. "I am very glad that I have found you at last. But is this man indeed your husband?" Sir Harold asked, with a gesture toward Addison Cheetham. She sighed heavily at the question. "Yes, we were married in a little church in Bar-le-Duc nearly 7 years ago. I never would have owned it, I never would have come into his presence," she went on wearily. "But I heard his voice when Mrs. Murdoch opened the door. I knew it at once, though I had not heard it for so long.
I heard him trying to prove that I was dead, and I knew that it must be to carry out some evil design of his own. I could not hear enough to understand what he wanted to do, but I resolved that he should never deceive anyone again as he had deceived me. He should never make anyone as miserable as he has made me, and that was why I came into the room." "And what have you to say for yourself now, sir?" demanded Sir Harold sternly, and turning to the wretched husband whose face was as white as his wife's wrapper. I thought she was dead," he stammered, too thoroughly unnerved to even attempt to deny that the woman before him was his wife. "Well, you see, she is not," Sir Harold said impatiently. But I swear that I saw her dead. Upon my oath, I believed her dead and buried," he murmured with white lips. "When did you see her dead?" cried Richard Burnholm eagerly, and now coming forward. Addison Cheetham shifted uncomfortably in his chair, and glanced uneasily at Pearle. "When did you see her dead?" Richard repeated with lowering brow. "I saw her. There was a railway accident a long time ago. I was on the train. Someone had been killed. A woman, they said. I went to look at her, and by heaven, as sure as I am a living man, it was my wife who was killed," he said, greatly excited, while he kept glancing nervously into Alice's pure, beautiful face, an expression of awe on his own. His teeth chattered, and the perspiration stood thick upon his forehead. "It was I who was supposed to have been killed at that time," Alice began, but Richard interrupted. "Yes, I know you believed she was killed," he said in a choking voice, "for when you looked upon her you cried out involuntarily, 'My God, how came she here?'" Addison Cheetham glanced up at him in surprise, while his white face suddenly reddened to the roots of his hair. "You look surprised," Richard continued with bitter sarcasm, "and well you may, for I was on that train also, although I did not know that you were traveling with me until I happened to come up behind you as you stood looking at that unfortunate girl, and heard you cry out as you did. I was the only one who knew where the cry came from, and I was at once convinced that there was some mystery in your life connected with that young and beautiful woman, and I resolved to watch you. I heard what you said to your valet on leaving the train in London. I followed you to your hotel, and from there the next day to the morgue, where you went to assure yourself that you had not been deceived." Richard paused an instant, and his brow grew fearfully dark as he resumed. "You knew then that she was your wife. You may have believed up to that time that she had died of smallpox, as you assert. But you were convinced then that she had been living up to the time of that accident, and that did not occur until more than a week after your marriage with Miss Radcliffe. Consequently, you knew that the ceremony was nothing but a mockery, and you had no legal claim upon her. You have dared to persecute her during all this time. You have dared to seek her ruin by trying to make her assume a position as loathsome to her as it was sinful in the sight of God and man. How will you answer for all this, sir?" The man cowered almost abjectly beneath the force of his passion. The stern, sharp words seemed to cut him like a knife. "I thought, as long as she," pointing his shaking finger at Alice, "was really dead, that no one would ever know, and "And what?" thundered Richard. "I loved her so," the wretch whispered hoarsely, while his despairing eyes sought Pearl's lovely face. There could be no doubt of the truth of what he said. His look, his tone, his despair all told of the deathless love that was consuming him, and notwithstanding all that Richard Burnholm had suffered at his hands, a feeling of pity swept through his heart as he comprehended it. "It was a strangely selfish love, methinks, that could thus seek the ruin of its object," was his scornful reply, as he turned in disgust from him whom he had once honored as his friend, and went back to his post by Pearl's side. "It seems to me that things have been strangely mixed up," said Sir Harold. Then turning to Alice, he continued, "Would you be willing to tell us about your marriage with this man, and how you came to be separated from him? I doubt not it will be painful for you to speak of it, but we are all your friends, and I confess there are some things that I do not quite understand even yet." Yes, monsieur, I will tell you, and I think an explanation is due others who have been so kind to me," Alice returned tremulously, as her eyes sought Dr. Murdoch's face. He started as he met her glance, and a spasm of pain contracted his forehead, but he grasped a chair, and rolling it forward, he said, "Sit here. You are not strong enough to stand," and everyone noticed the deathly whiteness of his face, and the wildness of his eyes, as he glanced from the fair young wife to the man whom she had acknowledged as her husband. He then withdrew to a remote corner of the room, where, with arms tightly folded across his chest, and his head bent low upon his breast, he listened to the strange tale of wrong and suffering that followed. Sir Harold seated himself near his relative, and Amy, stealing softly forward, crept into her mother's arms, where she was folded to her heart with a sweet tremulous smile, which told that in spite of the bitterness of the past there yet remained a ray of comfort to her. "I was 16 years old," she began, "when one summer's day, as I was going from my home to the town, I met a stranger. There was something about him that strangely attracted me from the first. He saluted me courteously, and inquired the way to some place farther on. I directed him, and he left me, and I gave the circumstance no thought beyond mentally remarking upon his fine appearance. If I had never seen him again, all would have been well, but after that, wherever I went I met him. It always happened as if by chance, but he afterward told me that he was pleased with me and sought me continually. One day I met him at a fête, where he waited upon me and danced with me several times, and our acquaintance progressed rapidly after that. In 2 months I was betrothed to him, and he wanted me to go away with him and be privately married, but this I resisted for a long time. I did not like the idea of a secret marriage. I had heard of so many young girls who had been wronged and deceived in that way. I asked him why he did not go to my father and openly ask for me, if his intentions were honorable, but his excuse was that he was poor, he was still at school, and he did not wish his companions to know that he had a wife. If I would only marry him, and he could have that as an incentive to work, he would win such a place for me in the world when he had completed his education that I should be proud of. I told him I would wait. I would be faithful until he could come and ask me of my father, but he would not listen to me. I must marry him then, or not at all, and go away with him without saying anything to anyone. At last, after thinking the matter all over, I told him if he would marry me in church as a pure and honorable woman should be wedded, I would consent, and agree to keep the matter a secret until he should get through his course of study. It did not please him very well to have the ceremony quite so public, but we went one day to a little church in Bar-le-Duc, and were married by the curé, and the ring was put on my finger. But when the book was brought, my husband did not wish to have our names written there. It would not matter, he said. I insisted, however, and with a rather stern face he wrote his, and I signed mine underneath. We then went to a quiet little town where we spent a happy month. At the end of that time my husband said he must return to his school, and I must remain where I was until he had another holiday. I would have been glad to go back to my home, tell my father what I had done, and ask his forgiveness, but this my husband would not consent to, so I lived quietly where I was, until the next summer when he returned to me, and soon after my baby, this child, Amy, was born. "Then she is our child. This is our little girl," Addison Cheetham said, leaning eagerly forward, and peering into Amy's face. The child shrank from him with a scowl, while Alice bowed her head in answer to his question. "I thought it. I mistrusted it long ago," he muttered under his breath, as he sank back to his former position. "My baby was nearly 6 months old, when one day we read in a paper a notice of my father's death," Alice continued, in a tremulous voice. "Then my husband told me that I could go home if I liked. 'You will be an heiress now. You will inherit all the property,' he said with more eagerness than I had ever seen him manifest. 'An heiress? The property?' I cried in astonishment, for I had supposed that he knew how very poor we had been for a long time. 'Why, your father was very rich, a sort of miser, was he not? And you will have all his wealth now,' he answered. Then I understood what he meant. There had been a story afloat one while that there was a great deal of money in the Renaud family. Everybody knew that papa's brother in Paris was very rich, and naturally thought that papa must have as much, but being of a miserly turn tried to conceal the fact from everyone. And it seems my husband had heard this story and believed it. "No, we have never been rich," I told him. "We have been very poor for many years, for papa's health was delicate, and he could not attend to the estate properly, and that, being our sole dependence, had run to waste." Then he was very angry with me. "I have been deceived," he said. "They told me that Monsieur Renaud was very rich and a miser, and that at his death you, his only child, would have all the gold he has been hiding for many years." It was a great mistake, I told him. There was nothing to inherit, save the impoverished estates. Papa was not a miser, and if he had been there was nothing for him to hide. He had managed to give me a good education by sending me to a convent at Chalons for 2 or 3 years, but it was a hard matter for us to get sufficient to eat and to clothe us decently, for papa was much too proud to ask aid from even his brother in Paris, who never so much as came to see him. Then my husband swore he had been basely deceived by everyone, and included me in his displeasure, and from that time his manner changed entirely. He began to abuse and neglect me in many ways. My eyes were opened. I saw him as he was. He had won me and married me simply because he expected to become rich through me, and that hope taken from him he became a selfish tyrant, almost a fiend. I bore it as long as I could for my child's sake, and because my pride forbade me going back to the dear ones whom I had so wronged. I bore it till every bit of love for him died out of my heart, and then in despair I took my baby and went home to my mother. She told me that my father never held up his head after I went away. He believed I had been tempted and ruined, and he just grieved himself to death. But he forgave me when he was dying, and left me his blessing if I should ever come back. For a time it seemed as if my own heart would break with my own trouble, and the knowledge of all the grief I had caused. I saw no one, and no one came to see me. Everybody believed I had been deceived and betrayed, and I was too miserable to care anything about it, or to contradict the story, and so my mother, baby, and I lived a quiet, almost isolated life, until Uncle Alec suddenly returned to us. 46. Avenged. He, my uncle, Alice continued, had many plans for us. He would restore the estate. He would repair the château, refurnish it, and make it more beautiful than it had ever been. My mother and I should have everything we wished. We should travel and see the world, and in fact, there was nothing which he would not do for us, for he had no family of his own, no home, no friends save ourselves. I told him my sad story, and he was very tender and pitiful with me. He said he would take care of me, and my false husband should never trouble me. And I, being of a cheerful disposition, naturally began to feel as if there might be some pleasure remaining for me, in spite of my misfortunes. But Uncle Alec had only been with us a few weeks when he was suddenly attacked with smallpox. As soon as he discovered what the nature of his disease was, he refused to have any member of the family come near him. He hired a professional nurse, and neither my mother nor I ever saw him again. During his sickness he made his will, giving me everything he had, with the proviso that not 1 sou was ever to go to enrich the man who had so deceived and abused me. And thus my mother and I were shielded in the future from the pangs of poverty and want which we had suffered in the past. But my home, where I had once been so happy as a free-hearted, innocent girl, had become hateful to me. Although a lawful wife, yet I could never be honored as such, situated as I was. My child would grow up to be wounded and taunted with never having known a father's love and care, and I determined to leave the place forever, and tell no one whither I was going. After considering the matter, my mother and I decided to leave France entirely and go to England, where no one would know us, and where we could live quietly, and with no fear of any one ever reminding us of our troubles. We went to London, where I soon found a small villa in the extreme suburbs, which so pleased me that I hired it, and made for ourselves a quiet, pretty home. We lived there unmolested and contented for more than 2 years, when my mother was suddenly taken ill, and a long sickness followed. I gave her every care, and she finally began to mend. But I could see that her constitution was broken, and that she would never be the same woman that she had been. Still, I hoped to keep her with me for many years. We had made no acquaintances during our sojourn there, for I shrank from coming in contact with strangers. I was morbidly sensitive over the fact of having a husband and yet living separate from him, and I could not bear to subject myself to inquiries regarding the matter. I had resumed my maiden name, and everyone supposed that I was a son's wife. Though we made no friends, there were some few people living a mile or so from us in whom I became quite interested, and whose destitute condition I had noticed during some of my walks about the country. One of the children of a very poor family had been very sick while my mother was ill, and as soon as she was able to be left, I one day went to see them, and ascertain what I could do to relieve their condition. I found them, as I expected, in great need, and very grateful for the basket of dainties which I took for the sick one, and for the money which I left with the woman. It was quite late in the afternoon when I had started on my errand, and by the time I was ready to return it was growing dusk. I feared I should not be able to reach home before dark, and in order to shorten the distance I determined to take the railway track. The frail girl paused a moment as she spoke of this, and her white face grew whiter still, while a horrible thrill seemed to pervade every one in that silent room as they realized what was to follow. "The railway," she began with a visible shudder, "curves very abruptly just at that point, but I took what I supposed was the track on which the outward bound train ran; and deeming myself perfectly safe, since I thought I was sure to see a train if one should come, I walked slowly toward home, and unconsciously fell to musing. I do not know exactly when I began to be conscious of my danger. I heard a whistle behind me, but I was so sure I was upon the right track that I did not pay much heed to it. I glanced up, but there was no train ahead of me, so I walked leisurely on. Then those short, sharp whistles, those dreadful warning sounds, seemed to come from just behind me, and thrilled me to my soul with a terrible fear. I turned. The train was almost upon me. My blood suddenly froze in my veins. I seemed to become paralyzed and deprived of the power to move. On and on that fearful engine thundered. I thought of my child, of my mother. I shrieked a prayer to God for mercy, and then I was conscious of nothing that followed." Alice was shivering now with the terrible remembrance. Her teeth chattered, her lips were blue, her eyes had grown wild and staring, and poor little affrighted Amy clung to her in terror. "This will not do," muttered Dr. Murdoch with a gloomy brow, and springing to his feet he suddenly left the room. He was gone but a moment, however, and returned with a glass of something in his hand. He went to Alice's side and held it to her lips. "Drink it all, May," he whispered, unconsciously using the name by which he had always addressed her. She obeyed him mechanically, and then lay back, weak and exhausted. The recollection of those sad events had been almost too much for her frail strength. "Come and rest. You are not strong enough for all this excitement," the young doctor urged, with an anxious glance into her pallid face. She looked up at him sadly and shook her head. "I must settle with him first," she said, with a motion of her head toward her husband. The color mounted quickly to George Murdoch's face, and he turned abruptly from her and walked back to his corner. "What a fearful experience has been yours!" exclaimed Sir Harold, with a sympathizing look. "But whatever prevented you from being crushed to death?" "I do not know. I expected to be hurled instantly into eternity; and indeed life has been a blank to me for more than a year, for I have known nothing since, until within the last week," she replied weakly. "It is the greatest mystery in the world," said Richard. "I cannot understand how she has been preserved. The engineer said he saw her immediately upon rounding the curve, and instantly reversed the engine and gave the signal for danger ahead. He used every effort to stop the train, and most of it was spent before it reached her. Some thought she was caught upon the cow catcher and thrown clear from the track, or she would have been crushed. Everybody thought that life was extinct. Indeed, a physician said that she was dead, although no outward injuries that appeared very serious could be discovered. While the crowd was standing about her and speculating as to who she could be, I pushed by several people in order to get a nearer view, and as I did so, someone just in front of me uttered that cry of which I have already spoken.
In an instant I looked up, and saw who it was who had spoken those words. Others heard them also, but no one else appeared to know whence they came, although the conductor made inquiries, hoping to discover who the unfortunate one was. But he never made another sign. But I, watching him as he went back to his seat in the carriage, saw him totter and grope his way like a drunken man. I determined to watch him. He had evidently made some strange and startling discovery, and a wild hope came to me that there might be some secret in his life that would prove he had no legal claim upon Miss Radcliffe. Since his treachery toward me, I was willing to believe almost anything of him. As I have already told him, I followed him to his hotel, kept watch of his movements there, and tracked him the next day to the morgue. I heard the eager questions which he put to the official in charge, and I shall never forget the look on his face when he was told that the body had been claimed and taken away. I also made inquiries after he had gone, hoping to discover who the girl was. But the man said that he knew nothing. A young gentleman, the woman's husband in all probability, had come early that morning and removed the body. I kept watch of Addison Cheetham for a while, hoping to gain some clue to the mystery of his strange emotion, but did not succeed, and finally gave up the chase. I have often thought of that sad accident, and wondered who the poor unfortunate one could have been, but never learned until this hour." "Who saved her? Who took her from that place where they took her?" Sir Harold asked, glancing around the room. "I, sir. I would rather my patient had not been harassed with all these sad details in her present weak state," George Murdoch said, rising and turning his set, gloomy face toward his questioner. "But undoubtedly she would have learned them some time, and perhaps it will be just as well to canvass the whole matter once for all." He then went on to tell the baronet the same story that he had already told Pearle. Every one was intensely interested, and when he had concluded, Sir Harold went to him and took him warmly by the hand. "You deserve great credit, and you have my warmest gratitude for your prompt action in this matter," he said, heartily adding, "and as for your tender care of the poor stranger during all the long months of her unconsciousness, I have no words adequate to express my appreciation and admiration for both yourself and your mother. You have performed a deed over which angels might well rejoice. God bless you, my young friend, and you also, my dear madam." And Sir Harold's fine eyes were full of tears as he shook them both by the hand. Pearle's experience with Madame Renaud and little Amy were now rehearsed, that he and Richard might understand all the links in this strange story. She told him also of her engagement with Lady Fennelsey, her encounter with Addison Cheetham while she was among the hills of Scotland, and of Lord Fennelsey's brave defence. She related how he had followed her hither, and enlisted her ladyship's influence against her, and how she had indignantly dismissed her from her service, refusing her the protection she had craved until she could communicate with her friends, and thus she had been driven to seek shelter and security with Dr. Murdoch and his mother. And thus the whole story was made plain to everybody at last. When Alice understood all that Pearle had suffered from the persecution of the man whom she was forced to acknowledge as her husband, she was deeply moved. She arose from her chair when she had concluded her recital, and going to Pearle's side, she bent down, put both arms around her, and kissed her with trembling lips. "How glad I am for you that you are free from him," she whispered. "How much you must have suffered, and how nearly he succeeded in ruining your life, as he has ruined mine. And to think that through it all you have been the guardian of his child." "But, Alice dear, I did not know that Amy was his child, so there is no merit in my having cared for her, at least not in the way you mean," Pearle answered, returning her caress. "No, you did not know it, and I am glad you did not, for both your sake and hers, but you know it now. I hope it will not change your feelings toward either her or me," Alice said, with a wistful look into Pearle's fair face. "Dear child," Pearle answered with a tremulous smile, while with her well hand she drew Alice's head down to her shoulder, "do not allow such a thought ever to trouble you. Amy is as dear to me at this moment as she has ever been, and I have begun to look upon you almost as a dear sister. Because you happen to be connected with him, cannot in any way affect my regard for you. How you comfort me!
And yet I have a sort of guilty feeling, for if I had not left him, if I had borne all and asserted my position as his wife, if I had not hidden myself from everybody, all this trouble and suffering would never have come to you," Alice replied sadly. "Never mind that now, dear. God has taken care of me through it all. Indeed, through my trouble He has led me to trust Him, and, Alice, I feel that I am better prepared for the life that is before me for having passed through these deep waters." Sir Harold had approached Addison Cheetham while these two fair women were conversing thus. The wretch had sat silent and moody and listening to the strange stories that were being related in no enviable frame of mind. The man had sinned deeply, and he had also suffered deeply. He had fully believed that Alice Renault was dead. When she had left him, driven from him by his abuse and neglect, he had gone home to his own estate, where he remained in ignorance of all concerning her, and glad, if the truth were known, to be rid of his "beggar wife," as he had more than once called her after learning of her poverty. He had remained there, I say, in ignorance of all concerning her, until chance threw in his way a newspaper containing, as he supposed, the notice of her death. To say that he was glad but faintly expresses his feelings. He was exultant, for now he was free, and he could woo and win a rich bride, and he was very sure he would not be fooled a second time. That notice was the little slip of paper that he had taken from his wallet and read, after his first advances to Pearle in the grove on the day of the picnic. It was also the same slip that he had read in his room at the Langham Hotel, but he read it under very different circumstances then, for had he not only a few hours before looked upon the dead face of his wife? It was a terrible shock to him when he saw her lying there so white and still. He knew her at a glance, and those words, "My God, how came she here?" were wrung from him with an agony such as he had never experienced in his life before. In an instant it flashed upon him that Pearle was not his wife, that marriage had been no marriage, and that she was free to wed Richard Burnholm if she chose. The fact that his wife was really dead at last made no difference. She had died more than a week too late. And then he began to wonder how that notice had come to be inserted in the paper. The only way in which he could account for it was, that Alice, wishing him to believe her dead, had caused it to be inserted, so that he would never seek or trouble her. Then he wondered how she came to be in England, if her father and her mother and her child were with her, and if so, where were they living? It was a very wretched night that he spent at the Langham, and before morning he had almost reasoned himself into the belief or hope that the dead woman was not his wife after all. But to make sure he had gone to the morgue, hoping to look once more upon that fearfully familiar face. But when told that a young man had taken the body he was more perplexed than ever, and no one can describe the fear and horror that possessed him as he returned to his room. Once there he grew desperate again, and he swore within himself that he would never relinquish his hold upon Pearle Radcliffe. He would not be baffled thus. No one knew that he had been married. No one should ever know it. His wife was really dead now. There could be no disputing it, for hundreds who had looked upon her said that she was dead. No one would ever know, even if it should ever be discovered that she had been his wife. But what she had really died, as that notice stated, and he resolved that he would continue his pursuit of Pearle, and claim her as his wife in the face of all. Richard Burnholm should never triumph over him while he had life to thwart him. And so he relentlessly continued his search for her. The first time that he had seen his child that day by the roadside, he had been struck with her exceeding beauty, but he had not dreamed of the tie existing between them. The next time he saw her in that little arbour on the mountain in Scotland and heard her name, Amy, something in the sound, and in those great blue eyes fixed in terror on him, transfixed him. Those eyes were very like Alice's in expression when he had been wont to abuse her. When Pearle had told him her mother was dead, and she had adopted her, something of the truth dawned upon his mind, and that was why he was so eager to have her take the child, and come with him. The idea had grown the more he thought about it, and when he came to France in search of Pearle, he had been almost as eager to gain possession of his child, as he hoped Amy would prove to be, as he was of Pearle. The night of the fire he had almost gloried in the danger that surrounded her. I shall save her, and then she will owe me her life," he had said exultingly, as he bounded up the ladder to her rescue. End of chapters 45 and 46. Chapters 47 and 48 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 47. A fearful retribution. But his heart sank like lead in his bosom when she told him that she would not leave the place until both her companions were safe. He feared he could not save them all. There was hardly a human being living who was strong enough to scale that dizzy height 3 times and bear away such a burden each time. But he swore he would do it, for no other must save the woman he loved. To him alone she must owe her life, and then she would not dare deny him the reward he should demand. He had accomplished the feat. He had been a hero in the eyes of everyone who saw him perform the act, but how different was the result from what he had hoped. Instead of glory and honor for the deed, he was now sitting there, crushed and humiliated, before the 2 women whom he had wronged, and the foe whom he hated. It was not a comfortable or pleasant position to be in, to say the least. Pearle never had looked so lovely to him before, despite the lines of suffering which were still visible in her face. She had never been more eagerly coveted. But his long-suffering wife had, as it were, suddenly risen from the dead to confront and denounce him. His child, too, with her clear, grave eyes, from which there looked forth such unconscious rebuke, seemed to condemn him, and a strange thrill pierced his heart as he remembered how she always instinctively shrank from him, as if with her childish intuition she had divined his natural baseness and treachery. She would never love him now, nor look up to him with a child's affection and respect. His wife, beautiful almost as Pearle, and very rich now, despised him. He read it in the cold, hard tones of her voice, in the curl of her delicate lips, in her averted glance, and he could never hope to reap any comfort or benefit through her. Richard Burnholm, once his strong, true friend, so loathed him that he did not deem him even worthy a thought of revenge. He had turned his back upon him, resolved to ignore utterly one who had fallen so low; and there was not a person in that room who did not regard him as a pariah among men. Surely his humiliation was complete. No foe could be more utterly conquered, and Pearle was amply avenged. When Sir Harold Cheswick approached Addison Cheetham, he looked up with a sullen, half-defiant air. "Are you satisfied now that your claim upon Miss Radcliffe is null and void?" the baronet asked sternly. "It appears to be a self-evident fact," he answered with sarcastic bitterness. "Then I trust you will see the wisdom of discontinuing your persecutions. Miss Radcliffe will return to her home at Ashton Manor, and it is safe to assume that neither she nor Captain Burnholm ever desire to meet you again." Addison Cheetham glanced over to where Pearle sat, one hand clasped in her lover's, who was bending fondly over her, while her now radiant face was raised trustfully to his. He clenched his hands, and his face grew almost purple, for the sight maddened him. He swore savagely under his breath, and then said aloud with a malignant scowl, "It is well for his future that I did not know all these facts before the fire." "What difference would it have made?" demanded Sir Harold. "This difference, that Richard Burnholm would have had but a mass of charred bones for his bride," he whispered hoarsely. Sir Harold shuddered at the malicious words. "Was it you who saved her?" he asked. "Yes, I saved her. I saved her. I would have died for her, for even one kind word or look from her," he cried wildly. "What is this?" Richard asked, coming quickly forward, while Pearle uttered a startled cry. "It was he who saved Miss Radcliffe from her peril the other night," Sir Harold explained, indicating Addison Cheetham. "Do I owe my life to him?" Pearle breathed, with a frightened look into the face of the man who had so wronged her. "Yes, to me. Are you not glad of the boon? Do you regret it coming from such a source?" Addison Cheetham asked bitterly. She sank back in her chair with a slight shiver. She was very glad of her life; once more it looked very bright to her; but she would rather that the obligation rested anywhere else.
But the man who had risked so much to save her ought at least receive her gratitude. Could she be grateful to him? Could she forgive him for all the misery he had caused her? Richard's face was fearfully pale as he considered that all his future joy he must owe to his enemy. He stood with downcast eyes and sternly compressed lips, with something of the same feelings which Pearle experienced battling in his heart. When at length he looked up, his glance fell sadly and regretfully upon the man who had betrayed him. "Addison," he said, and his voice was tremulous with emotion, "you were once my friend, and I loved and honored you as such. You betrayed me, and I had come to feel that I almost hated you. But if it was you who saved those 3 girls, you have accomplished a truly noble deed. You jeopardized your own life to save them, and surely I must believe that there is some good in you after all. You have saved her. She must have perished but for you, and I am grateful to you. Shall we say that this heroic act cancels the past? I hold out an olive branch to you. Shall we part at peace with one another?" It was a grand nature that could thus rise above the mighty injuries of the past, that could, as he said, thus hold out an olive branch to one who had been so deadly an enemy. They could never be friends again. They must never meet again. But Richard at least would not send him forth with the weight of his hatred resting upon him, to follow and pursue him wherever he went. It was a hard thing to do, even knowing that to him he owed Pearl's life and all the happiness that was to be his, through her, in the future. But afterward he always remembered with thankfulness this effort that he made to forgive him, as we are commanded to forgive those who injure us. It melted Pearle, who for the moment had felt as if it was more than even she could do, and she murmured brokenly, "I also forgive the past. May one greater than I forgive you too." It was a Christian woman's forgiveness and prayer, a prayer equal to that of the martyr of old. "Lord, lay not this sin to their charge." Once she could not have uttered such pardoning words. Once her soul would have rebelled against any leniency toward one who had blighted her life as this man had done, and no vengeance would have been too swift or terrible to be hurled upon him for his offense. But the current of her life had changed. Willfulness, pride, and selfishness had given place to gentleness, peace, and goodness. And her fair bright future would be molded after a divine pattern that would diffuse beauty and joy wherever she went. Addison Cheetham sprang to his feet at the words she uttered, as if goaded to madness, and confronted Richard, his face crimson, his eyes blazing hatred and defiance, his hands clenched and raised as if to strike him to the earth. "Part at peace with one another?" he cried fiercely. "You prefer pardon to me? Do you think that after being baffled at every turn, after staking what I have staked and lost, that I am going to fawn and cringe at your feet like a whipped cur? Do you prate to me of pardon, peace? I could grind you to powder beneath my heel and mock at your agony. I could hurl you into Enough!" cried Sir Harold, and interrupting him with a gesture of command. "Do not stain your soul more deeply than it is already stained. Richard, do not cast your pearls before swine. He is utterly devoid of manhood. Let him alone. Let him drop out of your life from this time forth. Go your way and forget him if you can. As for you, sir," he went on, turning again to Addison Cheetham, "I would that you could draw some comfort from the fact of having performed one worthy act during your life, but I see that you cannot. And the deed as performed by you became an unworthy one, since it was actuated only by the grossest selfishness. Have you no conscience? Are you literally without a heart? Have you no compunction for your sins? Have you no regret for the wrong you have done that fair woman who is your wife?" "I have not wronged her. It is she who has wronged me," he answered, lifting his head defiantly, and confronting the baronet, as Richard turned sadly away and went back to Pearle. "You reason strangely," Sir Harold said with quiet scorn. "Not so. I honestly believed her to be dead. I never should have dared to seek to win another had I known her to be living. In that I have not wronged her." "No," answered his companion, his handsome lips curling scornfully. "But you are guilty of even a greater wrong than that, even had it been intentional. You won her love, you made her desert her parents, leave her home, made her sacrifice everything that was dear to her in the world, and gave her nothing in return. You did all this to gratify your selfish greed, that you might possess the gold which you imagined her father held in his keeping. Look at the wreck which your greed has wrought. Have you no sorrow for it? Is there no regret in your heart that would prompt you to seek her forgiveness and urge you to make restitution, if such a thing could be possible?"
"There can be no restitution," Alice said in low, cold tones.
She had quietly approached during their conversation, and now spoke as one whose mind was made up as to the course she would pursue.
"There can be no restitution," she repeated. "He cannot restore to me the love and confidence which I once had for and in him. He cannot restore my happy home, happy even though so humble. He cannot restore my father, nor the pride and joy he once experienced in his only child, nor yet the respect and esteem of those with whom I used to mingle. I have nothing left of all that I once held so dear. I have nothing in the world remaining to comfort me save my little child. She is the only link I have left to bind me to life. For her I must live and strive to make the future as bright as may be, and my aim will be so to rear her that her life may not be ruined by a mistake which proved so fatal to her mother."
"Then you have no desire to return to your husband? You cannot forgive the past, Alice?" Sir Harold asked. He had been wondering how these two would settle matters. She made an involuntary gesture of repulsion.
"He does not desire my forgiveness. I know him but too well. There is not one regret in his heart for all the wrong he has done me, no love for me, no sorrow for what I have suffered. I am rich since Uncle Alec's bequest to me. Had he known of that, and that I was living, he might have returned to me, and tried by smooth words to make me believe that he regretted the past, in order that he might have become possessed of my gold. Now you tell me that I am to be richer still, and there may be a feeling of disappointment that he cannot have the benefit of my fortune. He might be willing to tolerate me for the sake of such gain. Do you think, knowing all this, that I have any forgiveness to offer?" she asked, in tones so cold and indifferent that Sir Harold knew that as far as any regard for her husband was concerned, she was indeed dead to him forever. And yet he sighed heavily as he looked upon her. She was very fair and lovely. She looked gentle and tender in spite of the hard, passionless words she had just uttered. She could have made some good man's home a little paradise on earth, and she seemed like one who could have enjoyed to their utmost the blessings and pleasures of a fond husband, a happy home, and bright children. She heard his sigh, and it seemed to breathe something like reproach for her hardness, for looking up a troubled expression came into her eyes as she continued wearily. "I wish him no ill. I have no spirit of revenge, and I would do him no wrong, even in thought. But I know his selfish nature so well that I would not trust my future, nor that of my child's, for a single day in his keeping. I would not forfeit my self-respect by pretending a regard and confidence that I do not feel. I wish to drop out of his life as completely as if I were really dead, as he believed me to be." Her coldness and indifference seemed to sting the man of whom she was speaking with a keenness which he had never before experienced. There was something far more attractive about this calm, self-sustained woman with her pure, pale face and great dark eyes, than there had been about the gay and happy Alice Renaud. There was a quiet dignity about her that impressed him, and the thought had come to him, while sitting there, that, with the great wealth that had fallen to her, she would make a lovely mistress at Pelham Pines. Pearl he could not have now. Why not make peace with Alice, and gather what good he could from the inevitable? How well she had read his nature to Sir Harold, and with what indifference she had repudiated his every claim upon her! It stung him keenly. "You would not trust your own nor your child's future for a single day with me? How would it seem if I should take that child from you?" "Remember that she is mine as well as yours," he said savagely through his set teeth. Alice caught her breath quickly at his words, but she replied firmly, "You can never take my child from me. No court would ever give her to you, when once I had told my story. I have not forgotten, nor have you." And here her gentle black eyes blazed with a fire which Sir Harold had not thought her capable of exhibiting, while she faced her husband with a boldness that made him wince. "How once, when I refused to obey one of your brutal behests, and you could not move me by either threats or blows, you revenged yourself upon me by seizing my baby from her crib, and abusing her so that she carried the marks upon her tender flesh for a month." And the outraged mother shivered at the remembrance of the deed. "Perhaps, Mrs. Cheetham, you might desire a divorce," he sneered, though he was very pale with anger. "A divorce would not make me more free than I shall be without it," she said coldly. "It might, perhaps, give you the opportunity to marry your soft-hearted doctor, and in that way repay him for his care in the past for his pretty fool." The words were fearfully malicious, but Addison Cheetham had not been unobservant of George Murdoch's manner toward his wife, and he had drawn his own conclusions therefrom. Sir Harold opened his lips to denounce the villain, but Alice proudly interrupted, though a vivid colour flamed her cheeks. "I owe Dr. Murdoch a debt of gratitude which I can never repay. And," she added with a curl of her sweet lips and a look that cowed him, "he is a man who in every way commands my respect. Now, Sir Harold," she continued, turning to the baronet, "I have done with this remnant of my old life for ever, and you are the only one in all the world who is in the remotest degree connected with me. I have no real claim upon you, and yet something in your face tells me that I may come to you in my need. You say that you hold a fortune in trust for me. Will you not take me and my child into your care also? Will you be my protector, my adviser? I am so alone. The world seems such a large, such an empty place to me in my friendlessness. May I rely on you?" Who could resist the sweet pleader with her tremulous lips, her pathetic tones, and tearful eyes? Surely not the noble, tender-hearted baronet. "Yes, my dear child," he said, deeply moved by her petition, "and I am glad to assume the care. The world is almost an empty place to me also, and from this moment I adopt you as my daughter. Your little one will be like a sunbeam in my lonely house, and I will be a faithful guardian to you both. And now," he concluded, turning again to Addison Cheetham, "since this matter has been settled, it is best that this interview should end. But, young man, for your own peace of mind, let me urge you to lead a different life in the years to come from what you have in the past. Remember that a future must come, when you will be obliged once more to meet all those whom you have injured. I pray that day will find us, every one, ready to meet the Judge of all the earth." He took Alice by the hand as he ceased speaking, and led her across the room to Pearle, while Addison Cheetham, 100 conflicting emotions raging in his heart, staggered from the apartment. Dr. Murdoch was startled by a strange look that came over his face as he went out and shut the door, and sprang up as if to follow him. Then, as if suddenly changing his mind, he sank back upon his chair, while his eyes wandered wistfully, yet gloomily, toward the slight figure in white now kneeling by Pearl's chair, with Amy's arms clasping her neck. The next moment every one in that room was electrified by the sound of a heavy fall accompanied by a wild cry, and then there came an ominous and dreadful silence. They sprang into the hall to ascertain what had happened. A thrill of horror pierced each heart, and blanched each face as they bent over the stair railing and looked below. Addison Cheetham lay there a senseless, motionless heap. Blinded by passion, every nerve tingling with the fury that was raging within him over his ignominious defeat, he had taken no heed to his steps, and so rushed recklessly on to his destruction. A maid had been sweeping the upper hall, but being called away from her work for a few moments, had carelessly left her dustpan and brush upon the upper stair, and her broom leaning against the wall. Addison Cheetham saw the broom; it angered him to see it there, and with an oath and a kick he sent it flying on before him. The dustpan and brush he did not see, and stepped heedlessly down upon the ladder. It crushed beneath his weight, and threw him with dreadful force from the top to the bottom of the stairs. He was taken up insensible and borne to his room, where Dr. Murdoch made an examination of his injuries. One leg was broken in 2 places, and 3 ribs upon his right side crushed in upon his lungs.
There was a terrible bruise just over one of his temples, and his skull was fractured. What an immediate and fearful retribution had overtaken the wretched man! "There is no help for him. He cannot live 12 hours," Dr. Murdoch said, with a face almost as ghastly as that of his unconscious patient. He had been thinking while making his examination, "Am I in any way responsible for this? If I had followed him, and spoken to him, as I thought of doing, could I have saved him from his fearful doom?" Alice Renault, with a wild horror in her eyes, had followed them to her husband's room, and when the young physician uttered those fatal words, she at once took her place by his bedside. With trembling fingers, she wet a napkin and laid it over that unsightly bruise, and with another began wiping the blood from his face. Dr. Murdoch exclaimed at the act, and anxiously scanning her beautiful face, came to her side and caught both her hands in his. "You must not stay here," he said authoritatively, but with trembling lips. "Oh, yes, I must," she answered calmly, but with a weary glance at the distorted face upon the pillow. "He is helpless and suffering, and I am willing to do what I can for him. I do not wish him any ill. I really wish he might have been spared to be a better man. Are you sure you can do nothing to restore him?" "Nothing. No power on earth can ever restore him," he said solemnly. She sighed, while her eyes seemed fixed in a sort of fascinating horror upon that deathly countenance. "May, look at me," George Murdoch said sternly, and her glance was lifted obediently to him. "Do you value your recovered reason? Do you wish to save yourself for the sake of your child? If so, you must leave this room at once. You can be of no earthly service here. I will do everything that can be done for him. If I could save his life, God knows I would do it, but I cannot, I will not let you stay." Without releasing her hands, without even waiting for her to reply, he led her to Sir Harold, and bade him take her away. She made no objection, but with one last backward glance at that face fast settling into the rigidity of death, she allowed Sir Harold to lead her from the place, and had looked her last upon the man whom once she had believed she fondly loved, and awoke when it was too late to a knowledge of her error. Addison Cheetham died that night. In the silence and dreariness of the midnight hour he breathed his last, and the hand of the man he had so deeply injured, whose confidence he had betrayed, whose trust he had abused, closed his eyes in their last long sleep. "I am glad I did not withhold my pardon," he said, with a feeling of comfort that the last words which he had spoken to the man who had once been his friend had been kind words, that he had not parted angrily with him. He was gone, he could never injure him more, and there was much of sadness in his heart for a life that had been so misused, and nothing of bitterness for the treachery that had so nearly ruined him. Sir Harold, with Dr. Murdoch and Richard, attended to all that was necessary, and accompanied the mangled body to its home at Pelham Pines, where, after it had been laid to rest beside its kindred, they remained for a day or two to consult with the agent regarding the disposal of the property. There was no will, and Sir Harold, who considered himself the guardian of little Amy, who of course would inherit her father's property, assumed the control of everything, and then all returned to their friends at Vannes. 48. Forgiveness brings peace. The day following the departure of Sir Harold and his companion upon their sad errand, Pearle and Alice were sitting in the room of the former, conversing gravely upon the strange events which had so recently occurred. Both had been shocked and saddened by the horrible accident which had so suddenly hurled into eternity the author of so much of their trouble and sorrow; but they could not mourn for one in whom there did not appear to be one lovable quality. Even the young wife herself could not experience much of grief at her bereavement, if such it could be called. Her love for the man, if indeed she had ever really borne him any real love, had died a violent death years before, and while she never would have dared to wish that he might be removed from her path in any such tragic way, yet she knew that she never wanted to look upon his face again. She was glad to be free. While they were talking of these things, a servant entered the room and handed Pearle a note. Opening it, she read in Lady Fennelcy's handwriting: "Miss Radcliffe, if I have not offended you beyond all forgiveness, will you kindly grant me an interview? Yours in mingled sorrow and gratitude, Ursula Fennelsey. Pearl's fair face flushed crimson as she read these strangely humble words from the haughty woman, and then she passed the note to Alice, and turned to look for her pencil to answer it. It is not to be expected that she could forget Lady Fennelsey's overbearing and unkind treatment of her, nor her haughty supercilious manner toward her during all the time she had been a member of her family. She could not forget her sneers and sarcasms, her heartless refusal to protect her from the persecutions of the man she so feared, nor the unfeeling way in which she had dismissed her from her service, thus leaving her alone and utterly friendless in that strange place. But she was not one to shrink from duty. She had not shrunk from the terrible ordeal which had so nearly cost her her life, when she had voluntarily chosen to sacrifice herself in order that the worldly woman's daughters might be spared to her, and now she would not withhold from her the comfort of her forgiveness for the past if she desired it. She had stood too near death, and realized too vividly that life is not given to man for the purpose of considering alone his own selfish feelings and inclinations, to waste any portion of what remained in harboring resentment, or a desire to avenge his individual wrongs. Yes, she could forgive Lady Fennelsey. She could, in her gratitude for the great happiness and blessedness that had been so wonderfully restored to her, even forgive the haughty and disagreeable Camilla for her unparalleled insults and abuse. "Dear Lady Fennelsey," she wrote, "I shall be very glad to see you, and trust that you will come at your earliest convenience, as I am not yet able to leave my room. Very respectfully, Margaret Radcliffe." There was the least gleam of pride in the smile that curved Pearl's lips as she thus signed her own name for the first time for over a year. She gloried in it as she had never done before. "I never thought I could love it so well," she said to herself as she sat thoughtfully contemplating it after she had written it. Then it gave her such a sense of freedom to write it, making her realize so fully that those hateful shackles which had been so galling to her had dropped from her forever. She no longer need to hide like a fugitive and an outcast. She no longer need to reproach her weak, fond heart, vainly striving to drive out, to crush and trample upon the love that would not die. Oh, it was a blessed freedom, a blissful release after the long and weary bondage she had endured. For the first time in her life Lady Fennelsey had been brought to see herself as she was. On that dreadful night when she had stood safe upon the ground, and watched in despair the perilous situation of her daughters, believing that they were surely doomed to a horrible death; when she had seen that noble girl whom she had treated so ill, firmly reject every offer of escape, putting back the hand that had been outstretched to save her, and giving calm and thoughtful directions for the salvation of her children, she had come suddenly to realize her own littleness of soul, the wickedness of her pride, and the cruelty of her nature. And when it was all over, and Pearl was actually saved, and for the first time she was told who her gentle governess was, the daughter of a proud old house, the sister of an earl, a wealthy heiress, and a cultivated, refined lady, whose station was even above her own, she was humbled to the dust. It was true that Addison Cheetham had told her her name, and that she belonged to a good family, and she had thought that possibly she might be some poor distant connection of the Earl of Radcliffe. But she had reasoned that the relationship must be very distant, since she in her pride could conceive of no lady of station being driven by any necessity into voluntary exile from family, friends, and wealth, and made willing to accept so humble a position as that of governess. "Why didn't she tell me that she was Margaret Radcliffe and sister to the Earl?" she groaned with a blush of shame, while talking the matter over with her daughters. "I would have sympathized with her in her trouble, and shielded her from that man." "She would tell you, mamma, that the fact of her being Miss Radcliffe of Ashton Manor, and an heiress, ought not to gauge in any degree the principle of kindness which should actuate any one. She would tell you that every governess should be as considerately treated as if she was born to the highest position in the land," answered Franchita, who had always admired Pearl exceedingly and laid her precepts to heart. "Really, Franchita, I hope you do not mean mamma to infer that she ought to set her governess in the drawing room and treat her like a duchess," exclaimed Camilla, who, although much subdued and thoroughly ashamed of her treatment of Pearl, was not prepared to adopt quite such radical ideas as these.
Of course a governess cannot be a duchess, neither is a scullery maid fitted for the position of a governess. Some are born to serve in the world, and others to be served. But as far as heart and feelings are concerned, one is entitled to just as much consideration as the other. I don't believe that because you and I were born the children of a lord, our feelings are any finer or tenderer than those of anyone who may be employed to serve us. Of course a servant must be made to know and keep his or her place, but no one, according to my ideas, has a right to vent his or her spleen or ill will upon another who happens to occupy a humbler position in life," argued Franchita earnestly. "Franchita is right," said her mother gravely, "and I am glad to hear you express yourself so freely. I have been taught a lesson which I trust I shall never forget. Miss Radcliffe has been a lady in every sense of the word during her residence in our family, and as such was entitled to respect and consideration without regard to her birth. I have been overbearing and in many instances unkind to her. Prosperity and pride have made me hard, unfeeling, and selfish," Lady Fennelsey concluded humbly. She went to Pearle in this frame of mind, and the gentle girl saw at once that she was sincere. "You dear self-sacrificing child," she said, weeping uncontrollably as she saw her bandaged hand and feet. "Can you forgive me for the past, and what can I say to prove to you how I honor and bless you? But for your presence of mind, your firmness and decision, and your self-abnegation, one at least of my children would have been burned to death. I have no words to express my gratitude. There are no words strong enough." "You do not need to do or say anything, Lady Fennelsey," Pearle interposed, gently, as she paused. "I know that you are grateful, and I am as thankful as you can be that both Miss Fennelsey and Franchita are safe. If I had been rescued and they had perished, I think I never could have known another peaceful moment during all my life." "Did you expect to be saved?" Lady Fennelsey asked, regarding her earnestly. "No, I did not," Pearle replied, growing very white at the remembrance of how she had made up her mind to die. "I did not believe there would be time for the man who saved us to go down twice with his burden and come back for me, and I did not believe that his strength would hold out, or that the ladder would sustain him, for it was burning nearly all the time. I know," her ladyship said with a shudder. "But, Miss Radcliffe, did you feel no temptation to leave Camilla behind and save yourself? She has treated you very ill." She asked it hesitatingly, wonderingly, for she could not even now quite understand the spirit that had prompted her heroism. Pearle turned to her, a look of surprise in her deep gray eyes, and the slightest possible accent of scorn rang in her tones as she replied, "Leave a fainting, helpless girl to perish miserably in those flames? Lady Fennelsey, I could not have done it. She was a human being. Her life was just as precious as mine. She had no power to help herself. Oh, it would have been cowardly, shameful, and I never once thought of the past. Miss Radcliffe, you are infinitely greater than I, and I have dared to set myself up above you. Will you forgive me for my unkindness in the past?" her ladyship asked in trembling tones, and regarding the beautiful girl almost reverently. "Most freely," Pearle answered, deeply moved. "I do not deserve it, but you have taught me a lesson that I shall never forget. You have taught me that, in one sense, every woman is my sister, and every man my brother. I trust that the lesson may make me very kind to every one who may serve me in the future," Lady Fennelsey said humbly. "I am glad to hear you say that," Pearle returned with a bright look. "For I think that no lady should ever forget that her servants and dependents have just as tender hearts as she herself has. But we will not dwell upon the unpleasant things of the past, for I have much that will be pleasant to remember, since I have become deeply attached to Franchita and the children, and I feel that I have also gained their affections in a measure." "Indeed you have, and it is very good of you to regard them so kindly. I do hope, Miss Radcliffe, that you may never know another sorrow as long as you live," said her ladyship earnestly, and wondering how she could have had this sweet spirit in her family for so long, and not learned to love her also. "Such a wish as that can hardly be fulfilled in this world, but I thank you for it nevertheless.
the fair girl answered sweetly. "And," she continued with gentle gravity, "I hope we will all improve our opportunities, so that when the last hour does really come, as we feared it had to some of us the other night, we can meet it with the consciousness of leaving our work well done." Pearle then changed the subject and explained something of the trouble that she had been in during her absence from her home, and when she had finished she said kindly, "I hope, Lady Fennelsey, that you will allow Fred and Clara to come to Ashton Manor some day. I think they would enjoy it, for I have some nephews and nieces there who would try to make a visit pleasant for them." While she was speaking there had come a timid trembling knock upon the door, but neither Pearle nor her visitor heard it, and the latter answered, "It is very gracious of you, Miss Radcliffe, to invite them, and they shall go some time. Now, I have one more favour to ask of you. May Camilla come and see you before you go away?" Lady Fennelsey put this question with some hesitation, for she knew but too well how deeply her eldest daughter had offended, but she longed to have them at peace. The words were scarcely uttered when Camilla herself entered the room. She had followed her mother hither, and knocked twice for admittance, but no one had heeded her, and when at last she heard her ladyship ask if she might be allowed to come, she could not even wait to hear Pearl's reply. She went straight to her, knelt at her feet, and burying her face in her lap, burst into bitter weeping. "I could not wait," she sobbed. "I followed mamma here. And oh, Miss Radcliffe, I must tell you how you have broken my proud spirit, and I have come to beg that you will not utterly hate me all your life." "The world is not all bad," thought Pearle tearfully. "There is some good in every heart, if one can only get down to it." She was taken wholly by surprise by this unexpected visit and the attitude of the weeping girl. She had never thought to see the haughty damsel in so humble a mood as this. She was so moved that she could not reply for a moment, but she lifted the bowed head, and, bending forward, gently kissed her on the forehead. "Let this blot out all unpleasantness between us, Miss Fennelsey," she said. "I have no ill feeling regarding anything that has transpired in the past, and we will never speak of it again." Camilla Fennelsey leaned back and looked in astonishment at the beautiful girl who could thus give her the kiss of peace. "I have behaved shamefully," she said, crimsoning to the roots of her hair, "and I never said such a thing in my life before to anyone. Will you forgive me?" Surely the mighty had fallen, the proud brought very low, if this high-spirited girl could sue thus humbly for pardon. "Freely," was the only word which Pearle could force her trembling lips to utter. "I believe you are almost an angel," Camilla said involuntarily. Then, her eyes falling upon Pearl's bandaged hand and arm, she exclaimed, shuddering, "Ah! This poor hand was burned for me! Miss Radcliffe, if a year of my life would atone for what you must have suffered, I believe I would willingly give it to you." Pearle laid her fingers gently on the impulsive girl's lips. "The years of our life do not belong to us to give to anyone. They are days of grace lent us, and during which we are expected to meet our responsibilities. But," she added, speaking more lightly, "my hand, and indeed all my injuries, are improving rapidly, and Dr. Murdoch thinks that in time even the scars will disappear. At least from my hand, those upon my feet are deeper. Now tell me if you are fully recovered from the shock which you received?" "No," Miss Fennelsey cried, starting up with a wild expression in her eyes, and clasping her hands almost convulsively. "I dream of that dreadful scene continually. I feel that horrible suffocating sensation, that scorching, wilting, blasting heat, that lurid, blind smoke. Oh, if I could only forget it! If I never need think of it again!" Pearle shivered. It came over her also like this at times, sickening her with the remembrance, making every nerve in her body tingle with horror, and leaving her faint and strengthless as an infant. But she could not bear to talk of it, and she saw that Camilla was utterly unnerved by the thought of it, so she began talking of something else, gradually winning their minds to more agreeable subjects, and they chatted pleasantly thus for nearly an hour. "We return to the Priory to morrow," Lady Fennelsey said after a while. "Our nerves have been so unsettled, to say nothing of the loss of the greater part of our wardrobe, that I think we will all be better off at home for the present. Ambrose will meet us in Paris, and escort us from there. Please give my kind regards to your son, Lady Fennelsey. I owe him a debt of gratitude, for he once rendered me sufficient service, concerning which he will doubtless tell you himself," Pearle said with a smile, though a rich colour tinged her cheeks, as she remembered all that had occurred on that day. Lady Fennelsey coloured also. She had not forgotten her fears that her idolized son might fall in love with a despised governess, an event which she would have been only too proud to sanction now. But Sir Harold Cheswick had told her something of Miss Radcliffe's romantic history, and she knew that Captain Burnholm was to bear away the prize which so many had coveted. Pearle took leave of them in the kindest manner, and referred indirectly to her future prospects, by giving them a cordial invitation to visit her when she would be settled in a home of her own, which her ladyship considered very kind and gracious of her. In the afternoon Franchita and the younger children paid her a visit, which she enjoyed exceedingly, and when night came and she laid her head upon her pillow, it was with a feeling of sweet satisfaction and thankfulness that she was at peace with all the world. Thus blessings ever wait on virtuous deeds, and though elate, a sure reward succeeds. End of chapters 47 and 48.